for dark nights.
The Oddkids by Sarah Piper. Narrated by Otis Gyri. One summer, when I was a boy, my parents sent me to stay with my grandparents for the break. Raised in the Pacific Northwest, a small town in eastern Mississippi might as well have been an entirely different country for all I was concerned. The instant we got out of the airport, I was struck with the oppressive humidity, and I became convinced right then and there that my parents downright despised me. Of course, the reality was much kinder than that. My grandparents were good folks, and thankfully I met a girl within a few days of arrival, and we became fast friends. Her name was Jessie, a local girl with long blonde hair and green eyes, the first pair I'd ever encountered. I was in love at first sight. Jessie was a year or two older than me, but that didn't matter much to us. Jessie was the reason I got up every morning. Not in a romantic sense, of course, but a very literal one. Sure, my grandparents were very hospitable, but they were old and southern, about as far removed from my narrow worldview as could be. They just had no idea how to entertain me, and I think Jessie was as much a relief to them as she was to me, taking me off their hands during the days and curtailing somewhat my boundless youthful energy. The place where my grandparents lived was about a mile out from a place called Ashbury Wood, and it was a mile I walked daily. I would always meet Jessie on the path heading my way. On rare occasions, she would already be at my grandparents' house when I was leaving, and I never saw where she lived. It didn't matter much to me, though, because the woods were our real home. Ashbury Wood wasn't particularly dense, but boy, did it seem to go on forever. Jessie showed me a few paths around the woods, unofficial trails to interesting sites like clearings, hollowed-out trees, or even just a place where a funny-looking bush was growing. We told each other stories of our hometowns, imagining what life would be like if one of us lived where the other did. Whenever we fantasized about having her come to live with me, she would get a strange tone in her voice, but I never thought much of it. While the woods were our home and playground, we still set limits for ourselves. If we went too long without seeing something Jessie didn't recognize, we immediately turned around until we were in familiar territory again. She also set boundaries, significant features we shouldn't go past for one reason or another. Decades later, and the only one I can remember, is the creek. The creek itself was nothing to be concerned about. It was just a shallow stream of water that may have come up to my waist, with sloped banks on either side that were either sheer but not insurmountable. The first time I discovered it, I immediately headed down into the water, just about ready to cross to the other side, when Jessie cried out from behind me, "Stop!" I whirled around on one foot as gracefully as a young boy can and looked up at her. She stood staring across the creek and out into the woods on the other side. Her hands were balled into fists and kept straight at her sides, and I remember being worried that she might begin crying. I climbed back up the side of the creek, coming up beside her. "What's wrong?" I asked. "We need to turn around." Jess's voice was barely above a whisper. She looked terrified and slowly peeled her gaze away from the trees and onto me. "We have to turn back." Reluctantly, I agreed, but only because I could see how upset the situation was making her. Like I said, the water itself wasn't that deep or rapid, and it wasn't even that far into the woods. On the walk back, I raised these points, but Jessie stayed quiet, leading me to a small clearing in the trees that we used as sort of a home base for our adventures. Sitting me down, Jessie stared into the grass for a long moment before she spoke. 2 years ago, I had a friend named Emma. Her hands were balled up in her lap, shaking. We used to play in these woods like you and me do. And one day, just like you and me, we found that creek. I laughed, not because of the content of the story, but because I'd never heard someone pronounce it crick before. Her head snapped up to look at me in the eyes, and I felt quiet. Standing across from it was these kids who looked about our age, only they weren't right. That time there was only two. One of them, his head just hung to the side like this. Jessie let her head flop to the left, hanging limp. Another was really tiny, and his hands and head were even littler, like tinier than a baby's. Now, I'm not proud of this next part, but we weren't exactly sugar and spice to him, if you know what I mean. I shook my head that I did not. She sighed. We would call 'em names, tease 'em, because they were weird. Emma would throw sticks sometimes, though she couldn't hit water if she fell out of a boat. The story paused as Jessie smiled to herself, remembering her friend fondly. Did they ever talk back? I asked, bringing her back to reality. No, she said, shaking her head. Just stood there looking at us and making these weird squeaking noises. Emma and me, we started calling them Oddkids. 'Cause, they were kids and sure as shit were odd. I blushed at such intense language, but Jessie didn't notice. No matter what we did to 'em, they never came across the crick. Always just stood on the other side, staring and squeaking. It wasn't always the two, neither. There was different ones, 4 or 5 in all, I think. What happened to Emma? The direction the story was going was obvious, and I was eager to learn. Jessie stayed quiet for a long time, staring into the ground and absently picking at the grass beneath her. So, at first, we were afraid, right? The odd kids were normal, and we could scare each other silly telling stories, how they eat people, and like to run around naked together. Just dumb stuff, but as time went on, we got less and less scared of them. It got to the point where we'd stand right on the other side of the creek and dare them to cross over, but they never would. One day, we're sitting there talking to ourselves, ignoring the weird-headed one like he's just another tree, and Emma said something about him being too chicken to cross. We both looked at him, and he just walked off, turned around, and went deeper into the woods till eventually we couldn't see him. And I teased Emma that he was daring her to follow him, that she was a chicken if she didn't go. I was listening with rapt attention at this point. To my young mind, this girl's tale of terror more closely resembled a great campfire story, made even better by the fact that it allegedly took place only a brisk walk away from where I sat. Together, the two of us crossed the creek, 'cause, like you said, it ain't that big, and we climbed up onto the other side and chased after him. We went maybe a quarter-mile in before we started hearing that squeaking again. Only up close, it didn't sound like squeaking no more. It sounded like chittering. They surrounded us faster than either of us expected, coming out of the trees like ghosts. I was frozen in fear. I couldn't move a muscle, just staring at the odd kids and wondering what was going to happen. Then one of them, the limp-headed one, he grabbed Emma, and she screamed, and it's like it woke me up. I tore out of there as fast as I could go, practically leapt out the creek in a single jump and ran all the way home. My lungs were on fire by the time I stopped, and I was crying all over the place. People trying to get me to tell them what happened, but her voice trailed off, and I could see tears welling in her eyes. Did you? I asked. She shook her head, blinking away the tears. I felt guilty, she admitted. I felt guilty for leaving her, and I just kept thinking that she'd come home, that she'd be right behind me, and we'd cry about it and never go across that damn creek again. But she didn't. Jessie shook her head again. But she didn't, she repeated. She didn't ever come back. Nobody ever went looking for her, neither, 'cause she was an orphan. I didn't say nothing, and so nobody even knew where to look. Staring out into the woods in the direction of the creek, Jessie's voice crackled. The Oddkids got her. I don't know what they did with her. I'm sorry. I tried to console her, unsure of what to say, but Jessie wasn't paying attention to me anymore. She stood up, brushed the dirt off her denim shorts, and started walking towards town. I got up and chased after her. "Wait!" I cried. "Where are you going?" "Home." "Home? But why?" The concept seemed alien to me. It was the middle of the day. Who would want to stay indoors? "I can't stay in these woods. Not today." She paused. "You should go home, too. We'll meet up tomorrow morning." But nothing." She stopped and turned to face me. "Go home." Jessie started to turn around again before something else occurred to her. "And don't ever go across the creek. You hear me?" I nodded silently, and she reached out, grabbing my shoulders and giving me a firm shake. "Say it," she demanded. I promise. No going across the creek," I said timidly. She stared into my eyes as if searching my soul for a way to ensure my sincerity. Whether she found it or not, she eventually released me and headed off, leaving me standing alone in the woods with nothing on my hands but free time and my own thoughts. I looked back in the direction of the creek and the mysterious woods beyond. Were there really such a thing as Oddkids? I knew monsters didn't exist in Oregon, but here in Mississippi it felt like anything could be true. Plus, Jessie had told the story with such conviction that it felt disloyal to be skeptical. I spent the rest of the day in the woods, wandering aimlessly. Part of me wanted to go back to the creek, but real or not, Jessie's story had scared the hell out of me. At one point, I got just close enough that I could make the creek out through the trees, and I peered as hard as I could at the bank on the other side. I wanted to make out a pair of eyes staring back at me or hear that chittering Jessie had talked about. Heck, at that point, I would have accepted a quick blur between the trees as concrete evidence. But despite my willingness to believe, nothing came forward to present itself. The opposite bank was devoid of life, and I didn't have the gall to investigate any closer. As the sky dimmed, I reluctantly began the long walk home, unaccompanied for the first time all summer. I considered Jessie's story of the Oddkids, and almost started to get a little angry with her. Of course they didn't exist. She made them up just to mess with me, and threw in another girl, conveniently orphaned, to drive home the scare. I shook my head and laughed, thinking about how gullible I'd been. Later, at dinner, I ate with the ferocity of an animal. I hadn't realized how hungry I'd become, alone in the woods all day, thinking, and the chicken my grandmother cooked was the most delicious thing I'd ever eaten. It was only on my third drumstick that I stopped long enough to ask them a question. "Did you guys ever hear of anyone going missing in the woods?" I asked between bites, interrupting the regular mealtime silence. They looked at one another quizzically, as if searching their collective memory. "Nah, I don't think so," my grandmother eventually said. "Don't ring any bells," her husband agreed. "Why'd you ask?" I shook my head, taking another bite to buy myself some time to think of an answer. "Just something I heard some kids talking about," I told them. "Some jerks were trying to scare Jessie and me by saying a girl named Emma went missing." Suddenly, my grandmother's eyes lit up with recognition. "You know, I didn't hear nothing about that, but I do recall that girl being terrified of those woods." She nodded thoughtfully over a spoonful of corn. "Yeah, it was a couple of years back that the girl come tearing out of the woods like the devil himself was on her heels, screaming and crying. I didn't nose my way into it on account of her father asking people if they would leave his daughter alone, but I overheard that the girl weren't right for a couple of weeks, just sitting in her room and not talking to nobody." She clucked her tongue and took another bite of corn. "Lord only knows what happened to that girl, but it shook her something fierce." I suddenly felt a sick terror in my stomach, like the feeling you get watching a recording of yourself only to see something terrifying looming just out of your sight, something you never knew was there. Did this mean the Oddkids were real? Had they been watching me as I stepped into the creek? So, you never found out what happened? I hesitantly asked, unsure I wanted to answer. Grandma just shook her head, and the three of us continued eating in silence. Grandpa brought up a baseball game he'd seen on TV earlier that day, and I feigned interest as well as I could. But I wasn't all there. My mind was back at the woods at the creek, inspecting every square inch of my memory for a sign of something else. Sleep didn't come easy that night, and when it did, it was wrought with nightmares. Thoughts of the Oddkids crawled through my mind, bringing me back to the creek. Looking deeper into the woods, I saw dozens of pairs of eyes staring back at me, slowly bobbing back and forth, as though they were advancing towards me. My dream self was paralyzed, helpless to do anything but watch as the monsters came out of the shadows. The one Jesse had described, with his head sagging to the side, led the plodding advance. As a group, the Oddkids crawled down into the creek, dragging broken limbs and torn flesh behind them, and each of them chittering off-tempo with the others to create a horrible cacophony of noise that filled my ears and bore into my soul, staring into the hungry eyes of the limp-headed leader as he reached out to drag me down. I awoke screaming. The noise still rang in my ears, and coupled with my panic, caused me to flail against my blankets as though they were trying to engulf me. I fell onto the floor with a hard thud, finally coming to rest. My grandfather burst into the room, and my grandmother was close behind him. "Are you okay?" he bellowed, still full of adrenaline even though he was beginning to realize there was no threat. Embarrassed, I kicked the sheets off of me and stood up. Yeah, just had a bad dream," I muttered. As I came to my senses, I realized the noise I had been hearing was the sound of cicadas filling the room, broadcasting their mating calls to the world. Laughing off their overzealous response, my grandparents led me downstairs to breakfast, which I accepted readily. That morning, I walked all the way to the woods without running into Jessie. I stood at the edge of the path, looking back down the road, trying to make out her figure, but nobody was there. Sighing, I walked all the way back to my house, then down to the woods again. There was no sign of her. My adolescent mind filled once more with nightmarish imagery, but I did my best to stay grounded in reality. She was the last person who would have gone across the creek. And if the Oddkids ever ventured out of the woods, surely people around town would talk about them, right? Armed with these rationalizations, I decided to head to our favorite clearing and wait for her. She wasn't there when I arrived. Part of me had expected her to be waiting in the grass, ready to laugh in my face when she learned how I'd walked up and down the path 2 more times before thinking to check our spot. And as an hour slowly ticked by, I began to wonder if something bad really had happened to her. But if something had, what was I going to do about it? I had no idea where she lived, and she was the only kid I knew in the area. Almost unconsciously, I began to head towards the creek. I'd only promised I wouldn't cross it after all, and if she was so concerned about my whereabouts, she would have let me know where she was going to be. Besides, if she had been able to outpace the Oddkids when they were right beside her, I'd be able to get away long before they got close. My legs were filled with a giddy, nervous energy as I began walking, sometimes at a quick pace and others at barely a shuffle. Once the creek itself was in view, I began to move from tree to tree, using them like cover from whatever might lurk on the other side of the creek. I inched closer, cautious to not disturb even a single twig in my approach. Finally, I was only a few yards from the near bank of the creek. I crouched down and quietly got to my hands and knees, closing the last stretch on all fours and keeping a close watch on the trees ahead of me. I hissed out Jessie's name in a low voice, straining my ears into the woods to catch anything of interest, but nothing happened. It was just another ordinary day, and I was just some weird little boy whispering into the forest. I was just about to turn around when a brief flash of movement caught my eye. I hadn't noticed it before because I was scanning the ground, but turning my eyes up, I saw a silhouette of something I couldn't quite make out. It swayed gently in the breeze, as though it was suspended from the branches. The leaves broke up the distant form, which must have been several dozens of feet away, and I immediately forgot my promise to Jessie. I had to know what that thing was. Just as I was about to swing my legs down to the bank of the creek, a call startled me to my feet in the distance. "What are you doing?" Jessie was standing a ways behind me, clinging onto a tree as though she might fall without its support. Though her tone was one of anger, her face was ghost white. She beckoned me towards her, clearly unwilling to go closer to the creek than she was. I twisted my body around, raising an arm to point at the thing I had seen in the treetops, but I couldn't relocate it. I saw something," I said, scanning the leaves for the swaying form. "And with any luck, it didn't see you," she hissed, stamping her foot in the dirt. I shook my head, my boyish curiosity trumping her obvious fear. "Don't be such a scaredy cat," I said, crouching down to see if I could find the figure in the branches. Briefly, I wondered if it had moved, but that seemed impossible. Whatever it wasn't animate. "I'm going across." "No!" Jessie screamed, lunging towards me. I was already startled by her cry, and mid-turn she collided into me at full force, sending both of us tumbling down the bank and into the creek. We yelled and flailed as we fell, both of us landing on my back. The muddy water babbled over us, and I scooted away, pulling myself onto the far bank of the creek. Jessie followed, more out of a desire to get out of the water than anything. "Nice going," I said sarcastically. The water was actually a little refreshing in the summertime heat, but we knew that before long we'd be drowning in humidity, our damp clothes suffocating what little comfort sweating brought. I crawled up onto the opposite side of the creek, once again raising my eyes to the branches to find what I'd seen. "Please, please, can we go?" Jessie was at my side, clutching my arm despite the fact that I was a good half-foot shorter than she was. "We really need to go, please." "Come on, just a little bit further." Wonder and excitement had overtaken all other emotions in my mind. Before, when the creek was just a memory, it was easy to picture a world of monsters lurking just across the way. Now that I was here in the light of day, I felt empowered. I could see that there weren't monsters, so obviously I was safe. I'm lucky to be alive. Tugging Jessie forward, I walked to the spot where I had seen the thing hanging from the trees, but now it was nowhere to be found. From where I was standing, I could still make out the creek, and I tried to imagine myself crouched low on the other side, looking up into the branches. The wind blew lazily through the leaves, shaking them this way and that, but nothing unnatural hung from the canopy. "I saw something right here," I said aloud, justifying my persistence to Jessie. I did feel bad for dragging her somewhere she obviously didn't want to be, and I thought if I had something to show for it, maybe she would have understood. Instead, here I was, staring up into the trees like an idiot with a terrified girl clinging to my side. Her eyes darted back and forth across the tree line, as if waiting for something to suddenly appear and attack us. Unwilling to leave empty-handed, I coaxed us slowly forward. As we pressed on, the woods around us seemed to get quieter, as if we were entering some sort of dead zone in the forest, a place where even the birds and critters refused to go. Jessie's nails dug into my arm, but she stayed right by my side, no longer making any noise except a small whimper with every exhalation. After another 5 or 10 minutes of walking, we came across a rocky outcropping jutting out of the ground and a small hole leading down. Intrigued as I was by the promise of more adventure, something else caught our attention. A strange doll laid, propped up against the mouth of the cave, facing us. Its elongated forehead drooped slightly over its face, making the upper right side of its head concave. Its eyes were small and beady and black, shining in the midday sun, and tufts of hair had been placed onto its scalp in a disorganized manner. It was garbed only in small denim overalls, covering grungy cloth skin. Before I could even draw breath to comment on it, Jessie was fiercely tugging me away. "That's it! That's one of them!" She was practically screaming, raw terror coming through in her voice, but her reaction was scaring me more than the object itself. That was an odd kid? An oversized doll? Calm down, I said, tugging back against her. It can't be. Look at it. It's not breathing. It's just a doll. Wrenching my arm out of her grip, Jessie fell face first into the dirt, but was on her feet a second later. I heard her starting to run and turned to tell her that she didn't have to get any closer if she was scared, that I would go examine it alone. As I stared in her direction, however, my voice caught in my throat. Standing where Jessie and I had been not 20 seconds ago was another doll, only this one was different. It was cleaner and more well-made, as if whoever made the one by the cave had learned from their mistakes. This girl doll was standing beside a tree, watching us with those same all-black eyes, short brown hair matted with dirt, and clumped to her head haphazardly. Her tattered red dress clung desperately to her right shoulder, and beneath it the cloth skin looked much cleaner than the others, much more real. Before I could say a word, Jessie broke the silence. I expected her to shriek, but instead what came out of her mouth was barely a whisper. Emma? The girl doll took a step forward, and my terror levels shot up to their limits. I glanced backwards to see the other doll was pulling itself to its feet, awkwardly shambling towards us. Any doubt I had in Jessie's story evaporated in an instant. The Oddkids were real, and they were right in front of me. Without another moment's hesitation, I grabbed Jessie's wrist, suddenly becoming the one desperate to get us out. Come on, let's go! I yelled at her, but she didn't even seem to hear me. She instead began to walk towards the girl doll, towards Emma, I guessed, though I couldn't see how that could ever have been Jessie's friend. I kept pulling at her arm, even as the thing behind her got closer. Jessie was focusing exclusively on the other girl, blocking out the whole rest of the world. The doll reached out to Jessie, and she raised her own hand out as well. Jess, I began to say, but I was interrupted by a heavy object falling directly onto my best friend, sending her crumpling into the dirt. On top of her was a small, human-like figure, with the head and hands proportionally much smaller than they should have been. Finally, observing one close up, I realized their skin wasn't just dirty cloth. It was rotten, mottled flesh. I scrambled backwards as the little creature gripped Jessie by the hair, tugging her head up painfully. Jessie screamed and crawled at the ground, trying to shove the thing off of her. But the creature she'd called Emma sagged to its knees, clamped a hand over her mouth, then turned its head to look at me. Energy surged to my legs, and I shot upright. I was in full panic mode, operating on a primal instinct to flee. But just as I started to run, I collided into a solid force that knocked me back down to the ground. Another one of those things stood before me, his head flopping awkwardly to the left, just as Jessie had demonstrated. The one I had seen slumped by the cave came into my view, holding a large rock in its hands. Before I could roll out of the way, the weight came down on my head, sending a splitting pain through my skull. My vision went white, and a deafening ringing filled my ears, but I stayed conscious throughout. I could faintly feel things tugging at me, pulling me across the ground as I struggled just to regain my senses. The blinding white slowly faded to an impenetrable black, and the ringing dulled to formless shuffling, and the Oddkids' strange chitters echoing off the walls of the cave. I did my best to stay limp as I was dragged across the rough stone, tearing into my shirt and cutting my flesh. I'm certain I whimpered in pain, but the Oddkids didn't react to it, hauling me further into their lair. Eventually, the motion came to an end. I was propped up against a rough stone wall, and even in the darkness I could tell that one of them was just in front of my face, quietly muttering to itself in those strange, rhythmic noises. Its coarse fingers grabbed my hands and began stretching at strong, thin fabric around my wrist, binding them together. It rapped for what felt like ages until it finally seemed satisfied that my hands weren't going anywhere, then moved onto my ankles to do the same. Once that was done, the thing shuffled away, the noise of its movements getting gradually fainter before disappearing altogether. Meaning to breathe a sigh of relief, I instead let out a choked sob, finally letting myself express the terror I'd felt through the whole ordeal. I'm not ashamed to admit that I sat in the cave and cried, certain I'd never see my parents or grandparents ever again. Only when I heard more movement coming my way did I make any effort to quiet myself. I did my best to control my breathing, sucking in breaths through shuddering gasps and letting them out slowly through my nose. I tried to picture what noises were. Slowly, I put together that someone else was being dragged down the same rough path I had been. They were bringing Jessie back here, too. For a brief moment, I felt hope. As selfish as it is to admit, at the very least I took comfort in knowing I wouldn't have to suffer alone. Part of me even entertained the notion that perhaps together Jessie and I could escape this cave and never, ever come back to these awful woods again. Of course, the reality of this plan had many obstacles. The cave was utterly dark, something that didn't seem to affect the Oddkids one bit. For all I knew, there was one sitting in the room with me, silently watching and waiting for me to make a move so it could pounce on me again and finish the job. On top of that, they easily outnumbered us. The odds were stacked against us in every conceivable way. Jessie noisily entered the room in which I was kept, and her muffled screaming gave me a sense of the dimensions of the room. It seemed smaller than I expected. Likely only a little bigger than my own bedroom. Still, it was plenty big for storing the two of us. Just as I was wondering if they would leave Jessie and me alone together, the room was filled with a soft blue luminescence. One of the Oddkids, I couldn't tell which, with their back turned to me, was brushing their fingers against a strange kind of moss on the far wall, and the agitation sparked a chain reaction across the entire plant. Tendrils of blue light arced over the wall in a brilliant pattern, the illumination branching off itself like a snowflake before finally filling in, covering the wall in the most beautiful display I'd ever seen. And there, in front of the glowing moss, was Jessie. She'd been laid out on an obviously man-made dirt platform, and her struggles stilled as puffs of spores from the glowing moss fell onto her. The Oddkid stood over her, observing for a moment before bending forward over her. In my life, I had never heard the sound of flesh tearing, but the very first time was unmistakable. I jerked at the noise, as if it had been my own skin, and my heart beat so fast I worried that it would give me away. I screwed my eyes shut and just listened, as the Oddkid did God knows what to my helpless friend, only a few feet away from my face. Mustering up what courage I could, I began to work the bonds around my wrist against a jagged rock, working just slow enough to not make too much noise. The ripping noise soon gave way to gurgles and wet squishing, but I didn't allow myself to picture it. Instead, I thought about my grandparents, about seeing their warm smiles one more time. I thought about the airplane that would take me out of Mississippi, and I thought of every excuse I could ever use for the rest of my life to keep me from getting on another plane back. I had to survive this. I had to. Sure enough, the ropes came free with enough effort. Once they were weak enough, I managed to pull them apart with brute strength, the fibers tearing away from each other with a soft sound, something that was almost pleasing, contrasted against the disturbing noises coming across from the room. I groped around in the near dark, my fingers moving from rock to rock until I found something loose enough and big enough that I felt comfortable with it. I now stared directly at the Oddkid, its back still turned as it performed its macabre ritual on my friend. Sawing the rock across the ropes around my ankles, I worked my nerve up to what I was going to have to do next. Armed with the rock, I was going to attack the Oddkid, knocking them out with one good blow. Fair play, I thought to myself. Next, I would grab Jessie and hoist her over my shoulder. She was taller than me, sure, but I wasn't a weak kid. After that, we would sneak out of the cave somehow, then sprint back to my grandparents' house and be safe. The wraps across my ankles fell away, and I slowly stretched my legs out before getting them underneath me. The Oddkid was still oblivious to me, and part of me hated that. Here I was, about to bash in its skull with a rock, and it didn't even consider me enough of a threat to turn around and check on me. "Hey," I whispered. The rock clutched tight in my fist as I held it out to the side behind my head. The Oddkid finally swiveled around, and I stared into its soulless black eyes one last time before bringing the weapon across. The sensation was nothing like I expected. Instead of a solid blow and a resonating crack, my hand squelched through its blotchy skin with little resistance. I stood there, stunned and staring into its remaining eye as its face hung loosely around my wrist. Soft scratches made their way across my hand, and I jerked it back, the force of my fist pulling out of its head, tearing another gouge through the skin that was not skin. Looking down at my hand, I saw the single most horrific thing I have ever seen in my life. Instead of brains, blood, and gore covering my hand, there were bugs. Centipedes, spiders, ants, and more, too numerous to count, swarmed over my skin. The bag of flesh before me slumped to its knees before kneeling over, its occupant surging out of the hole in its neck. I lost it. I screamed at the top of my lungs and beat my arm against the wall of the cave, sloughing off the vermin and sheets. Through the chaos, I called out Jessie's name, forgetting at the time that I had already expected her to be unconscious at best. Her head tilted to the side, and she raised herself up on her elbows, staring at me. My heart swelled, thinking for a moment that, if nothing else, at least we would get out of this alive, when the azure glow of the moss reflected off at Jessie's all-black eyes. I ran. Through the darkness, I ran, heedless of the frantic chittering that echoed off the stone all around me. I ran into every single twist and turn in those tight tunnels, still struggling to scrape off all the bugs off my arm. With every passing moment, I expected to feel the Oddkids' hands wrapped around my legs, drag me back to that room and do to me what they'd done to Jessie. Turn me into one of them. Finally, I saw a thin shaft of light at the end of the darkness. I scrambled out of the cave and into the open woods, the full moon giving me plenty of illumination to find my way. Through the entire sprint, I tore at the flesh of my arm with my fingernails, scraping off the remnants of the Oddkid as they wriggled and crawled across me. The entire run is mostly a blur now. I didn't stop once, didn't even peek behind me for fear of seeing those things one more time. When I burst into my grandparents' house, the two of them were both awake, sitting up in the living room waiting for me. I must have told a tale with a single look because their stern expressions melted upon seeing my eyes, and they stayed up with me the rest of the night. Sitting on the couch, wrapped in a blanket, I just stared out the window at the dusty road that led from the house, praying that I wouldn't see Jessie walking down it. The next day, after I'd slept and eaten, my grandparents tried to coax out of me what happened. I didn't know what to tell them. Eventually, I told them I'd just fallen asleep in the woods and had a nightmare, freaked myself out, and ran home crying. They hugged me and laughed gently, and my grandpa said I should call ahead next time I'm going to worry them half to death. I smiled, and Jessie's face appeared in my mind's eye. I didn't let myself be alone for the rest of the vacation. This meant staying indoors for the most part, something I was more than fine with. When word got out that Jessie hadn't been home in a few days and people started searching, my grandparents asked me if I knew anything about it. I wanted to tell them about the Oddkids. I should have said something. I know that now. But like the scared child I was, I just said I didn't, and they left it at that. 3 weeks later, I got on a plane and went home, and for the first time since the cave, I felt like I could breathe again. I no longer had the threat of the Oddkids looming over me, just waiting for a moment's lapse in the readiness so they could pounce. I'd like to say that I don't know what happened to Jessie, that her fate remains a mystery, but that would be the coward's way out. Jessie died because of me, because of my hubris, my curiosity, and my stupid thirst for adventure. Jessie lost her life. This was something I think about every day, even some 30 years later, and it hurts just as much as the very first time I realized it. Thousands of miles and a couple of decades now lay between me and the worst summer of my life. But it isn't perspective that's prompted me to finally write out my tale. My daughter Maggie has been getting excited about collecting bugs, and as uneasy as it may make me, I'm not the kind to stop her. What really unsettles me about it is how her bugs act. Every time she brings me one of her little jars, the bug inside watches me. I know how crazy this sounds. I know bugs don't see like you and I, but it's like they want me to know that they know I'm there. I went into my daughter's room a few days ago when she was out at school and picked up her ant farm to see what would happen. I expected them to freeze, to turn and look at me, but instead they went into a frenzy. Every last ant swarmed the side of the container, crawling over each other and climbing against the plastic that separated them and my right hand. The hand the bugs were on for minutes as I stumbled blindly through that cave, frantically clawing them off. I watched, horrified, as the ants literally tore each other apart to be the one closest to my hand. What did the Oddkids do to me? The Face in the Fog by Craig Groshek, narrated by Otis Gyrie. Years ago, I lived in a large two-story house that overlooked Pilchuck Tree Farm in Arlington, Washington. I owned 50 acres of beautiful land filled with horses and dogs, with my own private 25-stall barn and an indoor area for riding during the winter. I named my equestrian center Dutch Mills Farm because most of my family is from Holland. For 15 years, I lived happily in that home with my wife, earning a living boarding and breeding the horses of the well-to-do in and around town, for a fair price, of course. Unfortunately, all that happiness came to a horrible end as I looked up my bathroom window one foggy, moonlit night. The night it happened, a beautiful full moon illuminated the tree farm next door. The thick layer of fog looked like an enormous white blanket of cotton lying across the top of the trees. As I watched and listened peacefully to the sounds of the rural countryside through my open window, all of that tranquil beauty was interrupted suddenly as a dark shape slowly lifted out of the fog and then slowly disappeared from sight. In the short time it took the shadow to flit in and out of the fog, I didn't get a good look at it, and so I had no idea what it was. It didn't return, and I had a big day the next morning, so I had no choice but to shrug it off. I shut the window, turned in for the night, and forgot all about it. A few days later, I found myself settled down and ready to climb into bed, looking forward to relaxing with the local newspaper and catching up on current events. As I began to peruse the day's stories, my eye was drawn to one title in particular. Authorities continue search for livestock thieves. According to the news report, there had been several incidents in recent days involving animals disappearing, mainly cows, goats, and a few horses. One report mentioned that a cow had been found mutilated in an unusual fashion. Apparently, it had been sawn in half, right down the middle. After reading the gruesome reports, I started making sure all of my horses were locked away in the stalls at night instead of letting them roam about, and my dogs were locked inside before sunset as well. It was near midnight the next night when I found myself restless and having trouble falling asleep. In no mood to spend the night tossing and turning, I slowly forced myself up and quietly found my way to the master bath, trying not to wake my wife. I grabbed a glass and filled it with water, then fumbled around the top drawer trying to find my sleeping pills. A few minutes later, after swallowing a pill or two, I found myself staring once more at the tree farm, again bathed in a sea of eerie fog. Whether it was because of the recent news reports I had read, or simply because of the remarkably similar weather, the memory of the other night crept back to the surface of my mind. I couldn't tell you how long I stood there, staring, but it was long enough for the medicine to start kicking in. Eventually I decided to go to bed, but then, just as I turned to head out of the bathroom, It happened. The dark shape emerged from the fog. I watched with a combination of dread and fascination as the shadowy figure rose above the quilt of fog. It looked like a human head. No torso, no appendages. Just a bulbous head hovering in the fog. It must have been the size of a car. I squinted my eyes in an attempt to get a better look, but the medication made it hard to focus. I thought I could make out some features. It seemed feminine in a way. A moment later, I froze in my terror. My God, it was staring directly at me. But the next thing I knew, everything went black. By the time my wife discovered me lying unconscious in the bathroom, it was early morning, and the sun was just beginning to peek over the tree line. As I came out of my medication-induced haze, I became aware that I must have completely destroyed the glass I had been drinking from the night before. Dozens of jagged shards littered the tile floor. Then, just as I began to consider how lucky it was that I hadn't cut myself, the events of the prior evening came creeping back, and soon I remembered what I had seen. I dared not tell anyone. Besides, it may have been nothing more than a hallucination, the impossible apparition, a product of my medication. I rationalized that everything I'd witnessed had been my imagination, not some giant monster roaming the nearby forest. In the end, I decided not to share my experiences with my family or friends. They never would have believed me anyway. Later that same evening, however, the fog rolled in yet again, a recurring reminder of the things I'd seen, or thought I'd seen. As I lay in bed, my curiosity began to grow. Until at last it threatened to consume me. I had to be sure, had to confirm that the ghastly apparition was nothing more than a byproduct of my medication, and not something else. Instead of popping a pill that night, I grabbed my camera and made a commitment to wait until midnight in order to satisfy my curiosity. If the thing I'd seen was indeed a hallucination, resulting from my daily cocktail of exhaustion and drugs, the truth would soon become clear. And if it was still there, well, I preferred not to consider that. When the appointed time came, I got out of bed and grabbed my camera off the nightstand beside my bed. I made it to the window without incident and raised the camera to eye level, prepared to document my findings, or lack thereof. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the rise and fall of my wife's chest as she slept heavily. In a way, I envied her. As far as sleep was concerned, she was my polar opposite. Whereas I couldn't sleep a wink without a sleep aid in those days, there was a good chance she could nap through a hurricane and literally depended on me to wake her in the morning. I sighed and turned back to the task at hand. That night, the previously full moon was waning, and as a result, it was much darker than it had been on previous nights. The thickest fog I'd seen in years complicated things further, but in spite of the reduction in visibility, the moon still cast enough light for me to see for some distance. So I stood there, like a sentry guarding a frontier outpost, waiting for something, anything, to happen. I waited for over an hour without spotting anything out of the ordinary. It's then that I began to feel like an idiot. What on earth am I doing? I thought to myself. I ought to be in bed, getting some much-needed sleep, not staring at a deserted stretch of forest. Resigning myself to the fact that my medication was far too strong and causing me to see things and making a mental note to speak with my doctor in the morning about switching prescriptions, I put the camera in the bathroom drawer. That way, I wouldn't need to explain to my wife what I was doing with a camera in the middle of the night. Then I closed the drawer and took one last look out the window, and I froze. My blood turned to ice in my veins. My heart leapt into my throat. I couldn't breathe. No, it couldn't be, I thought. It isn't possible. Hovering above the fog, a monstrous face stared at me, its large orb-like eyes gazing directly into mine while it emitted an unsettling, monotonous humming sound. A palpable dread overtook me. I'd never been so afraid in my life. I'd seen that look before, upon the visage of a feral cat as it eyes an unsuspecting squirrel. Then, seemingly out of nowhere and quite unexpectedly, the face, which still to me resembled a woman's, actually smiled at me. A smile so sincere that, had it not been for what it did next, I might have admitted to being a poor judge of character and called it benevolent. In moments, the smile faded from the thing's face as it first parted its lips and then began licking them. The way it swayed and hummed, like the low-pitched whine of the wind passing through hollow reeds, was so hypnotic, almost sensual, that I didn't notice at first when it began salivating. I stared for what I am sure was only moments, but felt like hours, before I realized there was more to it, her, than just a face. Below its fantastically enormous head, it had several twisted arm-like appendages. At the end of one of these, clutched in what can only be described as a horribly disfigured hand, was a fully grown cow. As I watched the morbid scene, spellbound, it brought the animal to its gaping mouth. All the while the cow strained against its captor, struggling to escape, and made the most horrible sounds I've ever heard escape from a living thing. Unbelievably, my wife slept through the whole thing. Then, as quickly as the monster had appeared, it bit the cow in half and swallowed first one end of it, then the other without chewing. I vomited over and over again, heaving and retching until my stomach ached. When the pain finally subsided, I rose fearfully and gazed out the window, praying that it would be gone, but it wasn't. As I watched in horror, the thing parted its gore-soaked lips, exposing row upon row of serrated razor-like teeth, and lapped up the rivulets of blood streaming down its vile face, humming and swaying all the while in its sickeningly seductive way. Then, as quickly as it had come, it vanished into the same fog from which it had emerged. When I emerged from my stupor several minutes later, I realized I hadn't taken a single picture of the thing. I hadn't even attempted it. I cursed myself silently while I checked to make sure all the doors and windows were locked, and all the shades drawn, then inhaled a couple of sleeping pills and collapsed on the downstairs, blacking out until dawn. The next day, I investigated the area where the monster had appeared, half expecting to find that my experience had been a dream. Near the tree line, however, exactly where the thing had appeared the night before, there was evidence to the contrary. Enough congealed blood, along with fragments of bone and matted, oily tufts of black and white fur, to convince even the most stalwart city-dweller that the gruesome remains before them had once belonged to a cow. I made plans to have my horses moved immediately, and I found a place for my wife and I to rent until I could sell our property. I rushed my wife into a cheap motel in town, several miles away, with only the briefest of explanations, simply showing her the newspaper article about the livestock disappearances and telling her I saw a large pack of wolves outside our window the other night, and I was certain they were responsible, and we were going to come after our horses next. She bought it, thankfully. I made the decision to stay at Dutch Mills Farm one more night. To this day, I don't know why, but I felt utterly compelled to see the thing again, to get a picture of it. I needed proof. And maybe, just maybe, I wanted to see it sway and hear it hum one more time. Just one last time. Once more, I took a pass on my sleeping pills and waited near the window until midnight, camera by my side. For hours I waited patiently, fully expecting to see it raise its head out of the fog in preparation for another grisly display, but nothing happened. Disappointed, but remaining vigil, I went to bed with the only gun I owned under my pillow, and I slept fairly well, knowing I had a loaded weapon mere inches from my face, and that my family was in a motel miles from there. The next morning I awoke to the familiar sound of birds chirping, of leaves rustling in the trees. I stretched, got up, got dressed, and walked over to the large bedroom window and opened the curtain, where I expected to see the usual panoramic view of the neighboring tree farm, with the blue sky overhead and green trees as far as the eye could see. I instead found myself staring at a pair of lip prints, about 4 feet across, on my window. Failing to realize what it all meant at first, my thought at first was that it looked like dripping lipstick. But I knew better. As I looked closer, my fears were confirmed. The lip prints were made of blood. The blood of what or whom, I hope I never find out. As abhorrent as the scene was, I couldn't take my eyes off of it. I stood transfixed, staring for what felt like hours, and then another realization hit me. The bloody prints were not on the outside of my window. They were on the inside. The message was clear. This thing, she, was inside my house while I was sleeping, under the influence of sleeping pills and unable to be roused, and could have done worse to me than she did to the cow. Whether the bloody prints were a threat or a goodbye kiss, I will never know. I didn't want to find out. That same morning, I cleaned up the bloody mess, packed up, and hightailed it. I never looked back, never did get to take a picture, and never got the proof I thought I wanted. Not that I needed any. I never did tell my family, friends, or the police about any of what happened. They would sooner have me institutionalized than take my word about something so unbelievable. And I stopped taking my medication. I simply couldn't handle the thought of something creeping up on me again while I sleep. And I have alarms on all of my doors and windows. It took some time to convince my wife of the need when she had no idea what had happened to me, but I can be persuasive when I mean to be. All things considered, however, it's not the lack of evidence or closure that bothers me most, to this day. The second-floor bedroom window in my new home also overlooks a field, which until this past week had provided a wonderfully scenic view of a nearby river and an oak and maple-studded forest beyond. What bothers me most these days is that on certain foggy nights, when I can't sleep and refuse to take a sleeping pill again, I can't help but go to the window and keep vigil. And on some of those nights, when the beautiful full moon cast its glow upon the wilderness beyond my yard, when the thick layer of fog again resembles an enormous white blanket of cotton lying across the top of the trees, I watch and listen, and I swear I can make out dark shapes hovering quietly in the gathering mist, watching me before they disappear into the forest. And most nights, I can make out the faintest humming sound carried upon the breeze, like the low-pitched whine of the wind passing through hollow reeds. In the Bayou by Nihilist, narrated by Otis Gyrie. If you want to understand why I left the place I was at, you're really just going to have to hear the entire story, sure? You won't believe it, of course, but your skepticism means nothing. Because what I saw that night on the bayou has been with me ever since. In my mind, in my thoughts, and sometimes even my dreams. It exists as a disturbing memory that I cannot shake away. That will never go away just so long as I live. It will be one of those things so terrifying that it'll still be just as keen in my mind on my deathbed as it was the day it occurred. But whether you believe it or not, I'll tell it to you anyway. It's not only to serve as a warning, a plea for caution, if you ever find yourself near the swamps late at night. At the time, I was working at a shitty little fast food place. Now, sure, the only thing worse than working at a shitty fast food place is working at a shitty fast food place on the night shift by yourself without a vehicle, especially when you just so happen to live in the heart of rural Louisiana. Such was my case some years ago, the night that this event happened to me. During this time, I lived quite a few miles away from the restaurant I worked at, and due to my lack of a vehicle or any access to a public bus system, I was dependent on others for my transportation to and from work. One night, after a busy evening of serving customers, I closed the store and locked up the restaurant. When I phoned for my ride, nobody answered. Now, I'm not here to throw a pity party, but I can't help but to express anger at the fact that the person who drove me to and fro to work was my roommate, who had a car but no fucking job, and I was basically the only person in our house who paid the rent at this time. And this loser had the carelessness to fall asleep, leaving me no fucking option but to walk again. This was not the first time this had happened. The first time this had happened, it took me an hour and a half to get home, walking briskly. And to those who have never been to the rural regions of Louisiana, you got no clue, Shaw. Here we have what is called a bayou. It's basically a swamp. Thick, murky, moist, frog-laden, mosquito-swarming, gator-infested, crappy-smelling swamp, with thick, tall grass, cattails, cypress trees, and heaves of pond scum. Ugh. Ugh. And I just so happened to live on the bayou, all the way down a long dirt road with hardly any lights for the streets and thick swamp on both sides of the road. There are no side roads, and the houses down this street, they separated sometimes by more than a quarter-mile apart. It's not merely spooky walking down this road at night, it's fucking terrifying. You hear sounds, both real and imagined, coming from the bayou, chirping, croaking, howling, grunting animals. The rustling of leaves and branches in the canopy of the cypress trees, and the splashing water from underneath them. That's the worst. Well, you can hear the sound of something lurking nearby abruptly dunk underwater. It could be a turtle, a snake, or a gator. You never know. You just keep walking, with your teeth and hands clenched tight, hoping nothing crawls through the tall grass next to you and onto the road. Or even worse than the subtle dunking sounds, the sudden splashes that happen when you're walking and scare a toad or a frog and it jumps into the water. Their sound makes you almost shit yourself as you begin a running spree that lasts about 3 seconds before you realize what it was, and then you left with your heart pounding so hard that the sound of your blood gushing in your temples scares you just as much. These are the types of things that happen when you're in the bayou. This is what I had to look forward to that night as my asshole roommate slept, sprawled out on the sofa with the television set probably tuned into reruns of the Three Stooges and the Marx Brothers. Ugh. And don't get the impression that I simply called once and gave up. You can trust that his cell had around 7 or so missed calls, 3 very unfriendly voicemails, and several aggressive text messages. I could just imagine his phone laying in another room of the house, softly vibrating, in my desperate attempts to reach him as he snored. But eventually I gave up, and having just about no other friends to contact in the area as a recourse, I stopped by the nearby gas station, grabbed an energy drink, and began my ways back home. Now, you must understand, Shaw, the first 30 or so minutes of my walk, not so bad. I'm still in the most populated part of town, and there are streetlights, stores, houses, and cars passing by in large numbers. That's important. If there are a lot of cars going by you, you feel safer than when there are very few cars going by. Because when there are only 1 or 2 cars that pass you every 3 minutes, that means there could be a psychopath in one of those cars, and they may have just enough time to stop by and murder you without being caught. But if there are a lot of cars around, there may be psychopaths passing by, but they'll most likely not kill you then because there are too many people around to witness the crime. At least that's my reasoning. I digress. No psychopaths pulled up next to me as I walked out this part of town. Next, there comes a time in my journey where I have to turn down several suburban neighborhoods and walk some streets to get to where I'm going. And here's where things get a little less safe, and I have to be a little more cautious. There's less traffic down these roads, and you never know when some punk or gang may be hanging out in some empty lot or house who might mess with you or try to pick a fight or mug you or just take an empty bottle of malt liquor and bash your skull in, as an initiation ritual or something. These are the thoughts that go through my head as I walk this region, and they keep me on my toes, until I reach a point where houses become fewer and fewer and the bayou begins. This is where the dirt road leading to my home is, and that's where I found myself this night, on foot. I looked down the narrow road. You can only see so far before it fades into misty darkness. I resented that I would have to spend the next hour walking its distance until I reached home. But anger took hold of fear when I thought about how all of this could have been spared if not for the neglect and carelessness of my roommate. When I got home, I was really going to have it in for him. I truly considered at that time the possibility of physically smacking his damn face. And with this thought in mind, I launched defiantly down their road. And the further I walked, the darker it became, until no light shined but the stars and the sliver of the moon above me. Very soon, the sound of any vehicle was completely non-existent. There was just me, the road, and the bayou, and whatever creatures dwelt there. I heard the crickets chirp, and the frogs croak, and the occasional bird coo. To avoid fear, I focused on their chorus and let their sounds preoccupy my mind. I walked watching my shoes press into the sandy dirt as I placed one foot in front of the other. I could count my steps until I reached 100, and then I'd begin again. I tried to lose myself in the repetition. My shoes became damper and damper, and I felt the soles of my feet become moist. I stopped counting to ponder whether I should smack my roommate with a wet sock. But my thought was interrupted when I glanced up for a moment and saw that I was not alone on this road. A sharp panic seized my heart, and I became very nervous. Oh, pshaw, a long distance up ahead of me, I could discern the soft silhouette of a figure. It was so far away that I could not tell whether it was moving ahead or in my direction. I froze, and I could feel the blood gushing in my temples. What were the chances of there being some malicious punk walking this street at this night looking to rob me or pick a fight? This was the reassuring thought I had as I tried to convince myself that I was safe. I tried to keep calm, to not let my nerves get the best of me. I mean, whoever this was probably just as frightened of the prospects of me as I was of them, if they had already detected me, that is. I did not know what to do. Run? There's only two directions, Shaw. Continue walking? What were the risks? As I stood there, I saw that the figure was indeed moving in my direction, and its form was becoming more defined. And this was the time I began to notice how awkward it was moving. The figure did not walk normal. It didn't bob up and down, like how a normal person looks like when they walk. What was coming towards me, it would seem from my perspective, moved in short, quick, jerking movements. I could see from what light was present how its twitchy limbs projected from its torso, and how it was getting closer, and how its head stuck out from a neck that was longer than any human neck should be, and how at this time I could now faintly hear the noises that it seemed to make, the sound of suckling, and how it was moving quicker, and how its face lifted and I could see its eyes glare like glowing yellow beads, and how these beady wide eyes locked onto mine staring at me, and how it stopped, and how we both were there motionless yards away looking at each other, and how it then let out the most ungodly, inhuman screech I've ever heard, like a pig being gutted. It squealed violently, and the sound resounded through the bayou, and the chirping and croaking of crickets and frogs stopped. Everything stopped. Oh, pshaw! And the rumbling and humbling was all that could be heard afterwards. The rumbling and humming of a motor ahead, a vehicle speeding toward us, tires racing loudly. The thing in front of me hunched over and turned to see the headlights beaming our way. It hissed, getting down on all fours, only pausing for a moment to turn back towards me, gawking at me with its wide eyes before crawling hastily into the swamp. The vehicle that scared the thing away was my roommate's car. He never saw it, whatever it was, and I never wanted to see it again. But pshaw, I moved as soon as I could, and I have not been there since.
Rocking Horse Creek by C.K. Walker. Narrated by Otis Gyrie. My brother Teddy died December 11th, 1999, during our annual family Christmas party. He was 12 and I was 9. I wish I could say it wasn't my fault, but at the end of the day, the whole thing had been my idea. I'm from Woodbury, Minnesota, as is my entire extended family. Every Christmas, my parents would host a holiday party to eat, drink, and gossip. It was always a boring event, but I loved seeing all my cousins. The adults usually stuck us kids in the basement or the loft, but that year, my brother convinced them to let us go sledding at the park instead. We bundled up in our purple Vikings parkas and loaded up the sleds with blankets and our pockets with hand warmer packets. Then me, my brother, and our cousins, Mike and Jeff, set off at the sledding hill, which was about a half-mile down the road. As soon as we were out of view of the house, Teddy stopped. "You guys want to do something fun?" he asked. "Hell yeah, of course." "I want to go sledding," I muttered. "Yeah, well, sledding is for babies," said Jeff. "That's what I was thinking, too," his brother added. Teddy smiled. "Good, because I want to take you guys somewhere way more awesome." "Where are we going?" I asked nervously. "Mom and Dad will get mad if they look for us in the park and we're not there." They won't look. They're too drunk, Teddy laughed. But I think we should go to Rocking Horse Creek, he added cruelly. Rocking Horse Creek was actually more of a small river than creek, but it had been called that for as long as I can remember. The creek had been named by neighborhood kids who found an almost life-sized rocking horse sitting abandoned and half submerged in the water. No one knew where it had come from, as no one knew the actual name of the river, because no one had ever been stupid enough to tell their parents that they went there. But Rocking Horse Creek is almost a half-hour walk from here, I whined. I was already cold and didn't feel like walking that far. Mike snorted. Don't be a baby. There are extra blankets if you're cold, plus hand warmer packets in your pockets. Yeah, Jeff added, and if you want, we can pull you along on the sled just like the baby you are. Mike and Jeff laughed, but Teddy didn't, and he punched Jeff in the arm. Stop it, you guys. I'm not a baby. And why go to the creek anyway? It's probably ice. Because it'll look hella cool, Teddy said. Yeah, I want to go, said Mike. We could tie our jacket strings to some sticks and go ice fishing. Yeah. Well, I'm really good at ice fishing, I lied, so I have to go so I can help you. Sure you are, Jeff rolled his eyes. The walk didn't take an hour. It was more like 35 minutes, though it did feel longer due to the cold. When we approached, we saw that the river was indeed frozen over. The ice looked several feet thick, though it was hard to tell. Mike and Jeff were really excited about it and kept testing their weight on the thinner ice of the riverbank. I sat down on my sled and drew a couple of blankets around me. I'm smaller than them, so I'm colder, I justified to myself. Ted, Mike, and Jeff stood on the riverbank and threw rocks onto the ice to see if they could break it. When they failed to produce even the smallest crack, Jeff announced it was time to play Ricochet Dare. I hated Ricochet Dare. As soon as Jeff suggested it, I felt a cold stone drop in the pit of my stomach. Ricochet Dare was something we'd been playing since we were little kids. The rule stated that if you dared to do something and you didn't do it, the game would end and you would be the new wuss. And this ridicule would go on for weeks or even months. However, if you did go do it, and then you got to dare someone in return. Generally, the dares start off mild, but with every round the stakes get higher. The game would only end when someone inevitably wussed out, and of course, that person was usually me. But not this time, I thought, as I shrugged off my blankets and stood up, pushing my hat up from my eyes. I had to redeem myself and make Teddy proud. I had to show them I wasn't a baby. Come on, Jeff yelled at me. You go first. Okay, what's the dare? I asked with false bravado. Jeff said. Okay, you have to take 3 steps out onto the ice. I eyed the frozen river warily. 3 steps? Yep, and not baby steps, real steps. Stop it, I'm not a baby. Then prove it. I took my first step lightly and paid close attention to the give of the slippery mass beneath me. There was none that I could feel, and the ice made no sound of protest underneath my feet. I took the 2 last steps quickly, then turned around and half-skated back to shore. My brother gave me a huge smile and a high-five. I dared Mike to take 4.5 steps. Mike dared Ted to do 6 steps. Ted dared Jeff to do 10 steps. And then Jeff dared me to walk all the way to the opposite shore. The ice hadn't made a sound since we started the game, instead remaining as silent as death. Still, there was something unsettling stringing through the cold air and in the silence. I stalled for as long as I could, trying to decide if I should complain. Jeff's dare was actually 2 dares, and I didn't think that was fair. Technically, I would have to do it twice, once to get to the opposite shore and once to get back. I was afraid of falling through to the cold water I knew was raging by under the ice. Come on, don't be a baby, just do it, Mike said. Little baby, afraid of the icy-wicey, Jeff mocked. Stop it, you guys, I'm not a baby. This dare isn't fair. It's 2 dares. My voice was drowned out by Jeff and Mike's mock baby cries. I looked at Teddy for help, but he was laughing. Laughing. My older brother didn't even attempt to stick up for me. He was joining in with them. I felt my lower lip wobble and tears filled my eyes. Don't cry. Babies cry. You're not a baby. I jerked my head back to the river so they couldn't see my red face and treacherous tears. I felt a sob begin to bubble up through my throat, and I knew I couldn't let them hear it. I would die before I let them see me cry. I took a deep breath and ran across the ice as fast as I could, and for a moment I actually hoped I did fall through. They would be in so much trouble, and they would feel so sorry that they'd made fun of me and called me a baby. With every slap of my foot, I listened for the telltale sound of cracking ice. But none came, and before I knew it, I was on the other side. I raised my fists in the air triumphantly and waited for the cheers. When I turned to look back, they were still standing in a circle together, laughing. They hadn't even been watching me. They missed the entire dare. And I wanted to cry all over again. I swallowed the tears and was about to yell that I wanted to go home. But just then I noticed something dangling from the tree above them. How had I forgotten? I was the only one who had noticed it, and I realized it was my ticket to revenge and redemption. But who to dare? I stood silently watching them as they joked with each other and pointed at each of them in turn, silently mouthing to myself, "Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch a tiger by the toe. If he hollers, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo." My finger landed on Teddy. Good, I thought. He was supposed to be my brother. He deserves it the most. I cleared my throat. "I dare!" I yelled across the small river, interrupting them. They turned to look at me, almost surprised to see me standing on the other shore. So they had forgotten about me. "I dare," I started with renewed anger, "Teddy, to rope swing across the creek and land on this side." There was silence as, in tandem, all three looked up at the rope hanging from the tree above them. During the summer, we would take turns swinging on it and cannonballing into the water, and if you pushed off the tree hard enough, you could actually make it to the other side of the creek. I'd seen my brother do it many times. Teddy's eyes got wide, and he looked at me as if I'd sentenced him to death. Jeff and Mike immediately started prodding him, telling him not to be a wuss. I smiled smugly from the other side of the river. I hoped he'd failed the dare. It'd be just what he deserved. It didn't take much name-calling for Teddy to climb the tree and grab onto the rope. He tested it a few times, then hung on it with all his weight. It held like it always had. "When I get over there, I'm going to dare you to do jumping jacks in the middle of the creek," he yelled at me. That's when I realized my mistake. If Teddy dared me to do that, I would most certainly wuss out, and then they'd tease me until Easter. I sent up a prayer, silent prayer, up to God that Teddy didn't make it to the other side of the river. "On 3, Mike yelled to Teddy. I watched Teddy count silently to himself, then push off from the tree as hard as he could. He swung in a long, deep arc just like he always did. I watched the scene with my fingers crossed, hoping the rope wouldn't go far enough and they would have to land back on the other riverbank. His dare unfulfilled and the game ended. But I could tell immediately that he was going to make it and somberly stepped backward to make room for him to land. And then suddenly, the loudest sound I've ever heard before or since rang through the air like a gunshot. Teddy broke through as soon as he hit the ice, and the rope and tree branch followed him down into the darkness below. I felt my feet moving under me as I slipped and slid my way out to where he had gone in. Sheer panic, crushing my chest like a vice. All three of us were on our bellies, groping for the angry, jagged hole within 10 seconds. We searched the watery void, but all we could feel was the tree branch below us. Within a minute, we couldn't feel anything at all. Our hands and arms had gone numb. Jeff pulled Mike and I to our feet and started running for the sleds. "Leave his sled here. We need to get out of here now." I felt cold and dead. I stumbled blindly toward the sound of my cousin's voice. "We need to save Teddy. I want Teddy. He's in the ice." You have to get Mom and Dad. But I was blubbering so badly by the end that I doubt they understood a word of it. And despite my slurred protests, I followed them into the woods, confused and cold. But after a while, I couldn't feel the cold anymore. I couldn't feel any pain in my heart or my body. In fact, I couldn't feel anything at all. Mike didn't say a word for the entire walk back, but Jeff went on and on about the plan. We would just say that Teddy decided to go home before us, and that he had said he was going to take a shortcut through the woods, the other woods on the far side of the road. I just nodded for a while, even smiled at his plan. God, to this day I don't know why I smiled. We were almost home by the time I began to process what he was saying. No, I have to tell Dad to save Teddy, I told him. I was surprised by how flat my voice sounded. Mike just kept walking forward in a daze, but Jeff whirled around on me. It's too late to save him, but you can save yourself. It's your fault that this happened because it was your dare. They will take you to jail for murder and put you on death row. It's an open and shut case. You can't tell anyone, ever, anything. And I don't know why I believed him, but I did. The hardest part of the day wasn't watching my brother die or the long, cold walk home. The hardest part by far was pretending like nothing was wrong when we got there. What do you mean you haven't seen Teddy? He should have been back by now. He started home an hour before us. I couldn't keep my poker face for very long, though, and I started to cry. My dad thought it was because I was so cold that my skin had begun to turn to white. Search and Rescue searched the wrong woods for the next 24 hours because they believed our story. The sledding hill had been crowded that day, but a couple of people were sure they'd seen us there. The day after that, they intended to search the other side of the forest, the side Teddy was actually on, but a blizzard rolled in overnight and that search was called off. My parents were told that wherever Teddy was, he was almost certainly dead. Parents in the neighborhood stopped letting their children play in the woods, even in the summer. My own parents wouldn't let me leave the house for a year. I grew up angry and spiteful. I hated everyone, but no one more than myself. I applied to college just to get away from my parents, whose constant love and support felt vile and wrong to me. I wished they'd have had another kid so they could give their love to someone deserving and stop talking about Teddy all the time. I got into the U of M. My grades sucked and I drank a lot. My parents pressured me to excel since I was their last horse in the race. I never returned their calls or emails. I lived with the guilt. Just barely, but I lived with it. If nothing else, I could take a bit of pride in the fact that I was surviving. Drunkenly one night, I finally told a couple of my close friends about it. They agreed that it wasn't my fault that shit happens, and Teddy wouldn't want me to dwell on it. I made the dare, but he climbed the rope. That night was a turning point for me. After being validated by people who actually knew the truth, I cut back on the drinking and I picked up my grades for the last 2 semesters, and somehow it was enough to graduate. A year later, I got an invitation to an engagement party at my parents' house. Cousin Jeff was getting married to a girl he'd met in the Navy, and I was invited to celebrate their love with them. As much as I always hated going back home, I wanted to support Jeff. Somehow, just knowing that he was living a full life despite our shared burden made me feel hopeful, like I could too. The party was quieter and more reserved than the parties my parents threw when we were kids. They had become less fun since Teddy's death, more refined, more somber. Jeff was quieter than I remembered too, but he was clearly happy with his new fiancée, who seemed like a very nice girl. And though a wide smile was spread across his face, his eyes betrayed a certain guardedness, especially when he looked at me. I got up the courage to talk to him only once. We shared an awkward hug, and I congratulated him on the engagement and asked him about his brother. Jeff told me that Mike was addicted to heroin and living in Arizona somewhere. I said that it seemed Mike had never really recovered. Jeff said he didn't know what I was talking about and walked away. I spent the rest of the party hugging relatives, making small talk, and pretending to drink. Sobriety is suspect in my family. After a while, I went outside to take in a cigarette and a moment of peace, and in the secrecy of the autumn air, I started to cry. This party It should be boisterous and loud. My parents should be lively and laughing. Mike should be running around the party daring people to take mystery shots. I should be cheerfully telling stories from college and talking about my plans for graduate school. And Teddy should be here instead of lying dead at the bottom of a riverbed. I flicked my cigarette under my car and wiped the wetness from my cheeks. I knew what I had to do and where I had to go. I had to see the river that had haunted me since I was 9. Had anyone been back to Rocking Horse Creek? Was Teddy's sled still there? Had they replaced the rope? Had the creek dried up? This was my worst fear. It had secrets I didn't want to live to see revealed. I lit another cigarette as I walked and began to list all the reasons that this was a bad idea. I spent the hike either begging myself to find the strength to turn around or begging for the courage to continue on. I arrived at Teddy's grave before I was ready. The creek was loud and the water was moving quickly. Recent rain in the area to blame, no doubt. The rocking horse itself was in bad shape. Only its head was visible above the water now, and it was so rotted you could barely tell what it was anymore. No one had replaced the rope. I sat down next to the creek and took it all in. It was hard to believe this was the same place from which I still woke up screaming. It seemed to have healed since taking Teddy's life. If it could heal, maybe I could heal too. The tree was so full you wouldn't think it ever lost a single branch. The creek innocently bubbled by, full of life and vigor. Everything here was so different than I remembered, even the rocking horse. Where the toy had once been cheerful, almost animated, it was now just a morbid, misshapen head. Its eyes were pointed directly at me, and they bore a soulless stare right through me. It sent an involuntary shudder through my body, and I turned away from the horse's head in revulsion. I immediately saw what the horse had been looking at, a sliver of red plastic jutting out from the ground behind me. Teddy's sled. My reaction was visceral, and I had to lean over and vomit in the grass beside me. It was real. It had happened. Had I been pretending it wasn't real? Was that why I had really come here? To pretend that the past was gone and didn't matter anymore? How could I forget what this place really was? I stumbled to my feet and began walking down the riverbank away from the buried sled, pausing every few feet to dry heave. I just wanted to get away from it, that thing that was all that remained of my brother. Everything that used to be Teddy laid at the bottom of the river now. I pulled a cigarette from my pack with a shaking hand. As I tried to light it, I tripped over something and fell forward, my cigarette rolling down the riverbank and into the water. It was a rope, and I knew right away that it was Teddy's rope. I kicked it away from me. It was worse than the sled. If I had anything left to throw up, I know I would have. The end of the rope lay deteriorating on the riverbank, with the length of it disappearing into the murky water of the river. And maybe I am morbid, or sick, or crazy, but I suddenly decided that I wanted to know. I wanted to see. I crawled over to it and picked it up. I felt just as it did all those summers ago when I used to swing from it into the water as Teddy clapped from the shoreline. I began to pull the rope out of the river. The water was fast-moving, and the rope was heavy. The creek didn't want to give up its secrets so easily, and it rebelled against my efforts. Still, I pulled harder. Just as I felt I was coming to the end of it, something long and thin breached the surface of the river. I saw it for only a moment before the rotted rope snapped and it sank back into the dark abyss. I almost dove in after it, but as I stood on the riverbank, my brain screaming at me, I realized what I'd almost done. What if that was Teddy? Would I want to see? Breaking from my trance, I hurled the rest of the rope into the river and fled into the woods. My lungs struggled to draw breath, and the trees began to spin around me. I anxiously lit another cigarette and let the shudders rack through my body as I waited for the nicotine to calm me. I stood there in the middle of the woods, the rope 20 feet behind me at the bottom of the river, and took short drags off my cigarette. and when my breathing had become bearable again, I felt someone watching me. It was Teddy, of course. He sat with his back against a tree, faded purple parka still bright in the mid-afternoon sun, and in some parts bleached almost as white as his bones. Ripped foil from an opened hand-warmer pocket was clutched in his hand, still remaining after all these years. He stared at me accusingly. The deep eye sockets of his skull were somehow not empty. Instead, they held a knowing consciousness that he knew what we had done. We knew we'd left him to die. But we hadn't known that, Teddy. We hadn't. We didn't know you crawled out of the river. We didn't know you were freezing to death as we ran home to bury our secrets. We would have saved you, Teddy, if we had known. You know that. We would have saved you. I yelled at this skeleton. In my head, or out loud, I'm not entirely sure. But Teddy just sits there staring at me. 30 yards from the rocking horse, 20 yards from the broken tree. And I know he'll sit here forever, because Jeff and Mike don't need to know that our sins are far more terrible than we'd ever thought. I know it's only my burden to bear, and I can tell, as he watches me in the fading sunlight, that Teddy agrees. The Deer Gods by Andrew Harmon, narrated by Otis Gyrie. Blood was running down the front of the refrigerator when I returned to the cabin that afternoon. When I came closer, I found the red liquid was coming from the freezer, the small aluminum door already permeated by the scent of decay. I yanked the door wide open, but was not greeted by the rush of chilled air that I expected. "Shit!" I cursed. The power had gone out while Phil and I were over the ridge, causing the meat from our first buck to spoil. Worse yet, the Jaeger was lacking that lovely white mist that always chilled around the glass bottle. It didn't help that the rickety old cabin we had rented in the woods was no better than a dream catcher at keeping out flies. The flies out here were humongous, and their black skin flashed turquoise in the sunlight. Already, the smell of rotten meat had attracted a whole circus of the damn things. I opened the fridge and touched my fingertips to the sides of the Coors Light cans on the middle shelf. Warm. Phil was going to be awfully disappointed when he returned. I tested the radio on the kitchen counter and got nothing. Great, I thought. 3 days in the steaming hot woods of southern Indiana in August with no power. I would have called the landowner that rented us the cabin to complain, but I knew it wouldn't do any good. Even our cells got no signals out here. The old bastard told us he hadn't rented out the place in over 5 years and warned us ahead of time that it was no resort condominium. Besides, what could I do? Write him a bad review on Yelp? It was just an old fart that was letting a friend of a friend of a friend stay in a run-down shack on their hunting trip. I cracked open the tab on a warm Coors Light and sat on the dusty old couch. Kicking up my feet on the table, I took in the charming terror of the decor. Cobwebs galore, animal heads that had been mounted on the walls by the hand of a clearly amateur taxidermist. The windows were caked with dust and speckled in black splotches. Somewhere in the tiny cabin, there was a slow but steady leak that could be heard in every room, though our attempts at uncovering the source turned up nothing. For some reason, someone had decided to display a large yellowed bone across the mantel. It must have been 1.5 feet long, but for the life of me, I couldn't figure out what animal it could have come from. I checked my watch, 6:30 in the evening. The sun would be setting in an hour or two, but when I split the inseam of my pants earlier and decided to call it a day, Phil resolved to stay out and try his luck. We had each bought a tag, and I had bagged an 8-pointer the very first morning, so we still had one open. Phil was determined to get his kill, and he was determined to do it with his new redhead compound bow. He spent the whole 3-hour ride out here bragging about the damn thing. This isn't the 1800s, so I'll stick with my rifle.
I couldn't cook on the electric range since we were currently without power, and it's far too hot to start up the old wood-burning stove that lay dormant in the corner of the kitchenette. I shrugged and grabbed a bag of chips and crunched down the salty crisps with a couple more hot beers. Time passed slowly, but eventually the night settled outside and the dirty old shack started to cool down. I opened the windows and the shack was flooded with the sound of bug calls. I checked the time again, 8:45, and Phil was still out there. I stepped onto the porch and leaned against one of the columns, staring out into the complete black of the woods. An owl hooted in the trees. I took another sip from my Coors, then chucked the can off into the woods. That fucker's probably got himself lost, I said to myself. When the can bounced into the bushes, something in the bush rustled and retreated away from the spot. Probably just an animal, but I called out Phil's name in case he was stumbling around in circles just outside of the cabin. When I shouted, the movement abruptly stopped. Raccoons, I thought. They were crafty little things, but we had ensured that all of our food was sealed up tight. I went back inside and returned to the couch, set to kick my feet up and wait. Half an hour must have passed when I heard the warped boards of the porch creak. I sat up, expecting Phil to come galumphing in with his stupid bow hung over his shoulder in defeat. But no one came in. I walked over to the door and peeked through the small rectangular windows on either side of the doorframe. Nothing but darkness outside. Animals fucking with me, I groaned. It was admittedly a tad creepy, just hanging out in a cabin by yourself in the middle of nowhere. This was compounded by the flickering firelight of the many candles they had lit around the living room, since there was still no power to the lamps. I turned to head for the kitchen and continue my lukewarm bender when I spotted something staring into the open window across the room. It was the head of a deer. Its beady eyes staring blankly into the room while its rack of antlers swayed from side to side. The deer was completely silent and not looking at me, so I wondered if it was even aware of my presence. My rifle was leaning against the corner where I had left it when I first got back to the cabin, and I thought I might try to creep over and grab it. Imagine Phil's face when I told him that I got a second kill when a dumbass deer just wandered up to me to be shot. My feet shuffled toward the weapon. But the moment I took my eyes off the deer's dull stare, it vanished. I rushed over to the window and stuck my head out. About 10 yards off, the buck's head was protruding from the top of a blackberry bush, still staring blankly at the cabin. "The hell's up with this deer?" I muttered. But I soon left the window and returned to the kitchen to start in on the Jaeger. I poured a shot of the sticky molasses-thick liqueur and went back to raise a toast to the brain-dead deer in the bushes. However, he had moved on while I was at the freezer. I shrugged and swallowed down the shot. Not 5 more minutes had passed when I heard a crash in Phil's bedroom. I went to investigate, grabbing a candle from a nearby table. Phil's room was pitch black before I thrust the flame of the candle ahead of me. The window was wide open and the curtain blowing in the night breeze, but I had opened it myself earlier. I bent down next to the window and found a clump of brown fur that had snagged in the splintered window frame. "That damn deer," I laughed to myself. "It is determined to come here and get blasted." When I turned to leave the room, I stepped on something hard and crunchy. Looking down at what I had trampled, I found Phil's handheld GPS with a splintered screen. The screen was my doing, and we had left the GPS here at the cabin since we brought mine out and assumed we'd be fine with just one. But how did it end up on the floor? And how did the power turn on? I asked as I picked it up and increased the pale green brightness of the screen. There were no locations marked, so I just shut the handheld down and set it back on the foot of the bed. I wondered how the hell a deer managed to turn on an electronic device with such small buttons. One by one, I shut all of the windows in the cabin and made sure they were locked. All this quiet was starting to creep in on me, and my head was filled with eerie what-ifs and beyond worst-case scenarios.
I grabbed my rifle and thrust down my feet into my boots. Phil was still nowhere to be found, and according to my phone, it was very quickly approaching midnight. I noted that the battery was only at 10%, but with no signal out here in the hills, it didn't matter much anyway. I put on my headlamp and grabbed an extra flashlight and my rifle and started back off into the woods toward where Phil and I had set up our tree stands. That idiot was probably lost out here or fell asleep in his stand or something, so I had to go find him. It was about 2 miles from the cabin where we had set up. Hiking at night entails a laundry list of problems that you don't have to worry about in the light of day. Roots trip you, you could plummet into any ravine that you happened to cross, and the maze of trees was even more unnavigable than it was during the day. I had the foresight to bring along Phil's GPS, but it was hard to distinguish the topographic lines through the spider-webbing cracks in the screen. The red cone of my headlamp swept back and forth ahead of me, and I didn't want to lose my night vision by turning on my flashlight. Whatever creepiness I felt in the cabin was amplified 100-fold out in the open woods. The insect chirping echoed all around me, and my heart froze in my chest every time some nocturnal animal shuffled about nearby. About a quarter of the way to the tree stand, I heard what sounded like a thick branch snapping off to my left. I looked to turn. The dim red light of my headlamp caught the antlers of a big stag wandering through a patch of tangled bramble. What the hell? I thought. Uncle Deer should be bedding down by this time of night. Another rustling startled me. It must have been no more than 20 feet behind me. I turned just in time to catch another deer's beady eyes shimmer in the red light before disappearing into the underbrush. My grip tightened on my Remington 700. No way in hell was I going to come out here and get jumped by a herd of insomniac deer, but I had to continue on. Unfortunately, my presence captivated the attention of the herd. Every 100 feet or so, I heard branches snapping or waxy leaves hissing across one another as another buck meandered along nearby. I counted half a dozen times that I would spot some curious stag, lift its head out of the cover of bushes to watch me, only to sink back out of sight. A mile and a half later, I began to hear them chatter, but they sounded nothing like the usual grunts and bellows of whitetails. The sounds they made almost frightened me of words, though this communication was orchestrated through a series of barks and clicks and moans. When one would chatter on my left, others would respond ahead of me or at my flank. What the hell was going on with these deer? The nearer I drew to the clearing where Phil and I had set up our stands, the more the forest began to sound like some guttural, animalistic call-and-response congregation. Halfway through the hike, I noticed a taller buck with 12-pronged antlers that had now taken the de facto role of the initiator. It called out a series of groans and barks, and the rest of the congregation would repeat back to them. I knew I was nearing where I had last seen Phil, so I called out his name into the trees. I got no response from my friend, but it seemed to frenzy the chatter of the deer. There must have been 15 or more of them at this point, judging by the replies that sprouted up around me in the dark woods. The sounds arose from the slopes of the tall ridges that rose up in the rolling hills of the Hoosier wilderness. I swore I heard one of the deer call out from the top of a nearby walnut tree, but it was silly to think that a deer had learned to climb. When I did look up into the canopy, however, I managed to find the tree stand where I had left Phil. It was empty. I slung my rifle over my shoulder and began to climb the metal rungs that Phil drove into the trunk of the tree. When I reached the small plastic and metal folding stand, the red light of my headlamp revealed that a pool of blood had settled in the bowl of the seat. I turned on my flashlight and traced the white beam down the trunk of the tree, where blood was smeared across the bark. I descended to the base of the tree, where I found a large splatter of blood, and, in the center of it, one of Phil's carbonistan arrows broken in half. The black shaft was smeared in red ooze. Had Phil injured himself with his own equipment? If so, he must be desperately crawling around in the dark, searching for the cabin as he loses blood. I swept the beam of my flashlight across the forest floor, keeping an eye out for the telltale glint of blood shining in the white light. I found the trail headed west, away from the cabin. I consulted the handheld GPS. To the west was a tall, long ridge that rose up 100 feet and had a pretty steep incline. So why, I asked myself, would an injured man head toward the biggest obstacle in sight? I guessed that Phil had his phone on him and had headed to higher ground to try picking up a signal. Maybe he had called for help and was already bedded down in some small-town clinic, but maybe he was still lying up there, off the network. I checked my own cell to see if I was in range. Not only was the signal as dead as a rock, my juiceless battery made my phone's usefulness about as much as said rock. And to make matters worse, the cracks in the screen of the GPS had gotten so bad that the screen was becoming nothing more than a fuzzy green glow. Despite the failures of technology, I could still manage a search of my own. With the ray of the flashlight bouncing around ahead of me, I followed the trail of blood toward the west. The ridge was steeper than I had gathered from the topographic lines. At times I found myself clawing my way up the loose soil of the slopes on all fours. The deer that had been pursuing me seemed to have no issue with the terrain, though, as their calls had grown louder, more frequent, and revolved around me in every direction. I spotted their long faces floating through the dark. Sets of beady eyes flashed in the passing illumination of my flashlight. I crested the ridge, and the indiscernible grunts and barks of the herd became refined into a hushed conversation, as if they were gathered in a sitting room discussing the weather over tea. I shouted Phil's name down in the next valley. The deer emulated me, raising a guttural mimicry of the name in unison. I shivered despite the humidity of the summer air. I called louder, as did the deer. Needless to say, I was freaking the fuck out. I was near hysterics when I began to shout and curse and scream at whatever whitetail groaned next. One buck bleated not 15 feet from me, and so I turned towards the sound and charged towards the bushes like a madman. When I burst through the undergrowth, I found the bushes empty apart from a torn pair of pants hanging on a low branch. They were camouflage print and darkened by a blood stain. I held the pants in front of me, staring in disbelief. These were Phil's pants. Well, I wasn't sure they were, but who else could they be? 10 feet ahead, I spotted the emotionless face of a deer facing me. Its eyes reflected the red light of my headlamp, but they seemed dead. You can tell the stare of a dead man's eyes from that of the living, and this was no different. The skin and fur of the buck's head was loose. Icy tendrils of fear took root in my every muscle, and adrenaline had flooded my system so thoroughly that my shaking hands could no longer hold the flashlight. It dropped to the forest floor and sprayed its silver light like a drive-in movie projector onto the trees. Those faces, 9, maybe 10 of them, peering back at me in the cone of light. Their dead eyes locked on me. Their antlers rattled against the branches and leaves as they began to hoot and bark in feverish discord. My stiff legs suddenly unlocked, and I darted off down into the valley. After only a few steps, I lost my footing and began to somersault down the slope. My body bounced off of tree trunks and logs. I hit a rock hard, and my body tumbled like a rag doll. Eventually, I landed with a thud on the dirt and slid down the rest of the way on my back. I heard the metallic clang of my rifle as it bounced off a rock and dropped off somewhere into a dry ravine. When I finally came to a stop at the bottom of the hill, my ribcage burned with pain and my shoulders ached. I was conscious long enough to grasp at the back of my head where a warm wetness had matted my hair. I woke again upside down and with a pounding headache. My thighs burned, my shoulders were too shaky to lift my arms, which dangled down towards the ground. I weakly lifted my head and discerned that I was hanging by my ankle.
The frayed old rope that I hung by seemed to go up and up into the distant treetops. I looked down, and the muddy floor of the forest was 7 feet below. The leg that hadn't been tied was bent aside at the knee and hanging near my hip, clearly broken. Slowly, my blurry vision cleared and my eyes adjusted to the darkness. The plants on the ground were short and sparse. I quickly spotted the buck's heads circled around me. However, these heads were not attached to deer. They sat atop the shoulders of pale, gaunt human bodies. They were naked and squatting so that their skinny bodies were folded up with their arms hugged around their knees. There must have been 20 of them encircling me, all crouched, motionless, packed in a pale ball along the forest floor. Now and then one of them let out a low, moaning call, and others would reciprocate. Strength was starting to return to my arms, and so I flailed them. This made me slowly spin on the rope, and I could see a field of emaciated, pale deer men squatting all around me. Their shrunken bodies were completely still, except for the slight sway of their antlers they wore. The smell of rotten flesh and dried blood choked me. As I spun further, I came face to face with Phil. He was hung by the ankle, just like I was, about 10 feet away. He'd been stripped naked and his torso eviscerated. His wet entrails hung out of him like twisted flypaper. On the ground beneath him lay Phil's skinning knife. The blade was painted in his blood. I vomited. The burn of stomach acid spread down my throat as I continued spinning upside down. When the bile splattered on the dirt, it seemed to awaken the interest of the deer men. They rose, unfolded their thin bodies in unison. The way they stood was uncannily smooth, as if their heads were floating up and their bodies simply rising up on puppet strings below. The whole congregation glided towards me. The nearest ones convened beneath, the deer heads' eyes staring blankly into my face. They poured out of the forest in droves, numbering 30, 35, 40 of them. Breath fled my lungs. My muscles were trembling like mad. I clenched my eyes shut, tight, and tried to wish this nightmare away. Sweat was streaming down my face and dripping into the snouts of the terrible creatures gathered below. They were crowding in as tightly as they could, my broken body the very center of their world. "Mr. Wilson!" A man's voice cut through the night. "Mr. O'Donnell!" The deer's heads turned toward the voices coming from the ridge. The dozens of them cooed and grunted and chittered at once. "Mr. Wilson!" This was a different voice than the first. "Mr. O'Donnell!" The call was followed by the crack of a gunshot that echoed down in the valley. Whoever was up there was calling to me, firing into the air for my attention. They were looking for me, for Phil. "Help!" I screamed into the air, my lungs seared like hell from the effort. "Over here! Help!" I heard something over there, one of the distant voices called. "Mr. Wilson? Hey!" I cried with every mote of air in my chest. The deer men mewled in anger. They stamped their feet on the wet mud, still staring up at the ridge. But someone in the search party fired their rifle into the air again, and the clamp of gunpowder reverberated in the hills. The deer men scrambled below and retreated from the clearing in every direction, snorting and howling as they vanished. "Mr. Wilson! Mr. O'Donnell!" The voices called again, much closer now. "Mr. Wilson!" I tried to yell again, but I was winded. My head was throbbing. I could feel the warm blood still dripping off the back of my head. The night air grew inexplicably cold, and my world darkened. I awoke in a small hospital in Jasper, Indiana. My whole body ached, and I was beyond exhausted. The nurse recounted to me what had happened while I was unconscious. Gerald Thorpe, the landowner who had rented us the cabin, had received a call from Phil around 11 that night. Phil was frantic and delirious and begging for help, but the signal was so poor that Mr. Thorpe could only make out the fear in Phil's voice, laced in the heavy static that crackled in the speaker. Mr. Thorpe tried to call us both several times, But there was no signal to reach, so he drove out to the cabin from his farm an hour away and found it empty, the inside completely wrecked. By some miracle, he and his sons had tracked my path through the woods and came across the grisly scene in the valley. The police were combing the woods for Phil's killers. The FBI was getting involved. The nurse informed me that a special detective would be visiting soon to take down my story. When the nurse went on to her next patient, I shut the television off and stared out the large window of my hospital room. The sun glowed a bright gold and the sky was cloudless. The world was carrying on as if the terror of the previous night had never happened. A detective was on his way, but what could I tell him? How could I tell him about the shrunken pale man with deer's heads and not sound insane? How could I convince a detective that I had been tracked for 3 miles through the dark forest by deer men? How could I ever tell the truth about what killed Phil Wilson in those woods?
Tailypo, written by Veronica Byrd, narrated by Otis Gyrie. The trials and tribulations of living in today's modern society can tend to wear on your nerves. One can grow very weary of dealing with bills, taxes, insurance, traffic, and pollution, not to mention anything about keeping food in the refrigerator. Oftentimes, the whole thing can make you want to holler and throw up both your hands. And that's exactly what old Bill Smith did. He gave up all the luxuries and, if you ask me, some of the necessities of modern life. He loaded up just the barest of essentials and his 3 hunting dogs into his truck and moved way up in the North Georgia mountains. Smitty, that's what all the folks in town called him, figured it wouldn't be that much of an adjustment. After all, he did love hunting, fishing, and the great outdoors. And he did have the companionship of his 3 best friends, his dogs, I Know, You Know, and Comtico Calico. What more could a man ask for? Smitty built himself a nice little cabin way back in the woods. It wasn't very big, but it was just big enough for him. The cabin only had 2 rooms. One he used for a bedroom, and the other for every other room: living room, dining room, den, and kitchen. He had built himself a nice big fireplace where he could cook his food and warm his body on chilly nights. He planted himself a nice little vegetable garden on the side of the house, and would hunt and fish for most of his food. But at least once a month he would drive the 25 miles down the mountain to the little store to buy those things that he couldn't provide for himself. During the warm months, Smitty had no problem catching as much small game as he needed, but the colder months proved to be a little more difficult to keep his stomach full. Well, it was on one of those cold, wintry nights that Smitty went out to his storage shed to see what he could find for dinner. All he found was a small piece of fatback meat and a handful of rice. There was too much snow on the ground to travel the 25 miles to the store, so he had to make do with what he had. He ate the fatback and a little of the rice, but he gave most of the rice and the water, where he had boiled the meat, to his dogs. After all, they had to eat too. He called out, "I know, you know, Comtico Calico, come on, doggies, get you some of this here dinner." And those dogs came running in as fast as they could and lapped up all of that rice mixture. Smitty was still a little hungry, but there wasn't much he could do about that, so despite the protests of his grumbling stomach, Smitty stoked the fire in the fireplace to keep the cabin warm, and he went to bed. The sound of the wind blowing around, and in some places through the tiny cabin, had almost lulled Smitty to sleep when he heard something. He opened his eyes and saw a shadow on the wall. He eased out of bed and tiptoed into the other room. There, he saw the oddest-looking creature he had ever seen. It was short and stubby, with pointed ears and short, fat feet with long claws, and it had a long, bushy tail. There were no open doors or windows, so Smitty was confused as to how the funny-looking thing had gotten in. Smitty quietly picked up his axe, crept over to the odd critter, who was devouring an insect of some sort, raised his axe, and came squarely down on the creature's tail. Smitty turned to catch the varmint, but he was too quick. It hurriedly escaped through the wall. So Smitty was left standing there with this long, bushy tail and a blood-laden axe in his hand and no sign of the funny-looking creature. Smitty was about to throw the old tail out the door when his growling stomach reminded him of how hungry he still was. So he took that tail, cleaned it, cooked it with some of the herbs from his garden that he had stored away, and ate it. Didn't taste that bad. Why, it kind of tasted like chicken. With his stomach finally full, Smitty got back into his warm, cozy bed. Smitty had just drifted off into a deep sleep when a strange sound awakened him. It sounded like something trying to scratch its way into the cabin, perhaps a raccoon. Smitty knew that if he stayed real quiet, it would probably go away. So he stayed as quiet as he could, but then he heard a strange, otherworldly voice which hissed,
"Tailypo! I want my Tailypo!"
Smitty thought the wind was playing tricks on his ears, but he heard it again.
"Tailypo! Tailypo! I want my Tailypo!"
Smitty jumped out of bed, flung open the door, and called out to his dogs. "I know, you know, Comtico Calico. Come on over here and see what's making this noise." The dogs came running, barking, and sniffing around, but they didn't find anything at all. So Smitty put the dogs back outside and went back to bed. Sleep had just eased into Smitty's body when he heard that voice again. This time the scratching sounded like it was at the window. Whatever it was, it really, really wanted to get in. But the scratching seemed to be on two walls at one time. Smitty called out, "Hey, hey, hey, who's that at my door? Get on away from here." Then he heard that strange voice again, only this time a little louder.
"Tailypo! Tailypo! I want my Tailypo! 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 I'm coming to get my Tailypo!"
Old Smitty, who wasn't one to frighten easily, was getting a little shaky. This was really getting weird. So he eased to the window and called, "I know, you know, Comtico Calico. Come on over here and see what this is scratching at my house." The three dogs bounded up to the porch and they sniffed around and barked and sniffed, but they never found anything at all. Smitty decided to stay up for the rest of the night to protect himself, his dogs, and his little cabin. So he pulled a chair next to the fireplace, grabbed a blanket from his bed, and settled in for the rest of the wind-chilled, wintry night. Sleep soon overtook him, and once again he dozed off. It was almost dawn when Smitty woke with a start. The sound of scratching seemed to reverberate from every area of the cabin. Smitty searched frantically for his axe, his rifle, or something to defend himself with, but he was so frightened he couldn't find anything. The scratching grew louder and louder and louder, and then the voice.
"Tailypo! Where's my Tailypo? Give me back my Tailypo!"
Smitty yelled back, "Leave me alone! I ain't got your Tailypo!" Then he called, "I know, you know, Comtico Calico. Come on in here and protect your old master." This time the dogs didn't come, so he called again. "I know, you know, Comtico Calico. Don't you hear me calling you? Come here, doggies." He waited and waited, but still not one dog came running. Smitty had never been so scared in his life. He ran to his bed and jumped in. The scratching and the voice grew louder and louder and louder. Smitty yelled back as loud as he could, "I ain't got no Tailypo!
So why don't you leave me alone and go on your business? I ain't never hurt nobody or nothing. You just leave me alone. The scratching seemed to be inside the house now, and the voice was so loud it was deafening.
Tailypo, you took my Tailypo, and now I'm back to get it. Give it to me now!
Smitty pulled the cover up over his head and stayed as quiet as he could, but the scratching was now in his room.
Tailypo, you better give me back my Tailypo!
Smitty then felt the thing scratching up the bottom of the bed and onto the cover. Smitty eased the cover down to see what was steadily approaching. Then he saw it. A short, stubby creature with pointed ears, fat feet with long claws, and bloodshot red eyes that glowed in the dark. Eyes that seemed to burn straight through Smitty. Before he could pull the cover over his head again, the thing pounced on his chest, looked straight down at him and said,
You got my Tailypo. You better give it back to me now.
Smitty yelled, I ate it! I ate your Tailypo! It's gone! And that thing started to scratch and claw and tear away at poor old Smitty, trying to get that Tailypo back. Smitty tried to fight back, but that thing was too strong, and those claws were too sharp. Smitty's screams echoed throughout the dark mountains, then stopped, leaving a chilling silence. After a month or two without hearing from Smitty, the folks who owned the store at the base of the mountain went up to his cabin to make sure everything was all right. When they got there, they found his cabin torn to shreds, but no sign of Smitty or the dogs. They searched the woods and called for them. Smitty! I know, you know. Comtico Calico? But they never found a thing. As the search party was heading down the mountain, the wintry wind began to blow, and a strange voice could be heard saying,
Tailypo, Tailypo. Now I've got my Tailypo.
Rabbits in the Creek by an anonymous author. Narrated by Otis Gyre. I'm writing this because my family won't talk about it anymore. I'm the only one who can't seem to forget. I was raised on the outskirts of Preston, a small town in southern Idaho with a population of around 5,000. My more immediate community was an isolated, dead-end dirt road called Bear Creek. Less than 20 families lived on the Bear Creek. I didn't mind being so isolated. I grew up in the comfort of wide fields and close neighbors that only rural people know. We were a Mormon community, very church-centered, very community-centered. All the young girls were part of the young women's group, and all of the boys were members of the local Boy Scout troop, which doubled as a church group in our area. We had 4th of July parties at the local ballpark and swam in the nearby reservoir. It was a good, quiet community. My house, a 92-year-old farmhouse built by my great-great-grandfather, was situated on a small hill surrounded by a wide grass field on one side and a snaking dirt road on the other. Across the road was the creek bottoms. Southern Idaho is categorized in a desert climate, so not much grows outside of the irrigated fields besides sagebrush and burrs. The creek bottoms were the exception. The creek fed growth of a thick tangle of pussy willow bushes. In the late fall, we used to go down into the bottoms and pick the white, cottony pussy willow seeds to decorate the fences of our driveway. Being so isolated, it was not uncommon for animals to come down from the mountains. We had a female moose who brought her calf down and lived in our orchard every winter, and the occasional lion wasn't unheard of either. The summer when I turned 8, I remember because it was the same year as my baptism, A smaller mountain lion was spotted several times in our area. We weren't worried. The big cats stayed away from the farms and usually moved on when the area didn't yield enough food. The same summer, my neighbor, Peyton, was working on his Eagle Scout project. He loved National Geographic and thought it would be pretty cool to try to put together a National Geographic submission on our little creek bottoms. The young lion that happened to be in our area at the same time made him especially excited. He decided he wanted to try and get pictures of the lion and emailed National Geographic for advice. They recommended setting up an automatic camera that takes shots every couple of seconds in an area the lion was known to visit. They also recommended setting some kind of bait so the lion was more likely to come by. No one in the creek liked the idea of live bait or carrion, so we came up with a different kind of bait. We decided to set up an audio recording of a dying rabbit and play it on a loop through a set of speakers hidden in the willows. I remember when everyone was down in the bottoms testing the speakers, and I heard the noise for the very first time. The sound of a dying rabbit is horrible. It's being described as being almost identical to the sound of a screaming child. If you've never heard it yourself, there's plenty of recordings available online. It's worth a listen. The camera was set up, the speakers were set up, everything was perfect. Peyton explained that he would allow the camera and recording to play uninterrupted for a week, and then he would go check on it. This would give time for our scent to fade from the bottoms and encourage the lion to come closer. At first, I was worried about the noise. It was truly horrible, and our house was the closest to the setup point in the bottoms. My father assured me that the noise wouldn't reach as far as our house, and I was relieved when we arrived home that night, and he was correct. The bottoms were far enough away that I couldn't hear anything. I remember Peyton the next day at church. He was fidgety and excited to check on the equipment, but he had to wait a week, which everybody kept reminding him. He couldn't risk going down too early and scaring the lion away for good. That night I woke up to an awful noise. I sat ramrod straight in my bed with my eyes wide in the dark, hands clutched so hard my palms bore the indent of my fingernails for hours after. I knew that noise. It was the recording of the rabbit. It sounded faint and far off, like it really could have been coming from the bottoms. But that was impossible, because the recording had been going all night the previous day and I hadn't heard a thing. I didn't sleep that night. I was too scared to get out of bed and wake my parents. The recording played over and over again. I had the loop memorized. In the morning, I stumbled into the kitchen for breakfast. My mom and dad were sitting at the kitchen table. They, too, had dark rings under their eyes. I hadn't been the only one who had heard it. Mom was convinced the equipment must have been broken. She wanted to go down into the bottoms to check it out. Dad refused. He was a kind, gentle man and didn't want to stir any unnecessary drama. He was sure there had been a strong wind last night, and the wind was carrying the noise farther than its natural reach. He told us to listen. We did. He was right. We couldn't hear it now. We forgot about it and went about our daily goings. The next night, it happened again. I stayed up in bed with my back to the wall. The screaming was even louder than before, but this time something was different. It was lower pitched than I remember, and parts of the loop were slowed down, as if the recording were warped in places. At times, the loop did not loop naturally and instead picked up at a random place in the middle. My mom didn't mention anything at the breakfast table, but both her and my dad seemed tense. The third night, I mustered the courage to stand beside my bedroom window and look out into the yard.
For a moment I stood, rooted to the spot, my hands shaking no matter how hard I clenched them. The noise sidled in through the cracks in the window. I watched the outline of the trees in the yard, perfectly still. Not even the slightest breeze stirred their branches. My mom announced that she would be going to visit her sisters in town the next day and would probably spend the night there. She invited me to come along, but I chose to stay at the farm. I took Mom's place beside Dad in their bed that night, but even that didn't help. I don't think my dad was asleep either, for it was unnaturally still the whole night. We began to hear the noise during the day, too. I was drawing with chalk on the sidewalk when it happened. My shoulders tensed, and the hairs on the back of my neck prickled. There was only one scream, a short, high-pitched one, and then the recording fell silent. It happened again several times throughout the day, but never the whole loop, just clips from it. Later that evening, Peyton's dad came up the driveway on his four-wheeler. He said he was looking for their dog, a sweet yellow lab that had been missing since that morning. Dad said he was sorry and that we hadn't seen her. I stared at him, silently begging him to mention the recording, but he didn't. He was a quiet man, after all. He didn't want to bring up any unnecessary drama. Mom stayed away the whole week. Dad and I didn't sleep. By Saturday, the screaming could be heard constantly, though it seemed to have deviated from the familiar loop entirely. I didn't recognize any of it. Somehow, sometimes the screams were thin and long. Other times, they were hardly more than growls. Once, while my dad had been heating up meatloaf for lunch, the noise rose into such a rancorous din that he dropped the plate and it shattered. I pressed my hands over my ears where I sat at the table and squeezed my eyes shut, but it didn't help. The noise forced its way in through cracks of my fingers and pinched my throat and rattled my rib cage. The din lasted for a whole minute and then fell silent. Dad was shaking. That was the last we heard of the noise that day. Peyton came by Saturday evening to ask permission to cross our road to collect the equipment. He was so excited, I watched him disappear into the creek bottoms with a sense of tired relief. After the equipment was gone, it would all stop. I couldn't wait to get a full night's sleep. Not a minute later, I spotted Peyton coming back up from the creek. I was confused. It had taken us much longer to set up the camera and speakers, so I'd only assumed it would take just as long to collect them. My breath stilled when Peyton came closer. He didn't look right. His eyes were wide and his face pale. Something wet dribbled from his chin and onto his shirt. I later realized it was vomit. My dad caught him before he fell and demanded to know what had happened. Peyton couldn't speak. He just cried. We called his dad. I looked after Peyton as both my dad and his dad went into the bottoms. They were gone a long time. When they returned, their faces were grim, and they smelled funny. I noticed red on my dad's hands. I asked what was wrong, but they brushed right past me and immediately called the police. Nobody would tell me what had happened. I sat on the couch as a blur of neighbors and police officers swirled around me. At one point, an officer placed something on the kitchen table and left. I looked into the kitchen curiously. It was the camera from the bottoms. I wish I hadn't looked. The camera was a little banged up. Tiny scratches and dents covered the plastic casing. When I lifted it, my hand stuck to the plastic. Something tacky and odorous covered the screen, but it turned on fine. The first set of photos were normal, just the pussy willows cast green in the glow of the night setting. As I continued to click through them, they quickly became strange. At one point, the camera angle changed, as if the camera had been knocked from its post. Grass now obscured most of the frame.
flecks of red appeared on the lens and remained for the rest of the sets. One photo made me pause. There was a figure in this one, or half a figure, as most of the upper torso hadn't made it into the frame. I thought it could be human, but it didn't look like it should be standing upright. Its legs were twisted like an animal, and it seemed to have difficulty supporting itself in an upright position. Besides the legs, a long, thin arm hung. Whatever it was must have been stooped over, for its fingertips hung below its crooked knees. The next set was different. It was as if the camera had been picked up and was now being held. The first photo was of the bottoms at night. The next startled me. I had to look closely before deciding what it was. A rabbit had been laid in the bushes, but its ears and most of its scalp had been peeled away. The next was of the same rabbit, but a thin, dark hand was holding it up against the sky. Its limp body hung like something from a nightmare. In the following photos, more rabbits joined the one, each with their ears and scalp removed. Then a cat. Then more cats. Then a dog, the yellow lab. Then the lion. The following photo was of 7 rabbits, 3 cats, 1 dog, and the lion all laid out in a row facing the same way. Their arms and legs had been arranged as if they were marching, like some parade. All of their scalps had been removed, and tiny white glints of their skulls could be seen. The last photo was overly bright, like the photo had been taken too close with the flash on. An eye dominated the frame, but it was yellowed and crusty, and had a bar pupil like a horse. In the bottom corner, the edge of a mouth could be seen. No lips, just teeth, sharp and little, with wide gaps of red gum between them. I wish I hadn't looked. I heard my dad talking to the police outside. They said the speakers had malfunctioned. The recording had only played the first night. A Campfire Story by Andrew McDougall, narrated by Otis Gyrie. For a number of years, I was a camp counselor at an evangelical Christian camp in the Muskokas. I loved it more than any job I've ever had, despite the non-existent pay, annoying campers, long days and short nights, crappy food, etc. For one, I got to tell as many scary stories as I could sputter out. There was nothing better than hanging around a dying campfire with a bunch of junior high kids who were demanding the scariest, most blood-curdling tales I knew. And I told them all. The babysitter and the eerie clown statue, the driver and the creepy gas attendant, the woman and her licking dog. I saved my best stories for the overnight trips we made in Algonquin Park. For non-Canadians, it's a massive park in the middle of Ontario, spanning nearly 8,000 square kilometers. When days would be spent canoeing on pristine lakes, and nights would be spent around the fire, singing and making s'mores, and being as rowdy as the only people within miles could be. Once the kids had quieted down, I told them stories of a stalker in the woods with a face so terrifying it paralyzed all of its victims in fear, or the group of campers who decided to spend a night across the lake from an abandoned, or was it, insane asylum. On this particular night, I'd finished up the tales, once again, insisting that they were entirely true, and sent the campers to their tents. It had been an exhausting day, and none of the 6 kids were in any mood to stay up later. My fellow counselor also decided to pack it in, leaving just me on a fallen log next to the dying fire. I took a deep breath of the cool, fresh pine-scented air and looked out at the lake. The partial moon reflected off the glassy water, and on the other side I could see towering cliffs going up several hundred feet. I considered whether we could canoe over, climb up a few dozen feet, and do some cliff jumping. I grinned. The camp director would have my head if we did that. Yeah, if he found out. Movement at the very top of the cliffs caught my eye. There was a small light bobbing along the peak. At first I thought it was a star, but it was larger and gave off a golden glow. It slowly moved back and forth in a small arc. As I sat up and watched it, another appeared next to it, bobbing along the top of the cliff. Then another, and another, and a few more. My stomach dropped into my feet. I grabbed my bag, pulled my digital camera out, then focused it on the little glowing orbs and used the zoom function. I counted them, and then I counted again. Oh, shit! In a flash, I was up and running to the tents. Hey, guys, wake up, we gotta go. There was movement in the tents, and then I had 7 confused heads looking out at me. My co-counselor wore a mixture of concern and pure anger. I hate to do this, I continued, but the clouds are really looking threatening. There's a big rainstorm coming in. If we get caught in it, it's going to ruin our trip. Seriously? Laura, my co-counselor, asked. We're in the middle of the woods. Where would we go? I pulled a map and flashlight out of my bag. There's a ranger station a few kilometers south of us. I traced the path with my finger. Thank God. We can make it there in a few hours. The campers groaned. Can't we just go in the morning? No, I shouted, my voice echoing across the lake. I lowered it. Come on, let's get packed up and go. I'll tell you a story along the way. I smiled, though I could feel my lips quivering. It's my best one. That seemed to get them going, and within 10 minutes, the tents were packed up and we'd begun our trek into the deep woods, with small flashlights our only guide. When I was confident we were moving at a steady pace, I allowed myself to relax and began to tell my favorite campfire story. Centuries before the European settlers made their way into the country, it was inhabited by the First Nations people. They had made the trip from across western Canada, following the migration patterns of large animals such as buffalo and bison. Eventually, they reached Ontario, at which point they split off into smaller groups of travelers, each searching for a section of land to call their own. Legend has it that one group, consisting of about 20 men, women, and children, had ventured through this very area in search of a place to call home. Though it wasn't even the end of October, the weather had made a turn for the worse, and the group journeyed around the lake. A fierce blizzard hit. Within an hour, the group found themselves in blinding snow and below-zero temperatures. The clothes they had on them were made for the fall, not this sort of weather. There weren't any Canada Goose jackets around back then. But they pressed on. They didn't have any other choice. Night was falling as they reached a cliff bluff, which towered over a cold, choppy lake. There was no stopping for this group. They'd die if they didn't make it past the cliffs. But with darkness setting in and the snow falling even harder, visibility was almost non-existent. So one of the elders had an idea. Using the little kerosene they had left, he lit a lantern for each of the travelers and had them carry it in front of them, not so that they could see the cliffs, but so they could see who was in front of them, allowing them to all follow each other across the narrow bluffs. With the strongest of men leading the way, the group began to cross the cliffs. The freezing, wet snow soaked every bone in their body. The harsh wind chilled any exposed skin and threatened to push them right off the rock. Their path was no more than a few feet wide, and would have been slippery to even the best of hiking boots, let alone old-fashioned moccasins. Slowly, painstakingly slowly, they made their way up the cliffs, praying that whatever lay on the other side could shelter them from the intensifying storm. They were about halfway up, hundreds of feet above the lake, though it was well out of their vision. In fact, all they could see in this blinding storm was the lantern in front of them acting as a beacon to guide their steps. If the light moved up, they moved up. If it went down, they moved down. Each of the travelers was almost in a trance, caring about nothing but the glowing orb a few feet away. For the leader, though, there was no such luxury. He moved forward blindly, feeling along the cliff with his free arm, though his skin was so numb he could barely feel anything. As the path wound back again, he made a misstep and lost his footing, just as a gust of wind blasted his back. He desperately grasped for the hold, but his frozen fingers couldn't get anything. With a terrified scream, he slipped off the cliffs and fell into the icy black lake. The rest of the party didn't see him fall, of course. All they saw was his glowing orb dropping away from the cliff and disappearing in the darkness. There was no time to mourn. They continued on, but the storm was worsening. After another minute, one of the children, his body unable to withstand the cold, dropped away, his lantern glowing until the choppy waters put it out. Another, having seen this, lost his balance and fell. This pattern went on until there were just 5 people left, fumbling along in the darkness, following the light in front. As hard as they tried, the cliffs were unforgiving. The remaining men fell down to 4, then 3, then 2, and then there was just one left, who legend says cursed the earth as his legs slipped and he plunged hundreds of feet down, his lantern the last one to be extinguished. Of the 20 members who tried to overcome the cliffs, I finished, not one of them survived. They say that sometimes when the conditions are right, you can see the orbs along the cliff, symbols of the lost travelers who will never find their homes. As the story ended, leaving the campers in an eerie silence, I saw lights up ahead. A wave of relief poured over me. We picked up the pace and found the ranger station bursting with activity, with 6 people running around, loading up trucks and shouting into radios. The wind was beginning to really pick up, and I heard the thunder in the distance. "Hey, you kids!" A large, burly man with a full beard and mustache ran up to us. "Get in the trucks, we don't have much time." Laura and I led the kids to one of the pickup trucks. "What's going on?" I asked the man. "Didn't you hear?" Another gust of wind. "Huge storm systems heading right for us. Already been tornadoes touched down. We're getting everybody out of here. Let's go." We all climbed into the truck's bed. I collapsed down, feeling like I'd just been punched in the gut. The ranger climbed into the front, and we took off down a makeshift road. My head was spinning. It wasn't possible. "How?" Laura slid next to me, keeping her voice low. "How did you know we had to get out of there?" I looked over at her. My face felt empty of any blood. I saw the lights. "What? No, no," she gasped and caught herself. "How many?" I took a deep breath. 8. She looked around at all the campers who were now lying against each other, asleep, despite the bumpy road. "That's all of us. My God." I nodded and leaned against her. Laura had heard the story I'd told before, and she knew that I'd left out a key bit of information. The lights were real, but they were never random. If they were shining, bobbing back and forth, swinging in a small arc, it was because they had a message, a warning. One light would shine for each person who was about to die.
The Wreck. Written by Craig Groshek. Narrated by Otis Gyrie. Daniel and Thomas had been hunting since dawn. They were tired and cold, and had not seen a deer for days. They'd walked for miles following tracks and watched for signs of deer, but they still had no luck. The two traveled further from their cabin each day, hoping their luck would be better. One chilly November afternoon, they had walked deeper and deeper into the forest till they reached a spot they had never seen before. Overhanging pines blotted out the sun, and soon they lost all track of time. Noticing how dark it had become, Thomas said to Daniel, "We've walked far enough for one day. We should turn around now, or we'll be out here all night." "No," Daniel protested. "The cabin is miles away by now, and it's so dark now, I'm not sure where we are. Let's make camp here, and we'll head back in the morning." "No," Thomas replied. "I'm cold and tired, and we've got nothing to eat. You can stay here if you want, but I'm going home." The men had just parted ways, and Daniel had only begun to set up his tent when a piercing screech tore through the forest just a few hundred yards from where they stood. This was followed by a thunderous crash and a deafening thud, which shook the trees about them. Neither of the men had heard anything like it before. Thomas rushed back at once. "Did you hear that?" he cried. "I did," replied Daniel. "What do you think it was?" "I don't know, but I think we should find out." The two headed in the direction of the sounds. Soon they came upon an unfamiliar road. It was made of packed gravel and weaved through the forest. Darkness swallowed the road in both directions. It was dreadfully quiet, and the men were scared. But they did not know where they were, and so walked along it for a while. They had gone only a mile or so before they grew restless. The sun had nearly set by then, and they were farther from the cabin than before. Daniel was very afraid. "Tom," he said, "I don't know about this. We've got to go back." "No," Thomas replied. "You can go if you want. I'm going to see where this leads." And Thomas walked on. Daniel was afraid to go on, but more afraid to go back, and he wasn't sure where he had left his tent, so he stayed with Thomas. They walked a bit further and came upon a great plume of smoke blowing in the wind. They smelled oil. Soon they came around a bend in the road and came upon a most horrible sight. An 18-wheel semi-trailer had lost control on the gravel, swerved from the road and hit a thicket of trees, and was overturned. Thomas and Daniel raced to the driver's side of the vehicle. Daniel slipped and fell, and in horror found himself lying in a stream of blood which ran along the length of the truck. Thomas helped him up, and they hurried on. They found a man, unconscious, pinned beneath the truck. His bearded face was ashen, his hands pressed against the truck, as if he had attempted to free himself. Believing the man to be dead, Thomas and Daniel approached him. Daniel crouched beside the man and leaned in to examine him more closely. Suddenly the driver awoke with a start and grabbed Daniel by the wrist. The man's hand was cold as ice. He did not say a word, but looked Daniel in the eye. The hunter shuddered. It was decided then that Thomas should run back to the cabin to phone for help, while the other stayed behind. In a moment, Daniel was alone with the dying man. He did not like it one bit. Something about the unfortunate man chilled him, but he could not tell what. But he waited, and still Thomas had not returned, and the driver's condition began to worsen. His face was now bluish, his arm limply slung to his side, and his breathing had all but stopped. His eyes rolled back into his head. Daniel feared he would die in minutes if something was not done, and so he took off running to seek help as well. But first, he took off his bloodied jacket and wrapped it around the man for warmth, as by now he was stone cold. In desperation, the injured driver clutched the jacket in his hands and shivered violently. Daniel ran until he came to the paved road. Luckily, he recognized this as the main road which would lead back to his cabin. He hurried along. By the time he reached the cabin, it was pitch black outside, and he found Thomas sitting on the front step waiting for help. Thomas had called for an ambulance, but so far up in the city, it would take some time for help to arrive. The men decided they would need to help the man themselves, and so they gathered supplies and left again. Though they found the gravel road weaving through the woods as before, and what they swore was the same curve in the road, they could not find any sign of an accident. Shaken, the men continued searching for the better part of an hour with no luck. It seemed the truck and its driver had disappeared entirely. Just then they heard an ambulance in the distance and headed back toward the sound. Soon they were back at their cabin, where they again explained to the police what had happened. In moments, the men were escorting the police and two men with a stretcher through the woods to the site of the accident. They came to the gravel road and followed it. and the road came to an end. Confused, Thomas and Daniel looked about, but sure enough, the road stopped, much sooner than it had before. It made no sense at all. Where moments ago it had gone for miles through the forest, there was nothing but fallen trees and brush. The area looked the same, but the gravel path had disappeared. The police officer was visibly upset. "How dare you drag us out here for nothing?" the officer said. "Where is this truck of yours?" "It was here, I swear," Thomas cried. "It was right here." The hunters looked about for a moment longer and had nearly given up when Daniel's feet became tangled in something cold and wet. He fell to his knees and looked down. Horrified, he scrambled back to his feet. There, caught between his legs, was his jacket, covered inside and out with blood. Everyone gathered around the jacket as Daniel turned it over. Thomas cried out, "Would you look at that?" On either side of the jacket, frozen in place by the chilly November air, were 2 bloodied handprints, much larger than any of the men's hands. The truck and its driver were never found, and though they searched for it every hunting season, the gravel road they had walked upon never appeared again. The jacket was taken as evidence, but later returned, and though it was washed and the blood removed, Daniel never wore it again, not even in the summer, for every time he put it on he would feel 2 hands, cold as ice, pressed against his back.
Ash Hollow, The Odd Little Well, by R.J. Wills. Narrated by Otis Gyrie. Let me tell you some stories about the town I live in. It's a small place in the middle of the woods, and for the purposes of this project, I'll call it Ash Hollow. A famous long-distance hiking trail runs straight through the town, and it's bracketed on all sides by thick wilderness. To the north, there's a large lake. You have to drive south along a lonely stretch of highway for quite some time before you get anywhere else of note. We're pretty isolated up here, and what with the woods and the steady flow of hikers coming through, I guess it's only natural that a lot of stories circulate. Our town actually has something of a reputation in the area. Strange things happen in Ash Hollow, people say. This first story is about something that happened 5 years ago. A hiker from Germany or France, somewhere in Europe anyway, came into town for a meal at Benny's, the closest thing to a fine dining establishment in Ash Hollow. Most people who come off the trail are desperate to eat a properly cooked meal and sleep in a motel, and we locals try to make them and their money feel welcome. We're actually mentioned in several of the big trail guides as a good place to stop for the night. It's a reputation we're proud of, and we work hard to cultivate it. So, anyway, this European guy sits down to eat, and since he was one of the earlier spring hikers, he gets plenty of people coming up to him to make small talk. What are the trails like? Is there still snow on the mountains? That sort of thing. He's perfectly happy to talk, as most people are after spending up to 2 weeks in the woods on their own. Several times during the conversation, he mentions the well, and eventually someone gets around to asking him what he's talking about. "Oh, the little well out in the clearing," he says, or something like that. "You know, out there." And he sort of waves to the west where the trail enters the town. He went on to say that the well maybe wasn't the right word for it, since it was too small to actually fit a bucket, but that's all he could describe it as. Now, lots of people in town are hikers themselves, and have explored every inch of the local parts of the trail, and they know there's no well out there. Anything in the woods that isn't trees becomes a known landmark. A well would have attracted attention. Someone suggests that maybe it was newly built, but he shakes his head. It was old, he explains, really old, made of ancient-looking crumbling stone. Archaic was how he put it. At this point, he's getting some funny looks
so he smiles in a sort of smug way and says that the well was right by the trail just before you come into town. How could we not know about it? I've heard this story from lots of people, and this next part isn't in every telling. Maybe that's because it was added later, or maybe only a few people heard it. But apparently, he got kind of quiet after that, and mumbled something about the well being eerie. He wouldn't elaborate on what that meant. He just kept saying it was eerie. He stayed 3 nights, longer than most hikers. I talked to someone who walked part of the way out of town with him, and they told me he was real jittery when it came time for him to go off on his own. He kept glancing into the woods, and he was saying something about not wanting to sleep alone. You expect that in newbies, but this guy had been hiking for more than a month to get as far as he did. But eventually he left, and new hikers came in, and everyone forgot about him and his phantom well. A few people walked out to the area where he said it was, just to see, and of course they didn't find anything. 6 months later, a couple in their 60s came through and got to talking with some trail enthusiasts at the hiking supply store on Main Street. They were real friendly, and they complimented the town and the woods and the people, and our odd little well that they had seen just before arriving. As it so happens, one of the employees at the hiking store had been at Benny's that night when the European man came through, and he immediately asked them more questions. The couple repeated the exact same story, a small, very old stone well in a clearing just off the trail. And they both added thoughtfully, it felt kind of creepy, although they really couldn't say why. The hiking store employee pressed them for more details, and after a few minutes realized that the location they were describing was completely different from where the European guy had seen the well. Completely different. They were hiking the trail from the opposite direction and claimed to have seen it on the other side of town. The employee got them to mark on a map exactly where they had seen it and went out to look for himself and, of course, didn't find it. Now, keep in mind, it's not like the story of the European guy and his mystery well was circulated all over the place. As far as I know, this is the first time it's ever been on the internet. What were the odds of 2 people coming up with the exact same tale on their own? After that, we started getting stories about the well every month or so. Every sighting was the same, an old stone well, too small to be of any use, in a clearing by the trail. Always with a vague, spooky feeling attached, and always in a completely different place. I don't want to suggest that we started huddling around maps, sticking pins in it, but the whole town got a mild case of what I guess you'd call well fever. What can I say? It's a small town. And it just stopped. About 1.5 years after the first sighting, no more people saw the well. Eventually, it faded from memory and became just another strange thing that happened in Ash Hollow. Now, you might be wondering why no one ever tried to drop a stone or a coin down this well to see how deep it was. Isn't that what people always do on TV? As it happens, one person did just that, although not on purpose. A man came through town near the end of this whole business and started telling the by now familiar story, only with an added wrinkle. Somehow, I got the story directly from the source, and I get a feeling he was reluctant to go into specifics. This particular person went over to have a closer look and ended up dropping his very expensive wristwatch down the well. He heard it bouncing a few times off the sides, and then there was silence. No splash, no sound of the watch hitting the bottom, just silence. Needless to say, our friend set up his tent in quite a dejected mood that night. The watch had extravagant amounts of gold or platinum or some other precious metal, and a lot of sentimental value besides. Sometime in the night, he was woken by what he initially thought was the sound of raindrops hitting the side of his tent. Pitter-patter was how he put it. Then he realized the sound was getting closer, and he recognized it for what it really was. Footsteps. Small footsteps. Something small coming through the underbrush on two legs, like a baby or a toddler, only moving much faster. Try to picture that scene. You're camped in the middle of nowhere, no one else around for miles, and there's something moving around in the pitch black outside your tent. You're a seasoned hiker, and this doesn't sound like any animal you've ever encountered. What it sounds like is a baby waddling through the woods toward your tent faster than a grown man can run. It's amazing how the silliest mental image in the world can seem terrifying when you're alone at night. Our friend lay there as the footsteps got closer and tried to remember if he had secured his tent zipper with the little padlock some tents come with. As the footsteps arrived right outside his tent, accompanied by the sound of high-pitched, labored breath, he realized that he had, in fact, not used the padlock that night. Nothing happened for several long seconds. Whatever was outside the tent breathed in and out heavily. Then the breathing stopped, and there was complete silence. I don't know if you've ever been in the woods at night with no breeze to stir the trees. It's so still and quiet, sometimes you swear you can hear the earth grinding away below your feet. Then something dropped to the ground outside the tent, making our hero jump out of his skin, followed by the sound of the tiny footsteps speeding away into the woods. Needless to say, the person who told me this story didn't get much sleep that night. Every rookie hiker has lain awake in the dark, clutching their knife and their flashlight at least once, straining their ears for the sound of a bear or a human footstep outside, but eventually you get to trust the force. Now there was something unknown out there, something alien and strange. It wasn't until the light of dawn started to filter through the fabric of his tent that he allowed himself to fall into a fitful, restless sleep, waking well after noon, feeling pale and depleted, and chiding himself for overreacting to what had probably been a skunk or a raccoon. He unzipped his tent and poked his head out, blinking in the sunlight. And there was his fancy wristwatch, sitting on the ground right in front of his tent.
Home by Jeffrey Ebright. Narrated by Otis Gyrie. The early morning sun poked through my window, let me know it was time to get to work. I yawned, stretched, and put on a pair of shorts with a t-shirt. I could hear the cardinals chirping hello to the serene August morning. It was already in the mid-60s, which meant a very warm and humid day would be on its way. The kids would be here soon, and I needed to make sure everything was ready for the weekend. As the sun inched over the horizon and burned away the morning haze, I checked the cabins and found everything in place for the new campers. Food packed the cabinets and freezers in the mess hall, enough for a large contingent of children. This would be the last weekend of summer camp for the year. Once these kids were gone, the Winoka Nature Reserve would be shuttered and forgotten until spring returned to claim the reserve from winter's icy grip. I checked the list Roger had given me at the beginning of the camp season. I went through the list of participants and stopped at the last unchecked date. This weekend, I would help host the boys of St. Michael's Orphanage. Sorry, we don't use the word orphanage anymore. Political correctness sent out a memo calling St. Michael's a foster child care center. It doesn't matter what name they give it. St. Michael's houses all the unwanted children from broken and abandoned families. These kids were the modern-day wretched refuse the Statue of Liberty talks about on its base. If not for the sizable donation from the Joseph Swift Foundation, these kids would never step foot in Camp Winoka. They were truly the lost souls, and if not for a few caring individuals, would have slipped through the cracks of society without concern. For most of the camping season, snot-nosed rich kids ran around Winoka like they were personally responsible for nature itself. They were privileged, spoiled, and couldn't give a rat's ass about communing with nature and its wonders. The upside to those little rich kids was the money their parents shelled out for us to entertain and amuse their rotten brats for a week. Their cash kept Camp Winoka running and afforded the opportunity to bring in less fortunate kids for camp. Although most of these young souls had never been out of the city, they appreciated the commune with forest life. After 30 years as camp caretaker, this was my payment, seeing the wonder in their eyes when presented with the majesty of nature. With everything in order, I jumped on the camp's ATV and drove back to my Airstream trailer nestled off the camp proper. Looking in my bathroom mirror, I was a little unkempt. I swept back my salt and pepper hair, tied a rubber band around my ponytail, brushed out my beard, dabbed on some deodorant, and slipped into a clean yellow polo shirt with the camp crest. It was about 8 a.m., and the camp would come to life with new explorers soon. I fired up the ATV and went to base camp to await the last campers of the season. I had just finished a Red Delicious when I heard the bus rolling down the dirt road. The Winoka Nature Reserve was an isolated slice of forest in the southeast corner of Ohio. It covered over 400 acres of privately protected woods and wildlife. Hiking trails wound through the forest without a telephone pole or a skyscraper littering the landscape. The cabins, mess hall, and even the suspension bridge across Taylor Ravine were all built with solid 19th century ingenuity. A single dirt road was the only way in or out of the reserve. Roger was the first off the bus. As usual, he was filled with energy and covered in summer sweat. Although most counselors were teenagers trying to add a community service star to their college transcript, Roger had fallen in love with Camp Winoka and decided to make it a yearly commitment. He was an able-bodied guy, so I appreciated the help.
"Jackson, how's it going, you old mountain man?"
Roger thrust out a hand. I shook it. "Everything's primed and ready to roll, Roger." While the other counselors tended to the kids, Roger slung an arm around my neck and walked me away from the unloading bus.
"Listen, Jackson, there's 22 kids this year, all boys, so we'll use cabins A, B, C, and leave cabin D empty. There's a couple of rowdy ones, but nothing we can't handle. After all, if we can't handle 24 kids for 3 days, we're in the wrong business."
He laughed and looked at me with a concerned expression.
"How's your arthritis?"
Good days and bad, Roger," I supplied, "but nothing to keep me out of the game."
"Good to hear. I'll get with you when the kids are done settling in, and we can go over the schedule. Here's to a great weekend."
He slapped me on the back and returned to the bus. The kids unloaded and settled into their assigned cabins without incident. From the checklist Roger gave me, the kids were 9 to 13 years old, most in the lower part of the age range. Just like every year, we gathered them together in the mess hall for introductions before lunch.
"Good afternoon, campers,"
Roger cheerfully bellowed. He was met with a semi-enthusiastic hello by the campers.
"My name is Roger Lovick, but you can call me Roger. I'm the head counselor for your stay at Camp Winoka. And this,"
he pointed to the 4 yellow-shirted counselors,
"is Gary, Glenn, Mitch, and Tom. And this is Mountain Man Jackson."
he pointed to me.
"He takes care of the campground all year round and keeps it looking great. If you ever have a problem during your stay, please let myself or one of these men know. We're here to make sure you have fun and stay safe."
Roger glanced to his clipboard.
With that in mind, we do have a few rules.
The children heaved a collective sigh.
Come on, guys. These rules are here for your protection. The nearest city's 45 minutes away and the nearest hospital is over an hour. Play safe. Stay safe, right? Okay. Rule number 1. Everybody needs to be in their assigned cabin by 9 o'clock. When you're in the wilderness, the temperature drops about 20 degrees once the sun sets. Unlike the city, there's no streetlights. It gets really dark and very cold quickly. Rule number 2. Every camper will be assigned a buddy. Your buddy's to be with you at all times. Well, unless you're going to the bathroom.
Everybody chuckled at this.
Rule number 3. Unless you're being led by a counselor, stick to your blue paths. If you look in your packets, you'll see the paths I'm talking about. Blue paths are safe to walk with your buddy. Red paths are trails approved for walking only when a counselor is with you. The black paths are off limits and are for staff members only. Rule number 4. Trail bikes, paddle boats, and canoes are available on a first-come, first-served basis. The sign-up sheet is located on the bulletin board outside the main cabin. We put up a new sheet after dinner for the next day of unscheduled activity time. And before you ask, the ATV is for counselor use only. Rule number 5. Be respectful of your counselors and fellow campers. We have opened this once-in-a-lifetime chance to enjoy nature. Take advantage of it, not the people around you, and you'll have a great time. What do you say?
The kids offered a civil round of applause. Roger waited for the smattering to die down.
And this year, we're offering a special surprise to the best campers. We will be choosing 6 of the best campers for a Sunday night excursion to the Light of Hope ruins.
Some kids smiled and nodded.
I can see some of you know the legend. We'll be camping there for the night with an open pit cookout, s'mores, and maybe, just maybe, do a little ghost hunting. How's that sound?
The kids erupted in applause and whistles. I couldn't help but chuckle to myself.
Great! Be on your best behavior, and you can be one of the chosen few. Now, let's all get in line for lunch. We have a lot to see today.
The kids continued to applaud as they lined up for the afternoon meal. I never minded putting meals together when I was in the Army, so it was an easy task. Every day, one of the counselors was assigned to KP with me. Unfortunately, they usually bitched and moaned about it. I never understood that attitude. I mean, get it over with. Don't drag it out by complaining the whole time. Besides, these kids were grateful to have a bologna sandwich, fruit cup, and celery with peanut butter. It was those rich kids that had special menu requests that was the real pain. Needless to say, there are no vegetarians when you're poor. The next couple of days flew by without incident. I'll be honest, I've never seen a group of lightly supervised kids not get into a little mischief when the counselor wasn't around. I guess the Light of Hope camp out was a real draw. For those of you who do not watch those ghost hunting programs, the Light of Hope ruins are one of those places that have spawned many supernatural myths around them. This made life hellish for me. Matter of fact, I spend the majority of my off-season time running off idiots with their ghost detecting equipment because if anyone gets hurt, the sanctuary would be liable for any injuries sustained. However, it never stopped anyone from spinning a yarn about a campfire or two about the place the media calls gore and orphanage. Light of Hope was located 3/4 of a mile from the main campground, close to the interstate annex. The 6 winners were easy to choose and were elated when we called their names at the Saturday night assembly. The kids were a bit skittish due to the fact that we had to take one of the black paths through the dense woods, but Roger and I made sure they tucked their pant legs into their socks to prevent ticks and chiggers from getting a free ride to the campsite.
Mr. Jackson, what's that?
Close to the campsite, a kid named Connor Watson pointed into the woods where a clearing appeared. See those old markers? That was a graveyard over 100 years ago, I said.
That's creepy.
The boy had a worried face as I patted his head. Don't worry, Connor. Ghosts don't exist. You're safe. For now. I offered him a wink. We made the site about an hour before sunset and set to the task of putting up the 2 tents. Each tent could fit 8 people comfortably, but were a bit of a pain to set up due to the remnants of brick and stone left from 100 years ago. By the time we had them up, the sun had mostly melted into the horizon. The 6 winters were a bit rowdy and anxious, but we kept them occupied. Roger took half the kids out to forage wood for the campfire, while I took the other half to help prepare dinner. Although Connor was not too happy about deer stew, the others were unaffected. Mark Treasure acted as almost ghoulish in his desire to try it. We set the gallon pot above a healthy fire. Even though every kid was thinking about Gore Orphanage, none of them asked about it. By the time we were ready for s'mores, they were practically chomping at the bit for a ghost story. I served the kids some homemade apple cider I warmed over the fire to keep the cold away while they finished their chocolate graham cracker marshmallow treats. Roger decided he would begin weaving the supernatural tale.
So, has anyone ever heard of Gore Orphanage?
All hands went up.
But does anyone know why it's called Gore Orphanage?
Most of the kids shrugged.
Well, late back in the 1800s, there was an orphanage located on this very spot. You've seen the bricks and timbers lying around our campsite, right?
They all nodded.
It was a huge building that once housed almost 200 children. It was originally called the Light of Hope Orphanage.
I jumped in. These kids they took in weren't good kids like you. They were mostly runaways and kids that weren't right in the head, and some were downright mean. But they were too young to go to prison, so the authorities put in Light of Hope for rehabilitation. You kids know about what that means. Some nodded, intently listening. That means they hoped the orphanage could help them become good, productive citizens.
But some couldn't be rehabilitated.
Roger sighed.
Some children were dangerous and had to be chained up at bedtime. Some children were locked downstairs in the basement and were only allowed out for an hour a day. The worst of them were isolated in a small, lightless part of the basement and never allowed to play with the other children. The people who ran the orphanage were too afraid they might hurt the other children.
The worst of them was a kid by the name of Lowell Frudd, I continued. Think of the meanest kid you know. Now, times that kid by 10. That's how mean he was. Nobody knows what made him so mean or if he was born with the spirit of the devil within him. His first night in Light of Hope, he bit off another kid's ear. They tried chaining him, but he'd pick the locks and hurt other kids. So they put him downstairs where he got free again. This time he hurt a kid so bad that by the time the orderlies got him to the infirmary, the kid was almost dead.
Lowell had broken every finger and toe in the kid, joint by joint,
added Roger.
And then he started on the kid's limbs, snapping his arms and legs one by one.
Roger accentuated this by breaking some dry sticks and tossing them into the campfire. As you can guess, Lowell had become far too dangerous to leave around other kids, I offered. The people in charge decided to lock him away in the basement. They put him in a straitjacket and only let him out for a shower once a month. When they let him to take a shower, they'd also wash down his cell. Let's just say he didn't have the cleanest of bathroom habits.
But how'd he eat?
Connor, the youngest of the Winters, asked.
Good question. Once a day, an orderly would bring in a bottle of liquid food, oatmeal or gruel, and force a tube down his throat. They'd empty the bottle straight into his stomach. That method worked until he bit off one of the orderly's fingers. After that, they had to strap him down to feed him.
Come on, Mark Traeger, the oldest of the Winters, rolled his eyes in disbelief. It's true. A quick, serious look put Mark's doubt in check. They used an old, rusty C-clamp to force his mouth open. Lowell fought them, but only succeeded in breaking off pieces of his teeth. They found records where orderlies refused to feed Lowell because of his creepy, jagged-toothed smile.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that, Jackson.
Roger hid a laugh at my improvisation behind a cough.
Everyone that came in contact with Lowell Flood was convinced he had the devil in him. But what could they do? The only way to leave the orphanage was either through adoption or when they turned 18. People knew no one would adopt Lowell, and it was many years before he was old enough to legally leave. So, in that small basement cell he stayed, and years passed.
Roger suddenly stood up.
Oh, sorry, boys. I have to go relieve myself. Jackson, do you mind finishing the story?
I don't know, Roger. Do you think they can handle the rest of the story? To this, the children responded with a chorus of protests. Okay. I'll tell you the rest of the story, as long as you guys promise to clean up afterward and hit the bed. Deal? All agreed, and I passed around the rest of this steaming apple cider, while Roger headed into the woods for privacy. After a few years in the hole, the people who ran the orphanage relaxed and let Lowell out of the straitjacket. They even let him eat real food instead of pouring gruel down his throat. It looked like he might have been turning the corner and was going to make a good citizen after all. However, he had these eyes that looked like they housed the fires of hell. It unnerved everyone who met him. But he was behaving, so he got more and more privileges back, although he was still kept in the basement. Then, on an August night in 1910, a night like this one, it happened. Lowell Flood picked the locks on his shackles. Any other person held prisoner for years would have made for the doors and escaped, but not Lowell. He went to the storage shed and got several cans of kerosene. Back then, kerosene was used in lamps instead of the light bulbs that we use today. He crept through the night, pouring gallon upon gallon of kerosene all around the building, in the hallways, and any other place he could move without drawing attention to himself. He poured a final trail of kerosene out the main doors and wedged a piece of lumber across the doors, jamming them closed. And then he put a match to the kerosene. The boys gasped. They were hooked. And in that dark night, much like this night, Lowell Flood laughed as he watched the orderlies and children helplessly pound on the doors and windows as the flames grew taller and hotter. Survivors say he sat down on the front lawn and watched it all burn to the ground, his red eyes glowing, smiling his broken smile. "What a bunch of bull," offered Mark. "You think so?" I asked. "Here are the facts, young man." On that August night, 172 children and employees died, burned alive. Only 17 children and an orderly survived. By the time fire trucks responded, it was too late. All the firemen could do was watch the Light of Hope orphanage burn to the ground and listen to the dying screams of the trapped orphans. In case you've forgotten, you're sleeping in the ruins of Gore Orphanage. Oh, and there's one other fact I should share. The children all held their breath when they asked in unison, "What?" Lowell Flood's body was never found. The local sheriff's office searched the woods for a week, but they found no survivors, nor did they find Lowell Flood. The only trace of Lowell was where the survivors said he was sitting on the lawn. A single word was burned into the grass. Home. People say Lowell Flood roamed the Winoka woods like an animal, wild animal, until his dying day. Some say his spirit still haunts these woods. And on certain nights, like this one, you can hear the wailing of the orphan children, warning the living when Lowell Flood is lurking about. Wait. Listen. The kids looked at each other as the night sky covered the woods in darkness. Only the occasional crackling of the fire interrupted the silence. Almost on cue, a thin, high-pitched moan filtered through the surrounding trees.
What was that?
Connor sputtered. I have no idea, I said flatly. Just stay near the fire. It was then I saw Connor, mouth wide open, pointing toward the woods. One by one the other kids followed his finger. In the tree line, 2 small red orbs the size of human eyes glowed, and from the thing in the tree line came a single guttural word. Home. The children froze. Their panic drenched the area. The thing advanced again, and they all began shrieking, but huddled close to the fire. Mark even pulled a partially burning stick from the campfire and held it in front of him. Home, it repeated, drawing closer to the campsite. The children were seconds away from blind panic. I exclaimed, Lowell Frudd, it can't be! The thing burst from the tree line and into the light of the campfire. The children offered one more unified scream before realization hit them. It was Roger.
Got ya!
He laughed, walking up to the campfire. He showed them his glasses with the red LED lights and sat down on a log next to the fire. You kids should know better. I couldn't contain my laughter. Ghosts don't exist. The kids offered weak protests to the prank, but Roger and I couldn't stop laughing. Once the adrenaline surge died down, the kids complied to our wishes and went to their tents. Roger and I made sure all the boys were secure in their sleeping bags before we returned to the fire.
That worked better than I thought,
said Roger.
I didn't believe you about that moaning thing.
Earlier that week, I had told Roger about how the trucks driving the interstate close to Gore Orphanage caused a sound which, when filtered through the dense forest, sounded like an otherworldly moaning. Many paranormal investigators reported it as evidence of ghosts, but it was quickly debunked as passing big rigs. However, we were going to take advantage of any free story elements we could.
Did everybody have their fill of cider?
Roger looked at the stack of empty cups. No problem there, I stood and stretched. We got a big day tomorrow. Game over.
Is it?
Roger smiled. The kids slept like logs. Roger and I found it difficult to wake them up, in fact. I guess I had put too many sleeping pills in the apple cider. The next morning, the kids made their groggy way back to the main camp and prepared for the return to St. Michael's. I smiled and waved at children whose names I would soon forget. Well, maybe I'd remember one. I'm sure the bus ride back to St. Michael's was uneventful, with the exception of the winners regaining their wits long enough to ask where their fellow orphan was. Roger would handle it with his usual charm, like he had done in the previous years. Probably some excuse like an asthma attack, spider bite from a brown recluse, or some such nonsense. It didn't really matter. There was always a new batch of bright-eyed junior counselors every year. A missing child on the books meant an additional $60,000 went straight into the administrator's pocket. All the angles were covered. Orphans are the lost souls of society and would never be missed. Roger joined me later that day. We strolled into a cabin D, with uncontrollable grins. Connor Watson, eyes a mixture of uncertainty and terror, lay bound and weeping in a corner of the cabin. I told you, Connor, ghosts don't exist. But monsters? Monsters are real. I drew my knife and closed the cabin door.
Whistling from the Well by Michael Marks. Narrated by Otis Gyrie. When I was 15, I found a well in the woods behind my house. We had already lived in that house for a few years by that time I found it, and I was surprised that I had never run across it before. It was made of cold gray stone and jutted out about 3 feet out of the ground. The top had been covered with boards, dead leaves framed its base,
and coated the boards almost like a camouflage. I marked the location in my head, making a mental map. I figured it might be cool to find my way back there at some point to draw or read. It was a really peaceful spot. It was summer, and I was kind of a loner with little to do. Most of the time, a peaceful spot to be alone was all I wanted. It took me a year before I found the well again. I could swear that I had mapped the path back to it in my head perfectly. It wasn't like it was that far away from my backyard, maybe a mile into the woods, if that. I spent most of the rest of that summer looking for it. I would walk the tree line for hours back and forth. I didn't even care about using it as a spot to hang out anymore, and I just wanted to prove to myself I wasn't crazy. I asked my parents if they had ever seen it during times they would go for walks out there, and they just shook their heads and told me that they didn't know anything about a well. After a while, I just gave up. It wasn't really worth the wasted energy after all. I figured it was out there somewhere. Perhaps I had just been deeper than I thought that day I found it. Time passed, another school year came and went, and I had a birthday during that time, turned 16, started driving, found a girlfriend at school, and went about my life as normal. The next summer, I found myself bored on a day that my parents had both cars, and decided maybe I should take a walk in the woods. I hadn't actually done it for a while, and besides, by that point, I'd started smoking and wanted to keep it as far away from the house as possible to hide it from my parents. About 45 minutes into my walk, I found it, the well. It was in the exact spot I had originally mapped out in my head and long since forgotten. Right there, where I would have expected it to be a year earlier, still cold gray stone, still boarded up, still covered in dead leaves. I did a double take on it, honestly wondering how I could have not found it when I was looking for it, but just kind of stumbled across it when I wasn't. I leaned up against one of the trees about 4 yards from it and stared at it, totally baffled. I tried to shrug it off, but it was so weird. I pulled out a cigarette and stood smoking, and tracing the well with my eyes as if it were some kind of alien species. That's when I first heard the whistling. It was soft and low. At first, I had to strain a bit to even hear it. I looked around the tree line to see if I could spot anyone else walking around the property. Maybe my mom or dad had come home at some point and were taking a stroll through the trees just like me. I didn't see anyone, though. No distant shapes, no figures wandering the tree line. I followed the direction of the sound with my ears as it started to get louder. I even recognized the tune, Mary Had a Little Lamb. It got louder and louder till it seemed like the source should be right near me, and I soon realized that it was. It was coming from inside the well. I walked over to the well and started clearing the boards off the top. They weren't fastened to the top by anything, so it was as simple as just picking them up and tossing them into the grass. Once the last board was cleared, I stared down into the black pit. A foul stench rose up from below, like wet and rotting vegetation. I trained my ear back towards the whistling once again just to be sure I wasn't crazy. Sure enough, it was echoing off the stone walls of the well before it reached my ears. "Hello?" I called down. "Are you okay?" The whistling stopped. It just cut off at the sound of my voice. It was followed by a long and empty silence, and it made me feel gradually more uncomfortable with each passing second. I swallowed hard and called out again. "Is somebody down there?" I yelled. My question was once again answered with only silence. "Or am I going crazy?" I said under my breath as I leaned up from the hole and took a drag off my cigarette. Suddenly, sharp and manic laughter exploded from deep within the well. I nearly stumbled backwards from the surprise. I quickly stuck my face back down into the top of the well and yelled with all I had, "Who's down there?" Another long pause. I felt like I was standing on the precipice of hell. The stench of rot grew even stronger in my nose. I had to choke down each breath I took. The silence was broken by what sounded like a low whimper, and then a voice, a voice that sounded exactly like my mother. "Honey, is that you?" she said. "Please, you have to help me. I think my legs are broken." My mother had left for work that morning. I watched her drive away. She had called the house before I went out on my walk, in fact, asking if there was anything special I wanted her to pick up from the store on the way home. Whatever was talking to me was not my mother. That much I knew for sure. The imitation was perfect, though. I stood above that well, staring down into the black. I was stunned and unsure how to respond to what I had just heard. Then up from below came another voice, my father's voice. "Is that how you treat your mother?" he screamed. "Ignoring her pleas for help? You have always been such a rotten little shit. Should have smothered you in your crib or fed you to the dogs when you were a baby." I felt sick. Obviously, whatever was down there was trying to mess with my head. As crazy as it seemed, that was the only explanation. Still, even knowing that, hearing those words in my father's voice hit me very hard. I backed away from the well. "Oh, God!" it screamed again in my mother's voice. "Please help me! The rats are eating me!" Its screams for help dissolved into a high-pitched squeal and then died out in a gurgling, retching noise. I turned from the well entirely and began to run away from it back the way I came and towards my house. I could hear whatever was down in that well behind me laughing. As I moved through the woods as fast as my feet would carry me, I could still hear it whistling. Long when I should have been out of earshot, I continued to hear it. It whistled, "Mary Had a Little Lamb," just like when I first heard it. But as I reached the edge of the forest, the tune changed to a funeral march. I sprinted back to my door, which thankfully was left unlocked before I left. I got inside quickly and locked it behind me. I went into my room on the second floor of the house and stared out the window. It overlooked the backyard and had a clear view of the woods beyond. Nothing was chasing me, at least not that I could see. Still, I sat at that window until my parents got home from work. I thought about telling them about what I had heard from the bottom of the well, but I knew they wouldn't have believed me. I ended up keeping it to myself. I never went into those woods again, and every time my parents would go for their walks, I'd always tell them to be careful. I knew there wasn't much else I could do. What was I supposed to say? "If you run across a well out there, book it, Mom and Dad. That shit's evil." Yeah, I'm sure that would have gone over real well, like me in therapy for a few years well. They never did see it, though, or if they did, they never mentioned it. Months later, I started hearing someone whistle the funeral march outside my window every night for a week. Every time I'd look to see what was there, I could never see anything, though. This happened every few months, and when it did, it would drive me crazy. I wouldn't be able to sleep at all. I would just sit up in my bed and listen, in terror, helpless to do anything about it. My parents never heard it. Eventually, I moved away from my parents' place out to California. I got a job in the Bay Area working at some tech company. Met myself a nice girl, even got married. For a while, I even forgot about the well. That is, until I went on a nature hike with my wife a few weeks ago. We were just walking along in the woods, talking and having a nice weekend with each other. We followed a trail that led us into a clearing, and I froze in my tracks when I saw it. A well, sticking about 4 feet out of the ground, covered in dead leaves. The boards had been removed from the top and scattered about the base exactly as I had left it. My wife had noticed I had stopped walking with her and turned to me with a puzzled look. "What the hell's wrong with you? You look like you've seen a ghost," she said, smiling and walking back towards me. "Do you see it?" I said, pointing a finger towards the well. She turned her head and then turned back to me with a raised eyebrow. "The well?" she said. "Yeah, I see it. So what?" I wanted to tell myself that it was a different well. It had to be, right? I hadn't seen it in over 10 years, and I was in a different fucking state. I knew, though, just by looking at it, that it was the exact same fucking well. I found it again. I found it because I had stopped looking for it. I grabbed my wife by the wrist and started walking the other way. "What the hell are you doing?" she said as I drug her along. "Let's get out of here," I said, and then realizing just how weird I was being, made a quick excuse. "I'm really starting to not feel good." "Okay," she said, still sounding puzzled but placing a comforting hand on my shoulder. About halfway back down the trail, I heard whistling. The same tune I heard the first time I looked down that damn well. I looked back behind me, half expecting to see some nightmare bearing down on me like something out of a horror movie. Instead, I just saw my wife, whistling. Mary had a little lamb, and smiling as she walked.
Off the Beaten Path by Michael Whitehouse. Narrated by Otis Gyrie. Robert Francis started the day with purpose and verve. Thrilled by the thought of no drive to work, no gray boring suit or stifled office air, he negotiated the sporadic city traffic with glee. He owned 2 other bikes, but for this adventure would rely upon his favorite and most trusted of wheeled companions. With a custom paint job reading Rob in large white letters across a frame of black, this was a bike which had never failed him. No bumps, no bruises, not so much as a punctured tire. His itinerary was set, and he was filled with excitement at the prospect of finally being on holiday. It had been more than 11 months since he had taken so much as an hour off from his suffocating suit and tie, so the thoughts of spending 8 whole days cycling through the Scottish wilderness with only his backpack and tent for company was frankly exhilarating. Within an hour, he had reached the city limits, breathing a sigh of relief as he left the world of work and sales targets behind. Most of his time was spent in the corporate office blocks of that great place, but the countryside is where he longed to be, exploring the unbound wilderness. The unpredictable Scottish summer cast its unwelcome interruptions as the busy traffic gave way to winding country roads. It was colder than he had anticipated, but even this could not dampen his spirits. As he made his way through the open countryside, passing the occasional car and rural dwelling, a smile crept across his face. Cycling was his passion, and Robert was in his element. A couple of hours passed as the sparse yet vibrant green grassland soon surrendered to a more imposing and altogether impressive setting. Slight hills rose up to become domineering mountains. Pockets of isolated woodland soon weaved together into thick and impenetrable forests, and wide-open roads soon constricted into narrower, less trodden avenues. For the past 3 months, he had been in a quandary about where to go on his adventure, which remote part of Scotland to explore. But when he passed over an old stone bridge with a babbling stream underneath like 1,000 voices whispering for attention, and found himself face to face with a forest covering hills, mountains, and valleys like a blanket, he knew he had made the right decision. A dirt road cut through the labyrinth of trees ahead, winding and twisting for miles. It occurred to Robert that as he cycled further into the forest, the daylight above seemed to diminish with each panting puff of air, blocked by the huge pine trees on both sides, as if the sun were an unwelcome visitor. As the sky darkened, it became clear it was time to stop for the night, so, after spotting a gap in the trees not far from the road, he clambered through some thick underfoot and entangled bushes, hauling his bike and backpack behind him, looking for a suitable resting place. On reaching the clearing, and observing the broken and felled trees which encircled it, he set his tent up for the night on a small pitch of unassuming grass. Before long, he was sitting next to a roaring fire under the stars. Unimpeded by the false light of man, they shone bright and bold above. After a few hours of watching the warm glow of the fire, he reluctantly turned in for the night,
excited by the prospect of another day's adventure, another day of distance between himself and the city. That night he slept soundly, but for one ill-defined dream of a noise in the darkness growing louder with each breath. The next morning he set off as soon as there was daylight. It had rained slightly during the night, and after cycling for an hour, Robert noticed a change in the landscape. It had become increasingly unkempt, less constrained. The trees seemed closer together, and any occasional gaps in the forest scenery were filled by clearings and small fields which had been left unattended for some time. It became clear that he had traveled far enough into the forest that he was now out of reach of even the park rangers who would normally maintain such a place. It seemed as though, beyond that point, the land had been neglected by its carers. The thought that even those familiar with that wilderness were afraid to tread there weighed on his mind momentarily, before being quickly dismissed as a flight of fancy. The sky dulled as the day wore on, and it was clear that rain was on its way once more. After pushing his bike up a steep incline, which he felt was too uneven to cycle on, Robert reached its peak, revealing another breathtaking change in front of him. The land spread out to the horizon, sprawling forward between pockets of woodland and stagnant pools of water, slumbering in a deep-set valley which stretched across an ancient basin for miles below. With brooding storm clouds above, he looked down at the valley and decided it would make sense to set up camp early. Not a half hour later, he had descended and stood in a wide circle of grass, and after putting his tent in place, all that was left was to gather some firewood. The only problem was that Robert had picked a camping spot dominated more so by bushes and shrubs than trees. He would have to venture out across the valley and find what he needed from one of the wooded areas nearby. A collection of pine and fir trees, which formed an isolated island of woodland about a half-mile across, was close enough to the camp. After 10 or 15 minutes of trudging through the long grass, occasionally sinking his feet unwittingly into remnants of a marshy bog, Robert found himself at the edge of the woods. Its boundary was dominated by older trees, which had long since withered, covered by thick brown hanging moss, nature's own burial shroud. The broken trunks of once beautiful and majestic pines and sycamores littered the ground, open and rotting from the inside, not unlike a decomposing animal. It occurred to Robert that the woods seemed somehow out of place. The trees did not belong to the landscape as others did. The long grass, which characterized the entire area, seemed to thin out and change from a healthy natural green color to a morbid yellow-brown. As this thought ruminated, accompanied by an increasing sense of unexplainable dread, he realized that he was looking at a large dead ring of grass which followed the tree line perfectly, encircling the pocket of woodlands as if marking the limits of a tomb. On their own, in a forgotten part of the world, many would have been cautious of such a sight, but Robert quickly shook off his initial sense of vigilance, finding the area intriguing, a place unlike any he had seen before. With a bold stride, he stepped over the woodland threshold into the dim light within. On the forest floor he could see many relics of past trees slumped on the ground. As he continued inward, the canopy above grew increasingly thick with each step, sheltering everything from the rain. Scanning the ground for firewood, he looked up and noticed that while it was daylight outside, the woodland trees were now blotting the sun from the sky. Had he not known better, he would have sworn it was dusk. At last, he found a collection of broken branches and logs which were dry. Robert knew this was as far as he should go, as it was becoming increasingly difficult to navigate through the trees, which seemed to be growing closer together, their branches often interlinked and touching as if trying to keep those inside from escaping. "Don't be silly," Robert smirked to himself. It had started to rain, And although he could hear the drops of water pelting off of the leaves above, his surroundings were perfectly dry. It made sense to make his way back and get a fire started as soon as possible, because once everything was wet, it would prove increasingly difficult to do so. He quickly gathered the last of the wood up into his arms, but just as he turned to leave and follow his own tracks on the pine-covered floor out of the unnerving woods, something caught his eye. Several feet away, obscured by a ring of trees particularly close to one another, there appeared to be a strange arrangement of stones on the ground. Robert, being Robert, he just had to investigate. After clawing his way through a net of branches, he found himself staring at what looked suspiciously like a grave. Hundreds of uneven gray stones the size of a fist, and some substantially bigger, had been piled on top of one another, about 3 feet wide, 7 feet long, and a couple of feet off the ground. It looked as though a mourner had marked the resting place of a body. A shudder crept up Robert's spine as he momentarily experienced a feeling of being watched, but quickly dismissed the fear, replacing it with curiosity. Nearby, he noticed that lying around the stones was a collection of randomly scattered belongings. Several empty beer cans lay strewn on the floor. A jumper covered in rotting leaves sat on the ground, while a sleeping bag, scraps of newspaper, and even some old food cans betrayed the grave for what it really was: someone's campsite. Robert breathed a sigh of relief and surmised from his surroundings that a few students had probably been there in the summer, got caught in the rain, moving into the woods to remain dry. The stones were probably just placed there out of boredom, or even as a prank to creep out any passerby in the future. University summers really were great, Robert thought, casting a fleeting eye back to memories of summer trips with his friends. One thing about the stone configuration intrigued him, however. Sticking out between these two plain gray rocks on the side of the pile was a rock which appeared to be markedly different from the rest. Triangular in shape, it was wider than a human hand, smooth in places, and not dissimilar to black marble, tapering off to a dull point at one end. Before he really considered it with any degree of scrutiny, Robert dropped the firewood, bent over, and tugged at the stone. It felt polished and cold in his hands, but it seemed to not wish to leave its home, wedged as it was so tightly amongst the other rocks. Growing slightly exasperated, he wrapped both his hands around the stone and finally, with an exerted judder backwards, was free. Staring at it intently, it looked suspiciously like an ancient axe head. Whether it was or not, Robert was not qualified to answer, but it certainly looked like a man-made object, and he could see chisel marks along its side. Perhaps the previous campers found it nearby and then used the rock in their construction without knowing of its significance. He was excited by the prospect, and knew instantly that on his return home he would ask a friend of his, who studied archaeology at university, whether it was what he suspected or not. After examining the object for some time, Robert was reminded by the sound of rain above that he really should make his way back to the campsite. Pocketing the stone, he bent over to pick up the firewood, but as he did so, he heard a noise. It appeared as though one of the stones on the pile had slid off and landed on the ground. A creeping sense of unease slowly started to exert itself upon his nerve, one which he could not explain. Picking up the firewood quickly, leaving the rest of the stones unmoved, he began to make his way back. With every step, something deep within was telling Robert that he was no longer alone, and worse, that he was being followed by someone in the woods. But with several nervous glances over his shoulder, he could see nothing. There were moments when he even fancied that he heard the sound of twigs and pines cracking underfoot, but again, no one was there. Breathing a sigh of relief, the tree line came into view, and Robert was filled with cheer, knowing that within a few moments he would be back out in the open air. But just before he reached the periphery of the woods, he heard a crack again. This time it was definite. It was louder than before, more pronounced, and accompanied by the hairs on the back of his neck rising in unison. He was convinced that someone was standing just a few feet behind, staring at him. Caught between the fear of knowing and the fear of not, he finally turned around slowly. Yes, there it was. He saw it. Only for a moment, but he saw it. An arm or a shoulder, something disappearing behind a tree nearby. Robert's mouth grew dry, making it difficult to swallow, and his heart started to thud deep within his chest. He began to backpedal slowly, hoping that he would not trip on an unseen root or weed on the floor, leaving him vulnerable on the ground. With each step, the woods grew lighter, and as he neared its edge, the light from outside bathed its interior in a bluish hue. He did not take his eyes off the large sycamore trunk where that shadowy figure seemed to be hiding, not for one moment. It was peculiar, but an overpowering sense of safety out in the open dominated his thoughts. Normally a person feels exposed and vulnerable in the open wilderness, but not Robert, at least not in that situation. As he edged slowly toward the grassy plain outside, the subtle, foreboding sound of leaves rustling and swaying almost in anger progressed into a crescendo of noise. But there was no wind to gust, no breeze to disturb. There was only one conclusion to be reached. Something was moving towards him. And then he was outside, out of the woods, away from whoever had been following. No, not following, stalking him. Robert was not a superstitious man. You could not afford to be when camping alone in such remote locations, as the mind tends to play tricks, twisting the benign sounds of nature into something much more malevolent. But regardless, he did not wish to stay around long enough to find out who his unwanted companion in the woods had been. Dropping all but the sturdiest piece of wood, which he reckoned would make a good makeshift weapon, he ran as fast as he could toward his own camp, all the while glancing back at that strange island of trees surrounded by dead, withered grass. But nothing emerged from it. Arriving at his tent, out of breath and agitated, he packed up his belongings as quickly as possible, then carried his bike up a small hill and back onto the dirt path. Waiting not one moment longer, he cycled hard and fast, hoping to put as much distance between himself and that place and its unseen resident, before finding somewhere safer and more welcoming to camp. The road was now nothing but a single track of mud, which covered Robert in a shower of dirt every time his bike sloshed through an uneven depression on the ground. The weather was bitter, unusually so at that time of year, and the rain, accompanied now by a freezing wind, battered his face, making each foot of distance traveled feel like 100. He tried to continue for as long as he could, hoping to leave the necessity of making camp until the last usable ray of sunlight, but after a couple of hours the skies opened further and the rain came down in sheets. He had to find shelter, and quick. Concluding that he had put at least 15 or so miles of winding, difficult track between himself and that bizarre coven of trees. Regardless of whether it felt enough or not, it was simply impossible to continue due to the elements. On the left-hand side of the path, there was a rather steep drop which led down into a large field, but it would not provide the shelter Robert knew he required. To his right was a humble gradient of grass which rose up into a large stretch of woodland. Following his strange experience from earlier, some hesitancy did present itself to him, but the horrendous weather soon increased the motivation for shelter, and after pulling his bike up through the grass, he entered the tree line. The torrential rain filtered through the tree canopy, and it took a while before Robert could locate a suitable spot to camp. Finding a large bush under several tightly knit fir trees, he pitched his tent there, and then, as the area remained relatively protected from the storm outside in the open, using some dried roots, grass, and twigs from the forest floor, he was able to start a small campfire, which allowed him to cook some food while raising his spirits. Night began to close in, and as the wind and rain diminished, The sound of sausages sizzling in a frying pan on the fire provided the first sense of well-being and comfort that he had experienced since the morning. Thinking over his experience in the woods, he began to rationalize the events. He had found various belongings in there, a sleeping bag, clothes, fruit, and beer cans. It was obvious now that he had just disturbed a fellow camper. Someone who no doubt became frightened, seeing another human being wandering around the campsite in the middle of nowhere. That must have been it. The man, and he was reasonably sure it was a man from the little he had seen of him, probably hid behind that tree because he was simply scared or unnerved. Robert relaxed into a sigh of relief, but just as he did so, he slipped his hand into his jacket pocket. Touching its cold black surface, he had completely forgotten about the unusual stone he had picked up from that collection of oddly arranged rocks. Removing it from his jacket pocket and observing it in the low red light of the campfire, Robert was certain that it had been shaped by human hands. It felt old, ancient even, but he would wait to contact his archaeologist friend before getting his hopes up too much. He would have to admit, though, that the idea of finding a relic from the past was something which thrilled him deeply. Since he was a child, he had always obsessed by hidden or undiscovered history, which perhaps explained his fascination with exploring the Scottish countryside, a land steeped in stories and myths of strange and forgotten peoples. Above all else, he hoped that it was of Pictish origin, that mysterious indigenous people who vanished without a trace over 1,000 years ago, something which historians still pondered and puzzled over. Of course, in all probability, it was a modern replica, but the romantic side of Robert's personality hoped that it was so much more, and enjoyed entertaining that hope. As he stared at the relic, something unusual began to filter into his awareness, something different. Above the crackling sound of the fire, the now subtle wind, and the occasional rustle of a woodland animal nearby, came a noise. It was distant. How far, Robert could not tell, but it echoed through the ridges and valleys nearby, scattering through the trees in the dark. It repeated again and again, with only a moment's pause between utterances, and it was an utterance of some description. An animal, perhaps? Robert could not identify it despite his impressive knowledge of the local wildlife. The sound possessed strange characteristics of a creature unknown to him. In some ways, it was reminiscent of a bird of prey, parts high-pitched and shrieking, but under this lay a painful, wretched noise more akin to that of a fox crying in the night looking for its young. That was it exactly. It sounded like it was looking for something. For the next 3 hours, Robert lay awake listening to the screeching noise ebb and flow as whatever was producing it moved closer, then farther away. As he eventually drifted towards sleep, the thought occurred to him that the movement of the sound was not unlike that of a search party, yelling and shouting, looking for someone lost in the wilderness, following a distinct search pattern. In the cold light of day, the noise was gone, and while he had accepted that what had scared him the day before was simply a timid camper, cautious of a nearby stranger, he could still not shake a feeling of impending dread deep from the pit of his stomach. The day passed quickly, and while he made good progress, he did not do so with the delight he had previously felt. Something toxic lay in his mind, just outside of his awareness, something which suffocated his spirits. That night again he camped in a clearing, and yet again that same horrible shriek came out across the wilderness looking for something lost, something precious, shrieking with one subtle difference from the night before. It was closer. Sleep did not come easy once more, and Robert fancied that during the night he had heard footsteps nearby, but attributed these to the simple nocturnal wanderings of a lonely deer or stag. While the following day remained overcast and gray, the wind and rain were gone, both a distant memory, but for the occasional accumulation of water on the dirt track. Robert cycled onward, negotiating a network of paths, while realizing that he had strayed from his intended route at some juncture. Despite this, he was confident he knew where he was, and this unanticipated change would simply be a small detour and nothing more. At times, he made great progress when the ground was even enough, stopping occasionally to take in a variety of delving valleys and rising peaks. Uncharacteristically, however, he kept his distance as much as he could from the woods and forest which often accompanied the road, while dismissing it as merely his imagination. At times he felt like there was something within them, peering out from the dark, watching. It was late afternoon, and he was beginning to feel tired, probably most due to a restless night, combined with the unrelenting pace he had set himself throughout the day. In the back of his mind, he was still running from something, fleeing an unseen, ominous threat. The path he had been on for the past couple of hours had been rather predictable for the most part, but now it curved sharply around a grassy hill to reveal a change in the landscape which had been previously hidden from view. A long stretch of dirt, an uneven track, penetrated a thick forest of fir trees. What Robert found interesting about the path was that it was unnaturally straight, and what he found oddly frightening about it was that it was so narrow, only a couple of feet across. Both sides of the forest only an arm's length apart. This proximity provoked deep feelings of overexposure and claustrophobia. If he had been a soldier in a war zone, Robert would have highlighted this long, narrow path as the perfect place for an ambush. Standing with his mountain bike only a few feet from the beginning of both forest and track, he felt uneasy about the current situation. It was clear that the path was the only way forward, and while it appeared as though it exited the forest a few miles from his position, there was something inherently dubious about it. What? He could not tell, but he did feel that he did not wish to traverse it. Weighing the pros and cons, he realized that both the way he came and the unknown land ahead provoked trepidation in him. For that reason, he dismissed the sense of dread as a figment of his overactive imagination, and with measured movement, slowly set off down the long, straight track, hoping to quickly pass in and out of the forest without incident. A black cloud hovered above, and as Robert negotiated the overly uneven path as quickly as he could, the feeling of foreboding, which he had so nonchalantly dismissed, began to ferment in his stomach, rising up through his body, forcing the hairs on his arm to stand on end. He kept his head down for the most part, occasionally glancing ahead at what he assumed was his exit in the distance. He just wanted to be through and out of that place as quickly as possible, the trees closing in on either side, creating a suffocating atmosphere. Just over halfway down the path, an unnerving and unwelcome familiarity overtook him, a sensation which had accompanied him for days, but now seemed to be sharper, grating more profoundly on his nerves, filled his every thought, the feeling of being watched. Stopping for a moment to catch his breath, he tried, as best he could, to shake the immovable sensation that he was not alone. The path stretched out ahead, and as is common amongst those who attempt to reach a goal or threshold, without thinking, he looked back to measure his own progress. He had managed to cover a substantial amount of the track's length, and was quite confident that in a short time he would escape the narrow stretch of dirt. But just as he turned to continue onward, something caught his eye farther down the path in front of him. He immediately wished that he had not taken the route he had chosen, that he had turned back and started homeward. It was there, unmistakable, unwavering, and utterly paralyzing. Some distance away in the direction he was heading stood a figure. He could not entirely make out the discrete features of the individual because they were standing to the side of the path between a cluster of trees, covered in shadow, but it was there, no doubt, and was certainly a product of his imagination. Someone was standing there watching, and while Robert was a distance away, it felt to him as though the figure's presence was almost on top of him. Its stare, accompanied by an uncommon, potent sense of, malice was the best way that Robert could describe it to himself. Then it was gone, disappearing back into the forest. But the feeling of danger, of the necessity to flee, did not diminish or decline, but grew in intensity. The sound of something moving between the trees rang out across the emptiness, increasing in volume as it neared. Robert panicked, turned, and cycled as quickly as he could in the direction he had come. So eager was he to escape that narrow passage flanked on all sides by the impenetrable forest that he did not see a deep hole in the ground. The front wheel of his bike crashed into the depression, sending him flying over the handlebars, scraping along the ground. Dazed for a moment, the shambling sound of broken branches and displaced leaves, which was nearly upon him, brought his mind back into abrupt focus. Blood dripped from a wound in his leg, and his arm was badly bruised from the impact, but all he cared about was escaping from that suffocating path away from whoever seemed to be moving in the woods. Robert's beloved paint job, including the letters Rob on the bike's frame, had been scratched slightly in the crash, but that did not concern him. 2 spokes on the bike's front tire were broken, and that most certainly did. The last thing he needed was to be completely stranded there, so he would have to ride carefully and hope that the wheel would not buckle, lasting long enough to carry him home. Home. That was exactly where he intended to go, as quickly and directly as possible, as he was now facing in the direction he had been traveling for days. There was no time like the present. The moving sound in the trees continued, and as Robert carefully, yet at pace, negotiated the broken ground, he hoped above all else that his trusted mountain bike would get him out of there. Despite his obvious advantage of speed, the sound seemed to be only moments behind, and as he came closer to the end of the forest path and out into the open, he heard a noise which chilled him to his very core. From within the dark recess of trees spewed that same shrieking, tortured cry from the nights before, echoing out, piercing Robert's ears and scratching through his nerves. Was it that figure who had been wandering near his camp at night? Surely no human could make such a sound. Panicking, he increased his speed as the front tire of his bike wobbled and creaked under the pressure and strain. Finally, he was out of that narrow place, but he did not stop, cycling for hours without once looking back. Only when sure that his pursuer could not have followed did he stop to rest. Night was once again drawing in, and now every sound, every smell, every part of what had always made the countryside fascinatingly inviting to him took on a new, ominous, and menacing form. The remoteness, the solitude, to be left alone far away from the buzzing lights of the city. He decided that tonight he would not set up camp. No fire, no tent. Robert was sure that the person following him had been able to do so because of the noise and light which he had made from night to night. It would not be pleasant. It would be cold, wet, and uncomfortable, but he wanted to make sure that he could not be tracked. There were various paths and dirt tracks in the area that he could have taken, but hopefully the man who was stalking him, for whatever reason he was doing so, would not be able to find him again. Robert knew, of course, that his tire tracks could easily betray his location if his pursuer was smart enough to follow them. The bike marks were obvious. For this reason, he backtracked for several minutes off the path in an attempt to confuse anyone following should the need arise. The worst thing he could do would be to sleep next to where his tracks ended. Finding a large bush with space underneath to sleep, he hid himself and his bike for the night, with one question on his mind. If this stalker was able to keep up with his progression each day, he must have been using a bike or vehicle of some description. But where were the tire tracks? Sleep did not come at all that night, but around 3 a.m, that wailing, inhuman noise did, moving around the area, searching. By now, Robert was beginning to suffer from lack of rest, but in spite of this, at the first sign of daylight, he quickly uncovered his bike from its hiding place and started on his way once again. Not one foul noise was heard that day, nor any evidence that his stalker was nearby. Rationality began to overtake Robert's fear as night once again settled in. He had covered much ground throughout the day and had managed to take care as best he could of his bike's front wheel, which, bar the occasional creak or groan, was performing admirably. He concluded, after much soul-searching, that he had allowed himself to get carried away by the isolation of his surroundings and the admittedly unnerving person he had seen in the forest over the past few days. But surely it was preposterous to believe that he was really being followed. Perhaps the individual he had seen was not the same as the one he had encountered at that strange island of trees. It would make more sense that it was, in fact, just another camper. Maybe there were a few of them in the valley, and as for the unfamiliar animal screeching at night, it must just have been a species of bird in the area which he had never heard before. That night Robert would set a campfire. He would cook his food, eat well, and enjoy the solitary countryside as he had intended to for such a long time since planning his holiday. After locating a suitable spot in the forest, that was exactly what he did. He cooked on a roaring campfire and sat for hours gazing at the night sky through the branches of the trees above. There were no noises, no strange shrieks, no shambling footsteps in the darkness. Nothing. Confident that his unwelcome traveling companion had been left far behind, he retired to his tent, exhausted, in much need of a well-earned rest. 2 paltry hours of sleep later, however, Robert woke to the sound of something stirring outside. He had left the campfire burning as he was uncomfortable in spending another night in darkness, and its flames seemed to dance, shifting and changing shape in the night air, casting shadows all around under the thin canvas of the tent like a naturally occurring cinema screen. But it cast one shadow in particular which dominated the others, that of someone sitting by the fire. Robert froze. His mouth went dry, and his breathing became shallow and anxious. He could not believe that he had been so stupid to persuade himself that no one was following him. In lighting another fire, he had led the stalker directly to where he slept, and now they had the upper hand. God only knew what they wanted. After a moment of utter terror, Robert realized he needed to defend himself. Sitting up slowly and pulling off his sleeping bag and out from under him as quietly as possible, he scanned the tent looking for something he could cannibalize as a weapon. But anything of any weight was in his backpack. A metallic torch, the wood he had taken days earlier, a glass bottle, etc. And he had stupidly left that outside of the tent. He cursed himself for being so reckless, and could scarcely believe that he had left his bag outside when he always kept it inside, away from rain and wild animals. Exhaustion was his only explanation, but that did not help his current circumstances at all. Then he remembered the old axe head, the black rock he had found at the stranger's camp. Indeed, if it was a hand axe as he suspected, he reckoned it could still deal a nasty, perhaps even fatal blow. Running his fingers along its once sharp ridges, Robert composed himself, never for a second taking his eyes off of the flickering shadow in the tent wall. The door to the tent was luckily unzipped, but the 2 flaps from the outer fly sheet were draped over the entrance, obscuring his view. With one eye, he peeked through the slit between the canvas slowly. There it was. Someone sitting at the campfire. By his build, Robert was certain it was a man. The backlight of the fire made it difficult to decipher any of his features, but the shoulders were broad, strong, and it was clear that this man had been in the wilderness for some time, as it appeared that he was wearing rags of cloth which hung loosely around him. His head was covered in long strands of black wet hair, which had clumped together in places, presumably because it had not been washed for some time. Staring at the rear of the man's head, Robert tried as best he could to subdue his fear. He thought that he could conceivably sneak up behind him and knock him out with a blow to the back of the head with the black stone, but that could be murder. And Robert did not even know if the man was violent. Perhaps he was a nomadic type, a gypsy, a traveler. Yes, maybe it was best to wait. Maybe he would just wander off into the woods, although that seemed unlikely. Just as Robert affirmed to himself that if the man made a move toward the tent, he would rush out into the open and fight him head-on, he noticed something. Something was odd about the way the man was sitting. First of all, he was sitting still. So still that anyone would have been forgiven for mistaking him for a shadow. Not the slightest movement was made, nor was there any indication of life at all. No subtle shifting of weight, no rising and falling of breath, nothing. While the stillness was unnerving, it was Robert's second observation which bothered him the most. The man was sitting forward facing the fire, but the shape and position of his upper body and head was somehow off. They did not seem to quite add up. His frame seemed unnaturally positioned. A crackle from the fire, followed by a wayward flicker of light, revealed the truth. The flames lit up the area momentarily, the light bouncing from tree to tree, even onto Robert's tent, and reflecting back onto what surrounded it. 2 pinpoints of light momentarily shone in the night through black clumps of matted hair. Yes, the man's legs were facing the fire, but his body and his head were horribly contorted, twisted into an inhuman posture. The man's legs were indeed facing the fire, but his head and body were facing Robert. This was no man at all. How long it had sat there staring at the tent, waiting, he did not know. But a creak of movement from its neck was enough to send Robert out of the tent into the woods, consumed by a terror so profound that it could be likened to madness. He did not know how long he had been running, nor if he had been screaming the entire time, but his feet were cut in several places, and the first ray of sunshine were peeking out through the still thick branches of the forest. In the distance, Robert could see the flames from his campfire still burning bright, and despite his terror at the knowledge of being stalked by someone entirely inhuman, he had to get his bike to stand any chance of escape. For a while he hid behind trees, under bushes, his nerves absolutely shattered, refusing to go near the fire. His preconceptions were broken, but Robert was a strong character, and after a time a modicum of composure returned to him. Step by cautious step he neared his own camp. There was no sight of whatever had been sitting at that fire staring at him. By now, daylight illuminated the wider area, and after much self-bargaining, Robert decided to reclaim his belongings, grab his bike, and quickly continue as he could on his way out of the wilderness back to the city. Everything seemed to be accounted for, and even allowed himself a smirk at the thought that the creature, at least not being a thief. That sight soon vanished at the sight of the bike, however. Unharmed, yes, but strands of a black putrid liquid covered the seat and front wheel. This was not a time to be concerned with sludge on his means of escape. It was still working, and that was all that mattered. Had it been a week earlier, Robert would have been angry about the slightest scratch to his beloved mountain bike, but now he just cared about it getting him home, or at least back to Aberfoyle Village, to civilization. After clearing the liquid off and packing up his tent, Robert once more continued onward as fast as he could. He reckoned, with a hard push, that he could be out of that horrid place in a day and a half, as long as he took minimal rests and cycled for the duration of available light. The weather was not exactly ideal, but while rain occasionally came, it quickly disappeared, leaving long stretches of the journey clear from the wearing effects of the elements. As the day progressed, so did Robert's unease. He felt oppressed on all sides, as if he were running from something terrible, yet nearing an undefined danger. A horrible realization bubbled up from his unconscious. What if that thing followed him all the way home? As this thought swirled around in his mind, he passed over the crest of a hill and down again, suddenly realizing what was wrong and why he was feeling so much unease about what lay ahead. A gulf in the land opened up before him. Pockets of stagnant water lay strewn between stretches of marshland and long grass, and in the center there lay that horrible island of wretchedness. It was the woods where Robert first saw his pursuer, and then in a flash it all made perfect sense. Call it superstition, call it blind stupidity, whatever you would call it, Robert knew that he did not wish to see that twisted man again. As a child, he had been told ghost stories of people disturbing graves and the graves of dead rising up to haunt the living, but he never took much stock in such things. Not until then, at least. What he did know was that he had inadvertently triggered the whole terrifying ordeal. He had taken something which did not belong to him. After hiding his bike in the long grass, he trudged toward that isolated pocket of woodland where he now knew to be a grave lay, minus one oddly shaped black stone which he had been carrying with him ever since the ordeal had begun. He half expected for that thing to be sitting next to its resting place, but while there was a number of strange noises and movements between the trees, there was no sign of Robert's unwelcoming traveling companion. He assumed it was still out there looking for him. Wasting no time, he plunged into the woodland and headed straight until finally finding the grave, that elongated pattern of stacked rocks and stones. After locating the gap where he had torn the black stone from, he wedged it back in tightly. A noise echoed from the other side of the woods, and Robert did not wish to hang around to find out what it was. Running as fast as he could over the roots, mud, leaves, and fallen branches, he jumped out of that dark place into the open outdoors, filled with a sense of accomplishment and utter relief. It was not long before he was back on the dirt path, moving forward on his bike in search of one more place to sleep for the night, then home the next day. A weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He knew he had unwittingly disturbed something unimaginable, unfathomable, but by returning that which he had taken, he had narrowly escaped what he assumed would have been a terrible fate, death, or perhaps worse. There was no explanation of this feeling of elation and survival. He just knew deep down that he had righted his wrong. That night Robert lay in his tent. It was dark, as he had decided against a campfire, just to be on the safe side. He was confident that he would be left alone, however, and took great comfort in knowing that he was safe, while looking forward to the next day and the comforts of home. That was a funny thought. A man who had always adored the countryside, detesting the humdrum of daily city life, relishing the idea of a couch, a television, a beer, and a warm bed. Next year he would holiday at a sunny resort and lie on a beach for a couple of weeks, one preferably far removed from his homeland. Robert closed his eyes with a smile on his face and drifted off. The noise, which he had heard outside for so many nights, suddenly screeched at a blood-curdling and overpowering volume. Without having to open his eyes, he knew. The sound did not come from the woods. It came from inside the tent. Robert Francis was never seen or heard from again. Scotland is old. It has an ancient and hidden history of peoples and places long forgotten. But perhaps some trace remains, isolated and alone in the bitter wilderness. So, should you ever wish to wander the hills, forests, or lochs of this old country, Bear one thing in mind. If you find a collection of stones heaped together, not unlike a grave, and they are surrounded by trinkets of modernity, a sleeping bag, food cans, or perhaps even an old bike with the name Rob etched into it, walk on. Do not look back. Do not touch anything, whether it's an unusual black stone or a simple piece of forest wood. Above all else, most certainly never take a souvenir, for those who lie in slumber nearby may just take one from you.
Summer's Mask by Qualoa. Narrated by Otis Gyrie. I'm getting kind of sick of camping, Mike yawned, rubbing his eyes as he wandered out of his tent. His 3 friends, Sarah, Alex, and Jade, were already awake, heating their feeble breakfast of baked beans and pita bread over a portable stove that Jade had brought with her. It was the height of summer, and Alex had mentioned how a wood near him had a clearing in the middle that would be perfect for a camping trip. The wood had always been strangely quiet, so they didn't need to worry about dangerous animals. Then by all means, go home if you can't handle the tent, Sarah laughed as she slumped down onto the group next to her and began to eat. The morning passed lazily, punctuated by Jade's regular insistence that they should go for a walk around the woods. Alex groaned at the thought of the excess exercise and complained that if he was meant to go for walks, then there should at least be something interesting there. At last, though, they all agreed that they would wander around for a while. That afternoon, after an hour or 2 of walking, and an hour or 2 of bitter complaining, they came to another clearing. "Alex, this one would have been way better for the tents," Sarah exclaimed, looking around. "The ground's completely flat, and there aren't any trees blocking the sun." "I don't know," Jade shuddered. "This place is really creeping me out." "What? You've been watching too many scary movies. I bet you expect that we'll find an old cabin inhabited by a hermit with a creepy basement soon enough," Mike laughed. Jade glared at him. "Hey, look at this," Sarah called out, pointing to a crack in the base of a particularly old tree. She stuck her hand in it and pulled it back, holding a small wooden box. "What's in it?" Mike asked. "Probably nothing valuable," Alex shrugged. Jade, on the other hand, was staring at the box with a terrified look on her face. "Don't open it, Sarah." "What? Why not?" The woman started to undo the rusted metal latch on the front of it. "I'm serious," Jade squeaked. "This thing is really starting to freak me out. Just put it back where you found it, and let's go back to the tents." Sarah had already opened the box and dug out inside it by the time her friend finished speaking. She withdrew her fingers, holding a bright white mask, which she held up to the light to look at. "Wow, a mask," Mike said, disappointed. "I wonder why it's here," Sarah muttered thoughtfully. "Hey guys, check this out." She pulled the mask onto her face and tied it up, looking around at all of them. "You look gorgeous," Mike laughed as Alex joined in. They glanced around to see that Jade wasn't there. "I guess she freaked out and went back to the tents," Alex shrugged. "We should probably go apologize to her for scaring her." After they had eaten and Jade had grudgingly forgiven Sarah, the 4 returned to their tents. Alex lay awake for a while, regretting drinking his entire bottle of water in one sitting, and just before he went to bed, he sighed. It looked as if he would have to get up to find a place to go to the toilet. He left the tent, scowling when he saw that no one had packed away the cutlery and plates from earlier. He quickly bent down and picked them all up into their respective boxes. Alex looked briefly for a few things that appeared to be lost. A couple of forks, a knife, and a cracked plate, before giving up and resolving to finish it in the morning. He was returning to his tent from behind the tree where they had designated as the temporary men's toilet when he saw a figure standing a short way off. He recognized it by the short build and curly red hair as Sarah, and walked up to greet her. He stopped when he noticed that something was very off about the woman.
She was standing totally rigid, staring straight ahead at the dark forest, and still wearing the white mask they had found earlier. Sarah, you all right?" No reply. He walked closer to see something glinting in her hand, the missing knife from earlier. "Sarah, it's Alex. Are you all right?" Still no answer. Despite every impulse he had, telling him to run away, Alex walked so that he was standing in front of Sarah. "Sarah, is something the—" Mike awoke to the sound of screaming from somewhere not too far away. Muttering about how it was probably Alex's idea of a practical joke, he stormed out of his tent and in the direction of the noise. He cried out in surprise as he felt something wet drip onto his forehead. Looking up, Mike saw that the leaves of the trees above him were dripping with red. "Alex? Sarah? Jade?" he called out. He froze as he saw Sarah standing a short distance away with her back turned to him. "Sarah, you okay? I saw the leaves and I thought you might have been hurt," he gushed in relief, running toward the redhead. Sarah turned around, and it was only then that he saw the splatter of red all up the front of her clothes and the stained knife in her hand. Sarah looked down at Mike, admiring her handiwork. At last, she felt the same compulsion as she had earlier that had told her to attack the two men. With no resistance, the woman lifted the knife to her own throat. Jade rolled out of bed early the next day. She left the tent, only barely registering that no one was outside. She guessed that they were all still asleep, and so, after calling Sarah's name a few times, entered the woman's tent. She was gone. Jade went to the other two tents. They were missing as well. The next few hours saw Jade searching the area frantically for her three friends before using her mobile phone to call the police. Weeks later, and there was still no sign of Mike, Sarah, and Alex. All they did find was a blood-stained knife and a dark red mask.
The Tale of Robert Elm by Nick Spence. Narrated by Otis Gyrie. The lights of the Seattle skyline suddenly ignite as the city comes alive with the sounds and sights of night. In a run-down bar, a lone man sits beneath the hum of a fluorescent overhead light as he holds his whiskey in shaky hands. The man is an enigma. He appears at the Spade habitually at 10 p.m. and leaves just before dawn, ordering the same refreshment each time, a tall glass of Irish whiskey. Never speaking words far from the usual, or the occasional grunt or whisper, he is a shadow to everyone. To the passerby, this man is just a nobody. He is merely a bum who went down on his luck and turned to the bottle like many before him. To those who know, however, the man's name is Robert Elm, and he has a story to tell. The night was fraught with frigid rain and sleet. The typically lively Spade was deserted, except for Robert. He sat in his usual spot, back left table facing the wall, hunched over with his beverage in total silence, save for the hum of the light and the drumming of the bartender's fingers on the metal cash register. Over the years that Elm had drifted in, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the bartender had grown curious of his motives. Though he told his customers the same old, lost his job, wants to unwind excuse, in his heart he knew there was something off-kilter about the whiskey-loving shadow. Tonight would be different. The bartender bit his lip, took a deep breath, and approached his loyal customer. The barkeep placed his hand on the table and inquired in the friendliest of tones, "How you doing?" Robert jolted upright as if he had heard a gunshot. He slowly lifted his head and peered deep into the bartender's face with his wide gray eyes. He possessed an unsettling and powerful stare that pierced the air in a way the bartender had never seen before. His mouth slowly slid open as he grumbled, "Fine. And you?" The bartender was stunned.
He'd expected the old geezer's usual response of a few quiet mumbles, but was greeted by a question that was startlingly normal. I'm just fine," the bartender said. "So, Mr. I've been meaning to ask you." Elm's slowly graying eyebrows perked with anticipation. "Why do you come here all the time?" The drunkard chuckled and asked in return, "Why do you care what an old man like me does with his time?" "Because," the bartender said with a look of confusion, "you have come to my bar at the same time of night, every night for the past 12 years, and I am now just hearing you speak. I think that's reason enough for me to ask." The old man burst into laughter that lasted nearly a full minute. Finally, his outburst died off, and he asked, "You wanted to know why I wasn't talking?" "Yes," yelled the bartender. "It's been a riddle I've been trying to figure out about you for years." Robert set his drink on the table and said, Well, new friend, honestly, I was waiting for you to ask me that question, and now that we have that elephant out of the room, have a seat across from me." The bartender obliged, took a seat across from his new acquaintance, and with a look of sheer amazement on his face, he asked, "So, let me get this straight. You never said a word to anyone in this bar for 12 years because you were waiting for someone to come to you?" "Yep," the shade replied as the bartender gave a short laugh and continued, "Well, sir, what have you been waiting for so long to tell someone?" Robert Elm looked at the bartender square in the eye and said, "My story, of course." The bartender gave a quizzical expression as the drinker went on, never breaking his gaze. "The story of why I ended up here. The story of how I nearly escaped death itself, and since I don't see anyone else here, you, sir, are going to be the first one in a long time to hear my tale. You're in for a treat." The old man cracked a crooked smile. "Well, let's hear it then," the bartender said, and Robert chuckled again. "That's the spirit, kid. Grab a drink and get comfortable, 'cause you're in for quite a tale." And so Robert Elm began his story. It all began back in November of 1962. I was living in a small rural town in Iowa. Back then, everybody knew everyone else, like family. It was a safe place. That's why my family settled down back there when the area was a barren patch of farmland. Through the entirety of my teenage years, I was chasing a girl named Elizabeth. Oh, I can practically see her now. As time went by, our relationship grew. After high school, we bought up her uncle's house on 4th Street and slowly learned to live together as a soon-to-be married pair. This was a struggle, to say the least. Back when I was a younger man, I had a fiery temper that seemed to grow as we became closer to one another. I remember one specific instance when I heard she had wrecked my dad's Ford. I hit her across the face with a trash can lid. I had never regretted anything more in my life. It wasn't even her fault. Every morning, for the next month, I would come downstairs to see the pale red bruise on her face and immediately get too choked up to speak. It was a wonder she kept me around. One night, everything fell apart. I can't even remember why, but she left me on the side of the road and told me, "Find your own way home, you sack of crap." I remember my heart sinking as she pulled away, and I began to wander the side of the empty country road. I'm unsure how I got so sidetracked, but after about an hour of hysterical rambling, I had ended up halfway into one of the cornfields bordering the only road in and out of town. There I was, sobbing profusely, lashing out at the cornstalks with my fists and wailing, "Elizabeth!" and "I'm sorry!" at the top of my lungs, with only the birds and the occasional scarecrow bearing witness. I hobbled aimlessly for what felt like hours, screaming and crying over what I had put my beloved fiancée through until I decided to sit down in a barren patch about 15 feet across to catch my breath and form an apology for my eventual homecoming. After inspecting the area for any signs of danger, I laid my head down in the soft dirt to rest my eyes. Several hours of blissful, tear-free sleep passed before I pulled awake by the rustling in the stocks. My heart skipped a beat and a chill ran down my spine. I bolted upright. Before me, a massive shape garbed in a shimmering black cloak slid out from the rows of crops. It moved towards me slowly, as if it were floating across the ground, though its feet were clearly visible, and it appeared to be human. It had pale, wrinkled hands that hung at its sides as it drifted closer. It drooped its hooded head and spoke squarely into my face in a dry monotone. "Good evening, traveler." Stunned, I got up from the dirt and asked, "Who are you?" He answered, "Just a man on his way to a meeting." I looked at him, bewildered. "Why are you here?" I asked. He looked up and said, "I enjoy taking the scenic routes, so much more peaceful than the hustle and bustle of the roadsides. Now, what I'm wondering is, who are you and why are you here?" As I look back, I'm surprised at how eager I was to reveal so much of myself to a total stranger. "My name is Robert," I said sheepishly. "My girlfriend dumped me out here because we got into a fight and I hit her and she cried and the tears were welling up in my eyes again." "Say no more, friend," the man interrupted as he waved his hand. "I offer you a proposition. You may come with me, attend my meeting, my friends, and I shall cheer you up, and we will take you back to your home in the morning. How does that sound?" A smile slowly formed on my face as I thanked the hooded figure. I reached out to shake his hand for his patronage, but he quickly recoiled, claiming there was no need to thank him. Together, we made our way through the remainder of the field and into the forest that formed an insulated border between patches of farmland. As we walked, I had more time to examine my new friend's figure. He was a titan of a man, to say the least, with hands that could easily cover my own twice over. Blending into the trees themselves, he towered over me at what I would assume to be well over 7 feet. He moved with surprising agility for someone of his size, darting through the branches and over roots at a speed a tad slower than a jog. I had to walk nearly twice as fast to keep up. His robes still shimmered as they did in the cornfield, though the moon was no longer visible. Oddly, no matter how fast the man moved, his hood never failed to conceal his face. Growing bored of silence, I struck up conversation. "So, what's your name?" I asked. The man glanced down and told me, "You may call me Lombard. It's one of my many monikers." "Okay, Lombard, who are these friends of yours, and what is this meeting, and where are we going?" "Just a meeting, friend. Held here in the woods with some close acquaintances of mine. No need to worry about it, Robert. Think of it as more of a party. It will take your mind off your troubles." It was at this moment I realized what I was doing, the exact opposite of what society had taught me. I was found lying in a field, and decided to walk off with some strange hooded man to go and meet his friends in the woods. Heartbreak can drive people to do some crazy things. It wasn't long before we saw a light in the distance. As we grew nearer, the lights turned out to be a ring of torches lining a circular clearing containing rows of chairs and tables. An altar, draped with red cloth, sat in the middle of it all. At each of the tables sat groups of people dressed similarly to Lombard. Some of them had their faces exposed and the hoods down. "We have arrived," said Lombard with glee. "Sit down amongst the others and help yourself to some food and drink. The festivities will begin soon." I made my way to one of the less talkative groups and grabbed a free seat. As I recall, it was the only seat that wasn't taken. Next to me sat an old couple and a younger man with his hood up. When I asked each of them why they were here, I got a less than ideal response. The couple started cackling as if they had just heard the greatest joke of their lives, and the hooded man just grunted something I couldn't make out. Seeing no entertainment in the people around me, I decided to try the food. There were the occasional bits of bread surrounded by meats of all shapes and sizes. Having eaten a filling meal in town a few hours before this all began, I was not exactly starving, so I decided to give the wine a try, which was in goblets sitting in front of each chair. I took a small sip, and my mind took a kick in the pants. My vision became blurred with color, and I began to choke on my own tongue. The old woman told me that it stops hurting after the third glass and burst into sickening laughter. After about 5 minutes, the effects of the drink finally subsided, and I silently poured the rest onto the ground. I didn't think any one of them would notice. Suddenly, a bell rang out, and the diners stood up from their chairs in unison and approached the center of the clearing. Lombard made his way over as he walked me towards the center. "How did you enjoy the refreshments, the guests?" he asked. I held my tongue about the unpleasant experience at the table and said, "Everything was great. I've calmed down quite a bit now. What's next?" "Excellent, my friend. I'm sure we will patch things up with the girl after tonight, and I'm glad to have been of assistance to you. But now we have business to attend to." We found ourselves standing in the center of the circle of the hooded guests, all of them with hoods up and hands folded in front of them. Lombard instructed me to sit in the center of the ring. When I objected, he told me this was just a formality in order for the group to accept my presence amongst them for the night. I knelt as I was told, and Lombard took his place at the crimson altar. As I glanced around me, all of the robed people seemed to be emanating a strange droning sound that rose and fell as the minutes passed. I looked up at my mountainous guide, who had turned to face the center of the circle, and to my amazement had drawn back his hood to reveal a sight I would never forget. On Lombard's long, broad shoulders sat the head of a goat, jet black, save for the stripe of white between its pale green eyes and the spiraling, ivory-covered horns that curled backward behind his ears. The thing that stood in front of me lifted his hands into the air, and the droning immediately ceased. Lombard's head rolled backwards as he shouted into the night, "Ladies and gentlemen of the Black Circle, I present to you the Pale." The crowd roared with cheers and jubilation. "On this night we shall end the torment and bring about a new era of peace for our order." The younger man I sat next to earlier approached the orator. "My lordship," he whispered as he bowed on one knee, "I witnessed him earlier. He has not accepted the purifier. We cannot continue until he has." He then retreated back into his place and resumed the stance. "Is that so?" said Lombard quizzically. "Well then, I am sorry to delay, my children, but the sacrament must wait." The circle answered the statement with boos and howls of disapproval. A large member drew a curved blade from his robes and approached me. I attempted to stand, but was pulled down to my knees by an unseen force. "For the love of Sekra! I've waited my whole life for this moment," the man shouted as he flipped the knife into his hand. "Stop, you fool! You'll undo everything!" Lombard roared as he latched onto the man's arms. The last memory I have of that night was of the gargantuan, tree-like form of Lombard grappling with the hooded man until they both crashed to the ground in front of me. In the tangle of limbs, the handle of the man's knife struck me squarely between the eyes, and I lost consciousness. Part 2. I awoke in a small, sparsely furnished room with white walls and dark brown hardwood floor. Based on what I saw around me, I was able to estimate that the building was built in the late 19th century. I attempted to pull my head from the pillow, but was met with a crippling pain in my forehead, where the knife handle had struck me at the ceremony in the woods. My legs were sore and felt as though they were filled with cement. It made me shiver that I could not figure out what prevented me from standing at the ceremony. Muffled speech resonated from outside my room as the door opened. A goat-headed Lombard strolled into the room and closed the door behind him. "Good morning, my guest," he bellowed. "I assumed you enjoyed your nap?" "Yeah, I did," I answered. "Right after that friend of yours almost broke my nose." "You needn't worry about him, my dear friend. His foolish actions have cost him his place in the order," he said with a reassuring tone. Lombard sat down on the bed next to me, and I instinctively wrenched my legs backward. "Calm thyself, friend. I am indeed human, and this is just a mask, nothing more." "What about everything else? The mumbo-jumbo you guys were talking about, the goat head, the black circle? I want answers now." "Oh, you have a right to be frightened. All will be explained to you. Let me start from the beginning." He readjusted himself on the bed to face me. In the late 1800s, two cousins founded a town not far from here. It was a small farming community, very prosperous, a thriving community until the fever hit. Many died, including the mayor's daughter. In a last-ditch effort, the community banded together and stood united against the disease. They burned the village to the ground and moved into the mayor's farmhouse, the house you are now sitting in right now. The plan was a success. With all the medical personnel gathered in one area, it was much easier to treat the sick, and soon the fever was eradicated. Out of habit, the community stayed in this house as a single family to this day, of which I am the patriarch. The goat headdress symbolizes the single species of beast that provided us with food and drink during the dark times, and for your information, it is permanently adhered to my head. We dubbed ourselves the Black Circle in the name of the black table in the dining hall we would gather around to tell stories of hope to inspire one another. The event you were the center of was known as the Neophyte's Sacrament. We give the newcomer a small dose of a hallucinogenic and provoke you to reveal your true feelings to us in order to tell if we can trust you. I was strongly opposed to the sacrament, but I was pressured by the others and had no choice. The words we used were simply to disguise our discussion due to the circle's lack of trust. As for the actions of Alabaster, I sincerely apologize. Lombard pulled up his massive form and spoke directly to me. Here I am, Valentine Ambrose Lombard II, with nothing to hide, at your service. Needless to say, I was awestruck at the volume of information that was imparted onto me. Before I could respond, Lombard asked, "Any questions?" I shook my head just as a woman, wearing simple brown robes, came into the room, dropped to one knee, and said flatly, "You are needed in the infirmary, my lord." Lombard turned to her and stated, "I will be there as soon as I can, Alice. Did Stefan have a run-in with the thresher again?" "No," she laughed with a smile, eyes still trained on the floor. Pierre was picking on Sylvia again. She snapped and let him have it with her little fists. I have them both down there waiting for you. The leader gave a hearty laugh. That Pierre, almost as mischievous as I was when I was a little boy. He turned to me. I will be back to speak with you later, friend. But now I must deal with this matter first. Get some rest. Both the leader and the woman walked out of the room and shut the door on their way out, leaving only silence in their wake. My head felt heavy, and I decided to take my new friend's advice and rest my eyes. I awoke in what looked like early morning to see Lombard sitting at the desk at the edge of my room. "Morning, friend," he said joyfully. "Come, sit. Have something to eat." He stood up from the chair to reveal a platter of sausage and bread with a glass of juice next to it. I was able to pull myself up from the bed. My legs were sore and my knees locked up, but I hobbled my way to the desk and sat down. And I began to sample the meal. Gather your strength. You will need it for later. I've gotten it approved from the circle. I shall give you a tour of the house and the grounds around 3 today, so try and get those legs working by then. Lombard gave a quick wave of his hands as he left the room like wind blowing through the woods. I had finished my odd tasting dish after a few minutes. I sat for the remainder of the time stretching out my tired legs while looking out the window. The full day of bed rest and the struggle against whatever held me to the ground had left them aching and weakened. An expanse of farmland spread out in front of me, ending at a dense forest with a dirt road lined with torches leading up to the house. I assumed that somewhere in the woods there was the picnic table and the altar, and beyond that the cornfield I had met my guide in, and somewhere beyond that was Elizabeth. Home. I sighed. Ready? I jumped with surprise as Lombard broke the silence in the room. Time had passed faster than I had expected. Come, follow me, friend. I made uneasy strides out into a foyer with a painting of another goat-headed man and a massive chandelier lighting the room below and the rows of rooms lining the walls. Here is the second floor used for boarding for our members. The room you are staying in is the guest room. It is not used very often. It overlooks the entrance room, which we will visit later. Is that you in the painting? I asked. Ha! No, that is the founder of the circle, my great-grandfather, Ambrose Garrett Lombard. What a great man. I wish I could have known him in person. So he started the whole goat-head thing? I laughed rhetorically. We made our way downstairs and wandered through the entrance room and the living room and the sitting room. Listening to Lombard's tales of him reading stories to the children by the fireside in the winter, and of the old man who was a master of the old grand piano sitting in the living room. I asked him about the double doors at the end of the entrance, only to receive a response that I should not go in there as I do not have enough clearance to enter yet. We walked outside and we explored the grounds. From the outside, the house was massive. It was clearly some kind of old farmhouse. We made a left turn around the house to find 3 buildings off in the distance. I asked Lombard what they were for. He said one of them was the chapel, now dilapidated and unused, a small building used for a school, and a smaller concrete building used for storage. I shrugged plainly, and we moved on. I took that moment to ask, "Well, sir, what exactly is your job here?" Lombard stopped mid-walk to contemplate my question. "I am the headmaster of the order, friend. I am many things. Judge, principal, father, doctor. Lots of things, friend." We walked back up to my room, and Lombard instructed me that now that I know where I am, I can move about the property at will, but only during the day. At night, I was confined to my room. Seeing as the sun was descending below the horizon, I went off to bed. I spent the next few days wandering the grounds while getting my bearings with the area and a sense of location. After speaking with some of the other followers of Lombard, I noticed a constant theme. They never broke eye contact, and they spoke in a very calm manner. Regardless of age, they would find a clever way to avoid any of my questions, specifically ones involving Lombard, the concrete building, or what happens in the Grand Hall. Seeing that I would never find anything out from the members, I decided to go answer hunting myself. Making my way out to the structure, which was about a football field's length from the house, I decided to carefully inspect it. The building had no windows and a single iron door with a large padlock on the front. I was going to investigate it further, but before I could find a way to open the lock, the sun began to set, and I reluctantly returned to the house. A couple of weeks of fruitless investigation passed until I was finally returned to my full healthy state. Feeling my strength returning, I began my morning with a quick workout. Lombard entered mid-push-up. "So, I see you are back on your feet again," he said dryly. "Yep, feeling pretty good," I returned. Lombard paced back and forth. "I imagine you will want to go home soon," he sighed. I stood up and looked at the tree-like figure. "Yeah, I suppose. I miss Elizabeth quite a bit, and I want to make amends." Good. Lombard paused. "Robert, if you could stay just one more week. We feel like you have become a member of the family around here, and we wish to perform a departure ritual this Sunday, just to say goodbye. You have been one of the kindest outsiders we have encountered in a long time." I walked up to the goat-headed giant, looked him in the eye like he had done so many times before, and smiled and said, "I would be honored, friend." That night, just before sundown, Lombard drifted once more in my room. He spoke in a much more serious tone than before, and his posture created an imposing aura about him. "Robert, we are having a ritual in preparation for your departure. I require that you do not disrupt it. Please stay in this room until my return. It is just a kind of rehearsal. I don't want to ruin any surprises." I quickly nodded in agreement, trying to ignore the sudden change in the headmaster's attitude as he sped out of the room. I had not been truly honest with my host during my stay in the house. For every act of hospitality he offered, there was an event or element that would cause a pang of distrust in my mind. One moment, Lombard would provide me with food, and I would see him teaching the children like a loving relative, but the next I would notice the concrete shack or remember what had happened in the woods weeks ago. The loving kindness of the members juxtaposed with their unnervingly smooth speech and piercing stare. Every impulse in my mind told me to run, but I knew I would never make it far before I was captured, or worse. This mysterious decree had brought my curiosity to its breaking point. That night I made a decision. As soon as the house fell silent, I removed my heavy work boots, slid the door open, and slowly stepped into the dark abyss. Since I had been climbing trees in my neighborhood park since childhood, the challenge of scaling the banquet hall's walls came easily to me. After making my way down the stairs, through the foyer, and out the door without so much as a sound, I was impressed with my sneaking abilities. I ran around to the side of the hall and began my ascension. The climb was easy enough. Several chunks were missing from the old bricks, creating excellent handholds. It wasn't long before I found myself on the roof. From the inside, I could hear the same droning sound that I had heard my night in the woods. I desperately searched for a way inside when I came upon a small hatch that led to a ladder that dropped off in a kind of storage attic. Hunkering in next to some old boxes, I was able to hear and see the events unfolding below me with startling clarity through a large crack. A crooked grin grew across my face as I anticipated the truth. The crowd of the hooded worshippers' drones hushed as the mammoth Lombard took the stage next to an eerily familiar altar. He raised his hands like the night we first met as he spoke with gusto. "Ladies and gentlemen of the Black Circle, I gather you once again to bring praise to Sekra, and to celebrate the prescience of the Pale, whose life shall meet its beautiful end the evening of this coming Sunday." The crowd roared with approval. "My friends, I sincerely apologize for the," Lombard growled under his breath, "interruption. A few weeks ago." The audience erupted into a shower of boos and shouting. Now, my children, I have planned a rehearsal of sorts to show you all how we shall deal with the wretched Pale and drive this scourge from our beautiful order. I present to you the man who is to blame for the delay, Brother Alabaster." Each member howled with joy as they pulled a blindfolded man, naked, save for a loincloth with numerous strange tattoos adorned his chiseled torso, into the room and onto the altar. I felt my dinner rise in my throat. 3 men in red cloaks fastened the man's arms and legs to the altar as Lombard reached into a chest behind him. Alabaster was sobbing with fear, and his pleas for help became incoherent screams as his limbs were restrained, until one of the men in red wrapped a piece of cloth over his mouth to silence him. Lombard spun around at lightning speed and raised a shimmering dagger above his head. "Here and now, we give an offering to you, almighty Sekra, an offering of flesh and blood." Alabaster was writhing now, the altar glistening with sweat, and blood welling at the corners of his mouth as he struggled to cry out. The crowd lurched with anticipation, licking their lips with bloodlust in their eyes. "Now, for the glory of the Mother, he gives his life." Lombard pulled away the cloth, and Alabaster let out a scream so loud I could have heard it from my room. "Help!" The gag was pulled back, and he was struck across the face. They pulled the cloth back again, and he cried, "For the glory of the Mother, I give my life." Without hesitation, Lombard drove the blade into the man's abdomen as he resumed screaming with pain and fear. The headmaster made a long cut up the stomach. I could hear bones cracking and flesh ripping as the man moaned in agony. Liquid scarlet spattered the headmaster's hands as it spouted from the gaping wound. Lombard tossed the bloody knife aside. He then plunged his hands into Alabaster's twitching body and wrenched his arms upward several times until what appeared to be a liver was ripped away. I nearly vomited. Lombard held the dripping organ above his head and shouted, "For the glory of Sekra!" He plunged the hunk of flesh into his mouth like a wild beast. The crowd cheered with jubilation at the unholy sight. The corpse was unbound and dragged off into a side room. I stared, unblinking, as my past feelings of my seemingly kind friend shattered. Before I could process what was going on, I heard Lombard address the members. "No one is to speak of this to our guest, and regarding the Pale, I'm going to see how our friend is doing," he said with a chuckle. With my heart thundering, I bolted back to the roof as fast as lightning and hurled myself from the roof. Using my prior climbing skills, I tucked my legs in and rolled across the grass. I only sustained few minor bruises. I ran around the side of the house, up the stairs, and back into my room just as I heard the great hall open. I heard Lombard's thundering footsteps as he climbed the stair and approached the door. The door opened, and the giant eyes met mine. "Good to see your evening was a relaxing one, friend." I shrugged and said, "I've had better. Had a strange nightmare. Really messed with my head. How did your ritual go?" Playing dumb with him as best as I could. Lombard nodded. "All was well. The congregation is eagerly awaiting this Sunday's celebration. Enjoy your rest, friend." I could still see little bits of hastily wiped away gore clinging to his mask. Lombard shut the door as I heard the rest of the worshippers coming into the entrance hall. I sat and pondered my situation. I was trapped in this god-forsaken place for one more week until they have decided to kill me. 1 week to discover what was really going on here and 7 short days to plan my escape. The next morning, I woke up early and ran off to the library, thinking that would be a good place to learn some information. The place had a wealth of books, everything from War and Peace to Pat the Bunny. I wandered the endless shelves until I reached the back corner of the room. All that sat on that last dusty old shelf was an old book with a leather cover. Nothing about it caught my eye, save for the title. The Book of Sekra. Remembering the mysterious name from the horror of last night, I snatched up the scripture and scurried out of the library unnoticed. I sat at the desk in my room and flung open the ancient volume. Before me sprawled mountains of text in Old English. Though it was in English, it was still difficult to understand as I trudged through chapters of sacrifice and lore. I found not much beyond useless gibberish about ceremonies, a few of which I recognized, the method in which one is seen to fasten a goat's head to their own, and a full-page print of a slender woman sitting on a throne with what looked like blood spattered around her mouth. Below it read, Sekra, Her Holiness. I returned the book to the library and made a decision to scour the grounds. Seeing as there was no way I could budge the padlock on the concrete shack, so I made my way to the chapel. The door slid open easy enough, and inside was what appeared to be a graveyard for old boxes and furniture. After searching for a few hours, I found nothing of interest amongst the stacks of rotting wood. The schoolhouse next door yielded similar results. A few desks sat in simple rows with a teacher's desk and a plaque bearing the name Master Lombard, and chalkboard at the front of the room. Nothing else. Feeling defeated, I emerged from the building when something caught my eye. In the grass at the door of the concrete building sat a shining padlock. My heart leapt into my throat and I sprinted back toward the shack. I reached for the iron handle of the door when it suddenly sprang open. A short, stubby man emerged quickly, shutting the door. He noticed me and pushed his back against the door and spoke. "Oh, no, boy, don't go in there. This place is not for the outsiders. Turn back around, boy. Go back to your room, lest I call for the headmaster." I sighed and grudgingly returned to the house. Though I was distraught over this defeat, I returned to my bed and met sleep with open arms. During the following days, I felt my sanity slipping away, and I slowly came to grips with my fate. I stayed in bed most of days, refusing to eat and trying to relive as many happy memories as I could before the inevitable bloodletting on Sunday. Several times during my stay, I had seen people running for the woods but they were almost immediately apprehended by groups of men clad in red cloaks. I feared the same thing would happen to me, and decided against making a run for it. Eventually, pulling myself up on Saturday night, I thought about my situation once more. Clasping my hands together, I contemplated how could I possibly survive. By the time I shut my eyes, I had summoned my last shreds of bravery and constructed a plan with a mental image of the house so I would know my best route out of this place. Shutting my plans away in my head and taking a deep breath, I surrendered myself to my subconscious. I rose late on Sunday afternoon, unfitting for one's final day on earth, but the inevitability of death weighed on me and kept me in bed. Lombard entered the room around 6 o'clock. "Are you ready to leave us, friend? We are making preparations for the ceremony now. When you are ready, please approach the painting at the other side of the second floor. Slide the painting to the right, and it should reveal a staircase. The staircase leads to my chambers. I need to perform the finishing touches for the farewell." I quietly nodded as the door closed. For a few moments, I sat and considered my plans. Sitting, sweating, and breathing heavily, I made my decision. I snatched one of the pencils from the desk drawer and slid it into my right boot. Following the giant's orders, I climbed the hidden staircase and entered a large circular room. The walls were lined with bookcases, with a massive desk resting in the center. On the desk sat piles of papers and a typewriter. Moonlight flooded in from a window above it all. Lombard greeted me with a hearty laugh. He told me to remove all of my clothing except for my pants. I obliged, and slowly inched toward him as I began unlacing my work boots. My left sock and boot sat on the floor next to me, and I began to work on my right. Glancing behind me, I saw Lombard looming in anticipation. I smirked and slowly slid the pencil from my boot. Without hesitation, I drove the pencil with all of my might into the Titan's stomach. Lombard buckled from the strike and dropped to his knees. I heard blood gargling in his throat. I snatched the typewriter from the desk, slid it across the desk as hard as I could, and smashed it across Lombard's face. The headmaster collapsed to the ground in a puddle of his own blood. Turning, I was about to make my way out of the room when I heard quiet laughter emanating from behind me. I spun around to see a bloodied Lombard rising from the carpet. His mask was now distorted and blood-soaked. "You, friend, are smarter than the average fool we drag off to this place," he croaked. I gritted my teeth. "I'm leaving this place. I know what happened a week ago. Now tell me what really goes on here." Lombard chuckled. "As you wish. What I told you about our history that morning was in fact true, though there were a few things I left out to keep you under my thumb. Those two cousins who founded the town are closer to us than you think. One of them was my great-grandfather, and the other was yours. Medicine was no longer working to drive away the blight, and my ancestor, the visionary that he was, decided to turn to other means of treatment. He found an old book amongst what he had found sightseeing in the old country. You seem to be familiar with it, which outlined how to give praise to an ancient goddess, Sekra. In exchange for a human life, Sekra would save another. We soon began driving her divine will to save the community. However, your great-grandfather, blinded to reality by his morals, left the village. Just before the birth of his child, he made a vow to Delius, the brother and polar opposite of the glorious Sekka, god of morality and justice, that his bloodline would be forever devoted to the eradication of the order. This whole ordeal has been our effort to destroy the one human that can destroy us and end the bloodline once and for all." I shook my head at all his story and asked, "So all of this was planned? How much of this is a plan? How long have you people been trying to do me in?" "I shall get to that in a moment, but here reveal a secret you will truly enjoy. Normally, one of your blood would cause a member in our order with an aura as dark as mine to drop dead with a single touch. I took this into account when dealing with you. I have been nullifying your power with the one thing that will weaken it: human flesh and blood." I went white at Lombard's statement. He began to laugh even harder. "That's right, friend. I have personally slipped a bit of human into each of your meals since you got here. You never even knew. Oh, your ancestors would be proud of you." Little did he know I hadn't eaten in days. I flung my hand out and grasped Lombard's wrist. Wrenching down, I felt a texture similar to squeezing down on raw meat. The giant roared as droplets of liquefied flesh dripped onto the floor. I apparently still had some power. He roared with pain and anger. I continued to twist and yank with my vice-like grip. I felt the crunching and oozing of now gelatinous bone pulling away from the muscle. Suddenly, I jerked with all my might and gripped onto Lombard's severed hand as the rest of him fell to the ground in a writhing heap. Lombard clutched his bloody stub. "I see you wizened up to my trickery. Clever man you are. No matter, you will not leave this place alive. I will see to that." I shouted to him. "You will never kill me, you monster. As soon as I escape, I'm taking Elizabeth and getting as far from town as we can. You will never be able to find us." Lombard began his hoarse laughter again. "You will never be safe, friend. Even when you think you are the most protected, we will be there, watching you. We will never forget. Not even with that girl of yours are you safe. Wait till you hear that tale. Surely you noticed how your emotions distorted when you were close to her? You should know we took the liberty of turning her into a tool of sorts. We altered her mind to force you into awakening the ancient blood in your veins in order to drive you apart and into the arms of the circle. She was one of the most instrumental tools in our plot. She was such a naive girl. What a fool. Pretty, too. I lost it. I flung myself at my captor once again, and pressing my boot into his chest, I wrapped my hands around his horns and begun to pull. Lombard screamed with pain as I pulled at the mask. I felt each stitch pop as I wrenched upward. The Titan began to flail his hand and stub at my body, but every contact with my skin resulted in a feeling akin to the man punching a slab of molten metal. With one last ferocious pull, I felt the final stitch tear, and I flung the headdress against the wall, resulting in a splatter of blood and teeth. Lombard's body flailed, and I ran to the door. His disfigured face writhed as he cried into the air, "I swear it, Robert Elm, you will never escape the hand of the Black Circle. You will die by my hand." I smirked at my handiwork. "We will see, friend." I promptly sprinted down the staircase and out of the silent house. My legs ached from the flight with the giant, but I shrugged off the pain and ran across the grass as fast as I could. As I passed by the great hall, I could hear shrieks of terror and sorrow. I chuckled at the reaction to what I had caused. "I'll never see that thing again," I muttered. I hurried myself to the concrete shack at the edge of the property. I figured now was a good enough time as any to see if I can get in that mysterious building. Halfway through the field, I turned to see hooded men with torches beginning their search for me. I quickened my pace. I was able to reach the unlocked door while the search party went off to investigate the barn and tool shed. Taking advantage of my moment of safety, I slowly slid the door open and saw a rather anticlimactic sight. The room was dimly lit by a single light bulb hanging from the ceiling, several barrels around the corners and walls. A workbench was fastened to the wall next to another large metal door at the end of the room. Just as I got to investigating the room, I heard footsteps from behind the second door. My heart skipped a beat, and I had no choice but to conceal myself in one of the barrels. I slid back the lid and was met with a horrendous stench that caused me to gag uncontrollably. Reluctantly, I climbed into what felt like runny swamp sludge and held my breath. As soon as I did, the old man I saw earlier pushed the door open and hobbled into the room holding what looked like a corpse slung over his shoulder. He approached the workbench and flung the body onto the table. To my horror, he began meticulously working at the body with an assortment of knives, cutting and slicing with surgical precision. The entrance to the room opened again, and a group of hooded searchers entered and asked the old man if they had seen a man matching my description anywhere. He insisted that he had not, and after scanning the room for a few seconds, the men left as quickly as they came. I waited stiffly in the barrel, holding my breath as best as I could, taking in brief sips of air and staying as quiet as possible, as not to reveal my location. Suddenly, I heard the old man mutter to myself, "Oh yes, you will cook up nicely, won't you?" He let out a quiet chuckle. I gagged again, half with sickness and half with shock. I had caught the man's attention. Deciding it was time for me to make a move, I silently lifted the lid of the barrel and slid my soaked form onto the dark floor. Fear gripping tight, lid in hand, I raced toward the stunned butcher and struck him on the head with a hunk of wood. He dropped to the floor with a dull thud. I snatched the blade from his hand and made a dash for the door, but not before looking at myself under the dim light. My stomach turned as I saw my entire body soaked in a heavy coating of blood and chunks of meat. It drizzled and pooled on the floor. It sickened me. Holding back the urge to vomit, I nudged the door open, revealing a dark tunnel far more organic than anything I had seen in quite a while. All was silent except for the drips of blood from my skin and clothes. I quickened my pace as I heard shouting from far behind me. I held my breath, ignored my looming claustrophobia, and soldiered on through the darkness. The near-endless tunnel finally opened into a small candle-lit room. It was only about 12 feet across with an arching ceiling. I had very little time to examine my surroundings, for when I entered the room, I saw a hooded worshipper with his back facing me, holding what appeared to be an old hunting rifle. Though at first my heart raced as I anticipated my own death, I was stunned to realize that he was unaware of my presence. Seizing the moment, I lashed out at the crown of his head with my stolen weapon. The man let out a quick yelp, fell to the ground, and lay motionless as blood pooled around his hood. I let the knife rest in his skull and snatched up the firearm. Here, something I can use, I mumbled to myself as I slung it over my shoulder. On the floor, I noticed a small metal hatch. Seeing nowhere else to go, and remembering the search party on my tail, I opened it and descended the ladder that it opened to. The ladder met the ground in an alcove on the shore of a small pond. Near the ladder, I found plastic tubs filled with things like shoes, backpacks, dog collars, amongst other things. Remembering the room with the old man and the cult's cannibalistic tendencies, the sight of all these tattered belongings was bittersweet. Grabbing one of the largest packs, I saw a pile of metallic objects out of the corner of my eyes. Bikes! Taking a deep sigh, I picked up the newest-looking one and rode off through the woods as fast as the wheels would spin into the night. After trudging onward through the woods for most of the night and subsisting off of some trail mix I found in the bag I took, I finally arrived in town. Needless to say, my friends and neighbors were amazed by my return. However, I knew I could not stay and chat. Walking up to my house, Elizabeth rushed out to meet me. I didn't even look at her. I continued inside, gathered my belongings, and climbed into my car with Elizabeth chasing me the whole way, asking me what was wrong, where had I been. I ignored her. She looked at me with the face of sorrow that I knew was just a mask, and when our eyes met, I could tell she knew the answers to her questions. I backed out of the drive and made my way for the highway. I never saw that town or Elizabeth again. Many years passed. I traveled town to town, but every time they found me. They always found me. For years I've been running from them, but I doubt I will ever escape their grasp. I have found safe haven in this place for 12 years, but I fear that they are now drawing near once again. I'm too old to run any more, my friend. Just too old now. The bartender stared in astonishment. So that is why you've been so solitary? Yes, I have fooled myself into thinking that the more I kept to myself, the safer I would be. And the bartender stuttered, and you're drinking. The sacrifice, the liver thing, is that why? The storyteller let out a hearty laugh. Yes. When they do find me and bite into my flesh, I want them to choke on it. The bartender laughed grimly, and the old man noticed that the moon was low. He stood and dusted off his pants. I best be leaving now. The sun will be here soon. It was relieving to finally share the story with someone. The bartender smiled. It was a joy hearing it. Have a good rest of the night, Mr. Elm. Robert nodded and started for the door. He took the subway home like he had every night, coming home from the bar, shaking his hands to keep the cold away. After a short ride, he made his way into his apartment building and climbed the stairs. He took a brief sigh and slowly opened his door. After hanging up his coat and scarf on the coat hanger and taking a seat in the armchair near the door, he looked off into the darkness, and something caught his eye. It was a gargantuan figure, with pale green eyes watching him from the shadow of the apartment. Slowly, the shape plodded forward to reveal a grotesque face with a wicked, mangled grin. Robert Elm sat motionless as he looked up at the being. The thing spoke to him in a devilish, yet labored groan. "Good evening, traveler."
The Showers by Dylan Sindelar. Narrated by Otis Gyrie. Part 1. Every area in all parts of the world has those area-specific urban legends that just refuse to die. Whether the stories are about a haunted asylum on the outskirts of the city, a creature that lives in the nearby woods, or a ghost that haunts a lonely stretch of road outside of town, there's always a common thread within the tales. No one has ever been to these places, seen the creatures, or witnessed any hauntings with their own eyes. There are members of every generation who will proclaim that they know someone whose brother's best friend's sister went to that haunted house with 13 floors that used real blood and snakes and spiders, and is so scary that no one has ever made it all the way through. Those same people will swear by these stories without ever being able to provide a shred of evidence or a name of someone who could provide proof of the claims, simply because everyone around here knows it's a true story. The storytellers eventually pass the tales on to their children, who modify them just enough to keep up with changing times, and the cycle continues. I'm as skeptical as anyone,
When it comes to these stories, seeing as I was like a junkie when I was younger, constantly searching for more terrifying stories about whatever area of the country I was living in at the time. I made up and spread stories about haunted pizza parlors in New York, my cousin's encounter with the Jersey Devil, or how my grandfather encountered a feral, human-like demon creature in the woods of Colorado. I even broke the one rule with these stories by putting myself in them. This took guts in hindsight because I had to make sure that I always told them the same way. Surprisingly, no one ever called my bluff. I like to think that I have had some wonderful contributions to various urban legends around the Midwest and northern states. I moved around a lot. There was always a surge of joy whenever I would wander the halls at school and hear one of my classmates retelling my stories to another, one of their friends, adding a little bit here and there like a massive game of telephone. I knew, of course, that the stories were complete fiction, but I stood my ground whenever someone asked me about them. I would even manage to act a little bit, speaking with a shaky voice, or looking scared when I'd recount a situation that I supposedly experienced myself. I suppose this aspect of my childhood has led to my current predicament, which I will recount in full, for the internet to take from it what it will. I've laid this little introduction out as sort of a disclaimer, aimed particularly at those who will call my story into question. I have been like the boy who cried wolf for years, but I assure you with every ounce of honesty and integrity that I have that this time the wolf is real. From my introduction, it is probably apparent that I moved around the country quite a bit in my middle and high school years. Neither of my parents had anything to do with any branch of the armed forces. They simply didn't tend to hang around any given place for too long. I suppose it had some sort of effect on me, but I wasn't hurt by it or anything of the sort. Growing up, I was a complete ham. I made friends very easily, was often the class clown, and because of that, was often disliked by my teachers. Again, this was never an issue, as I was usually in another state by the time the next semester rolled around. My friendships were often fleeting, as were any positive relationships that I ever had with my teachers, and because of the events that followed, my memory of one teacher in particular is probably slightly skewed, but I will attempt to give at least biased versions of our friendship that I can. Mr. Mays was one of my social studies teachers in the early years of my high school experience. Being older now, I can understand how horrible children are to deal with around that age, and I respect him to no ends for the way that he was able to connect with his students. He seemed like one of us. He talked like one of us, made pop culture references that were current, listened to cool music, and sometimes he would even say hell or damn while he was giving a passionate lecture about Native American history or something like that. A teacher that swore, even a little bit, was the epitome of cool to a freshman in high school. My memories of Mr. Mays mostly stem from the way that he really got into anything that he was doing. The instance that is still very vivid in my mind was, of course, around Halloween of my sophomore year. Mr. Mays had the typical teacher decorations around the classroom, smiling jack-o'-lanterns and black cat cartoons, typical and boring in the minds of egotistic high school students. However, on the 31st of October, when most other teachers were rolling their eyes at the fact that teenagers still took dressing up in costumes on Halloween seriously, Mr. Mays took the whole cool teacher thing to a new level. We walked into the classroom and were surprised to find the blinds drawn, sheets over the smaller windows, candles lighting the room, and a single frowning jack-o'-lantern sitting on a stool in front of the desks. Mr. Mays sat at his desk, just watching the students come into class and take their seats. He didn't have to ask anyone to be quiet because the moment everyone walked into the room, they were either too excited to care about petty conversations or too confused to bother with them. The students took their seats as Mr. Mays began his lecture. He spoke quietly to set the mood and took a seat on a chair right next to the jack-o'-lantern in the center of the room. "Today's probably my favorite day of the year, class," he said in a monotone voice. "Halloween is my favorite holiday, and I want to share with you exactly why I love it so much." One girl raised her hand with a concerned look on her face. "I'm pushing the due date for your papers to next Tuesday," Mr. Mays said, without bothering to look at the girl, who slowly put her hand down, looking around at the other students with a hint of embarrassment. The class erupted in quiet cheers, and Mr. Mays waited for the inevitable silence. He began his story immediately after the class had calmed down. I will attempt to recreate the amazing story that Mr. Mays told the class that day. The way in which he told the story rendered the horror junkies speechless and the rest of the class terrified. The same girl that raised her hand to ask about the paper was holding her knees to her chest by the end of it, a look of terror on her face. The important thing to know was what the story was about. The specifics slip my mind now and aren't too relevant. I'll try to recount the parts of the story that matter the most, but don't hold me to it. Basically, Mr. Mays and his friends set out on a road trip around the country after graduating from college. They took a truck, loaded it with camping gear, and set out to sightsee for the entire summer. The group went from the Poconos in New Jersey down to the coasts of Florida, New Orleans to California, and up to Washington. From there, they went to the Rocky Mountains in Colorado and then back home to New York. This concept of the freedom to travel anywhere had the entire class hooked in an instant. Mr. Mays was the coolest teacher ever in my eyes. Being adventurous college kids, the group didn't bring a map. There was no time constraint, so they just kind of drove in the general direction that they wanted to go, and eventually found a town to stay in or someplace that looked interesting. He told us that after spending a week in Colorado, he and his friends had to travel through miles and miles of corn, plains, and more corn. He assumed that they were either in Nebraska or Kansas when they decided to pool their extra cash and stay in a hotel for a night. They settled into a motel in some town that Mr. Mays could barely remember the name of when one of his friends realized that they were somewhere near his grandfather's farm. He wasn't entirely sure where it was, but being adventurous college kids, they decided to get a quick refund from the motel and try to contact the friend's grandpa. They were unable to get a hold of the grandpa on the phone, so the group figured it would be fun to just show up. Mr. May's friend was adamant that his grandparents would take them in and feed them without a moment of hesitation, so the group set out within an hour of sunlight, seeking the salvation of a comfortable house to stay in. In Kansas or Nebraska, wherever it may have been, there aren't a whole lot of natural markers that could guide lost travelers. Any directions given to someone who didn't live around the area basically amounted to, go up a couple of miles to the corn, take a right, and then go down a dirt road to the other corn. There should be some wheat on your right. So, as is the case in most scary stories, the group got lost. Never wanting to admit defeat, they drove into the night, making wrong turns every 5 minutes until they found themselves on a wooded road that Mr. May's friend was certain that his grandparents lived off of. Mr. Mays described the road as basically a dark path to hell. I wasn't exactly sure how true this was because he got very excited and a bit ridiculous with his explanations of the trees that almost tried to grab the car and the red eyes of countless animals looking at them from the darkness. Regardless, the typical horror tropes worked on most of the class. Everyone was terrified. So the group of guys drove on this dark road for about 15 minutes before they came to a clearing and a small building with lights in it, and what seemed to be a silo. They figured that, at the very least, the people who lived here would be able to help them find where the guy's grandparents lived. The whole idea of everyone knows everyone in these hick parts of country fueled the hope. They pulled the car up near the building, realizing, when they were out of the car, that it appeared to be like the kind of place where one would store a whole bunch of chickens, not a home. Still, the lights were on, so they figured they'd give it a try. They approached the building as a group, looking in the semi-open sliding door to find a big, empty room. Hanging fluorescent lights lit the room like it was daytime, and they couldn't see a soul. There were no cars, but one of Mr. May's friends was convinced he'd seen someone as they pulled up. So they decided to go inside and see if there was an office or something where someone might still be working. Why else would they have this huge place lit up like that? There were no doors on the inside of the building. Again, it was just a giant empty hall. So the group roamed around the property and over towards the silo. As they got closer, they noticed what appeared to be a cellar door. At this point, I remember Mr. Mays telling the entire class to learn from his idiocy. He told us that he hadn't seen many horror movies before that time, and didn't think twice about approaching a creepy cellar door in the middle of a dark, scary foreign place. He said that approaching the door was one of his biggest regrets. Mr. Mays let the whole class know that he was going to tell us as much as he deemed appropriate about the experience. He felt that we were mature enough to handle it, but advised anyone that was squeamish to leave the class early. Several students quickly gathered their things and walked out the door, a couple of them being stoners who saw this as an opportunity to smoke behind the school before their next class. I didn't even give the announcement a second thought. Like I said, I was and am a sucker for this kind of stuff, and Mr. Mays was telling a story better than anything I could conjure up. I wanted to learn from this guy, even though I didn't believe much of the story. After the class had thinned a bit, Mr. Mays continued with the story. He told the remaining few that he and his friends opened the cellar door, releasing a smell that he only described as the most putrid thing my senses have ever experienced. The group was no longer concerned with finding the owners of the property, but was now set on finding the source of that smell. They went down the steps into the cellar, which was lit by single bulbs spaced sporadically along the ceiling of a long hallway. No one spoke. Things had gotten too strange. The walls were lined with metal sheeting similar to the roofing on farms. The hallway itself was crooked, and the ceilings constantly lowered and rose, like a tunnel that was hastily dug and then never touched up. There were sections where the boys almost had to crouch in order to pass. The worst part, Mr. Mays told us, was that the light bulbs continuously flickered, sometimes acting like a strobe light, and making it very difficult to move through the winding and unstable hallways. In hindsight, he was certain that his mind was playing tricks on him, but he remembered seeing flashes of things that couldn't be there. He said that when you're that focused on something, or if you're that nervous, your mind can do that to you. It simply can revolt, showing you things or people that aren't there. He continued to describe the hallway, and I was on the edge of my seat. The halls were windy and seemed to go on forever. Mr. Mays guessed that they were somewhere under the creepy forest they had driven through when they found a door, but he couldn't be sure. He said that they came upon a door after walking for what felt like a mile. It was simple and wooden, but it looked like it belonged outside of a suburban home. It had a nice design, seemed to be freshly painted red, and had a very nice knob and knocker on it. It was a door that belongs at an entrance to a nice house, not one that would be sitting in a dirt tunnel in the middle of nowhere. His friend walked toward the door, moving carefully because of the flashing light bulb and increasingly uncertainty about the stability of the surrounding walls. He turned to the group, the rest of which were nervous at the very least, and attempted to lighten the mood with a laugh before he said, "I should probably knock first." Mr. May's friend grabbed the steel knocker and hit it against the door several times, mockingly but quietly uttering, "Is anyone home?" The group waited about 30 seconds before their attention broke. The guy next to the door shrugged his shoulders and went to walk back to his friends, but as he did, the light bulb between them surged and exploded. The boys shielded their eyes and looked back to their lone friend by the door. As he lowered his hands, one of the metal sheets of the makeshift roof dropped. The edge of the sheet fell directly on the boy's forehead, slicing it open and sending a wave of blood down his face. The impact apparently knocked him out, and he fell back against the door, knocking it open in the process. The entirety of the group rushed through the dim light to their friend, barely noticing the seemingly pitch-black room that now lay before them. Mr. Mays was the first to make it to his friend's side. He lifted the guy's head into his arms, immediately taking off his jacket and putting it over the forehead in an attempt to stop the bleeding. Once the group had calmed down, Mr. Mays noticed that the arm that had been bracing his friend's head was soaking wet. He was confused about this, and was attempting to sort it out when one of his friends started talking. He said something along the lines of, "The lights, we gotta go," when Mr. Mays took notice. "You know, when you turn off a light," he told the class, "and everything is almost pitch black except the light of the bulb dying out or cooling down. It was like that, but there were so many of them. At least 20 light bulbs had lit the room seconds ago, and now only looked like little stars in the darkness. That was definitely terrifying, but that wasn't the scariest thing." There was still a very dim light coming from the hallway behind them, and though it was weak, it lit the room up just enough to see the shape of tens of people standing less than 10 feet in front of them. Mr. May's friend went to say something else as one of the bulbs to their right flickered to life. Let me interrupt at this point and say that Mr. Mays was a generally playful guy. He had that tone of voice that makes you want to respond. Basically, he could say, "Let's go jump off a cliff, guys," and you would want to respond with, "All right, Mr. Mays, show us the way." That is a ridiculous statement, but it gets the point across. He was a charismatic guy. The whole story, up to this point, had been told like a campfire story. He had the voice inflections of someone attempting to be mysterious and scary, which worked, but was noticeable. At this point in his tale, I recall that changing completely. He was no longer attempting to spook anyone. I could tell that this section was difficult for him. Either he was a very good actor, or it was really a terrifying memory for him to relive. He told us that the light bulb came to life and illuminated the group of people in front of him. In the dim light, he could see children, at least 20 of them, in just the visible light. They were all dressed in nightgowns that looked to be tattered and torn, stained dark with something. Their hair was long. Every single one of them looked like they had not had a haircut since birth. Some of the children were almost completely obscured by the length of it. Every single one of them didn't appear to have seen a shower or a nice bath in their entire life. Mr. Mays told us that the most terrifying part of the whole thing was that none of the children were moving. They were all standing, staring, most of them only visible from the faint light reflecting off of their eyes. His whole group was paralyzed with fear for several seconds when they heard what sounded like an animal in the distance, yelping. The way it was described was like the sound of a dog crying, multiplied by 10. This spurred the group to life just as the children began to step forward. His friends grabbed the injured one and lifted him out of the room and into the hallway in an instant. Mr. Mays took another second to move and had difficulty finding his bearings. He reached to his left in an attempt to find a wall to lean against and ended up finding a handle then pulled hard, never losing his vision on the children. He bolted for the door right as he noticed what he had grabbed onto. A shower head protruded from a cement wall, reaching maybe a foot into the room. There was something leaking from it, but it was too dim to tell what it was. He realized that it had been leaking onto him, but he didn't care. There were now children stammering towards him as an animal cried in the distance, and his friend was seriously injured. As he left the room, he made a point to emphasize that he could make out several more shower heads on the wall near the single dim light bulb. "This is why I call them the showers," Mr. Mays told the class. I was transfixed, sitting as far forward as my desk would allow, bracing for more. "I slammed the red door behind me," he said, "and ran through the hallway faster than I have ever run before or since. I made it back to the car, and we drove out of there like a bat out of hell." A couple of students snickered at his use of the word hell. "So, when you're out trick-or-treating tonight, make sure you know exactly where you're headed, and don't go out to any abandoned farmhouses. I mean, there aren't many around here, but you're all smart kids. Well, except for Jerry." And the class laughed, and the mood lightened as the bell rang for passing period. Mr. Mays turned the light on and thanked everyone for listening, reminded them about the paper due next week, and told us to have a safe and happy Halloween. Students all around me were abuzz with theories about the story they just heard. "I bet it was some sort of crazy Nazi hideout," said one girl. "I think they were all ghost babies that were killed by a dog," said another. I couldn't theorize in the slightest. I was still caught up in the moment. The way that Mr. Mays had told that story and the detail that he included in it left me feeling like we didn't get the whole story. A couple of days later, I stayed after class and asked him about how it really ended and what happened to his friend. He laughed and said that his friend was fine and that it was, honestly, he whispered this part, probably due to some of the drugs we were on at the time. Mr. Mays winked at me as if to say, "Don't tell anybody about the drug bit, kid." And I smiled and left. I lived in that town for another couple of months and then was rapidly moved halfway across the country to Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I twisted the tale around and told it around campfires as I got older, and it was always a hit, but I always changed the ending, letting the friend die of blood loss or from being dragged away by the children. It wasn't until college that I got a chance to talk to Mr. Mays again. I went to college in northern New York, not for any reasons associated with this story. College was a fun time for me. I continued being the same ham that I had always been. It wasn't until sometime around my junior year that I ran into Mr. Mays at a bar that I frequented. Initially, I couldn't be sure that the person I saw laying with his head buried in his arms at the bar was Mr. Mays. The only trait that grabbed my attention was a sweater that he used to wear on his birthday during class. The shirt simply read, "I'm the birthday boy." I told my group of friends to grab a table and that I would join them in a second, then walked over to the man at the bar. "Mr. Mays?" I said, and the man looked up. The man took a second to look at my face before he smiled, put a hand on my shoulder, and said, "Hey there, son. How have you been?" I could smell some strong whiskey on his breath, and his cheeks were flushed. The look in his eyes told me that he was 3 sheets to the wind and probably had no idea who I was. "Mr. Mays, it's Jack. I was a student of yours for a couple of semesters, about 6 years or so ago." His face changed a bit, and a genuine look of recognition set in. He took a calmer tone, smiled, and said, "How have you been, Jack?" We talked for a solid 20 minutes. I told him what I'd been doing for the last several years, and he told me. Apparently, he was still teaching at the same high school, the same old shtick, as he called it. I asked if everything was all right, and he said that they were as good as they ever have been and were ever going to get. It took me a while to realize that I was an adult that was having a conversation with another adult. Every time I had spoken to Mr. Mays previously, I had been in the teacher-student relationship, but now I was just a guy having a drink with a friend at the bar. My friends eventually left, and I continued to drink with Mr. Mays. He told me all about his divorce and his kids, things that I would never have asked or cared about previously, but now I cared. He was a real person to me, not just an idol anymore. This was a guy who had real problems, not the infallible teacher that I once thought he was. It had been several hours before I even brought up his story about the showers. I told him all about my history with urban legends and scary stories, and he just laughed. When I mentioned the story that he had told us years ago, he almost seemed uncomfortable. He finished his whiskey, signaled for another, and then turned at me and got very serious. "Listen, Jack, I don't know why I kept telling that story year after year." His words were slurred, or my hearing was messed up. We were both sufficiently blitzed at this point. "That was what my therapist told me to do when I was younger. I had to tell people it, to come to grips with it or some shit." He took a big swig of his drink. "Wait, your therapist?" I said. Mr. Mays laughed heartily and looked at me. "Of course, Jack. You think that something like that wouldn't fuck a person up?" I was confused, but smiled nonetheless. Things had gotten very strange. "But, I mean, you said you were all on drugs or something, right? No one was too terribly hurt. You were all okay, right?" He got almost cartoonish with his sadness in the next several seconds. "Of course we didn't, Jack. Why do you think I'm here now, right now?" I was puzzled, quickly filled with 1,000 questions that I wanted to ask him, but I let him carry on. You didn't make it, Jack." He laughed. His laugh turned suddenly to tears. "Fucking took him, they did. I didn't even know. Cops told us we were just drunk, and he wandered off and got taken by the wildlife. He didn't know. Didn't see it, Jack." I was absolutely stone-faced at this point. Mr. Mays was carrying along like I knew the actual story, but I didn't. His friend disappeared. I didn't know. "I wish they'd found the body, though. Then we could have shown them," he sighed. "It's a bad place, Jack. I don't know anything else to say. It's a bad place." He carried on for a few minutes more about his friend and the fun that they had before they went on that trip, and I let him talk. It was only a few minutes later that his phone rang. "Hello, sweetheart," he whispered into the phone. "I'll be out in a second. He gagged. "Love you, baby." The person on the other end hung up the phone, and Mr. Mays got up to leave. "It's been nice seeing you, Jackie. You got a good head on your shoulders, boy. Make sure you use it." He began to walk out of the bar. "Mr. Mays," I yelled after him. "Yeah, Jack?" He turned back towards me. "Where'd you say all that showers business took place?" "What? Hell, didn't I mention it? It's somewhere outside Broken Bow, Nebraska. Fucking hell on earth, if you ask me." Mr. Mays walked out of the bar after waving to me, running into the wall before eventually finding the door. That was the last time I'd see him. I'd never been able to tell him the impact that he had on my life, or rather the impact that his story had on me. He'd never known about the trip we took after graduation, almost mimicking the one he and his friends had made. He would never know that the things he saw at that place were real. Why? Well, he died about a month later. His liver failed on him. It's all right, though, because his family was with him in the hospital room. He got to die around the people that cared about him, And that's all you can ask for a man like that. I experienced that place too, several years later. And this is where my story turns. The following is the story of how I came to find the showers, and why I will never, ever go anywhere near Nebraska ever again. I'll finish this story when I'm sober. The memory's clear enough. Part 2. I'm awake now, semi-sober, and ready to finish this for you guys, the internet, and whoever cares to hear it. I didn't find out that Mr. Mays had passed away until a couple of months after the funeral service. Initially, I was going to seek out his family in order to send my condolences, but it wasn't as if Mr. Mays and I were best friends or anything like that, so I refrained. I continued through my college career and graduated a year or so after our bar meeting. Graduating with English as my major wasn't a mistake, but it wasn't exactly something that landed me any sort of immediate jobs after college. Now, I had saved a pretty solid amount of money while I was in school and decided that I deserved a bit of vacation, if you will. I took my spare cash, got together with my college buddy Steve, packed up and hit the road, aiming for somewhere in the Rocky Mountains. I had lived near Littleton, Colorado when I was younger, and remembered loving the area, so this destination was as good as any. The trip was a success. We made it somewhere around Estes Park, Colorado, and found a cheap cabin that we rented for about a month. The days were filled with lounging, hiking, and generally things that involved little to no work on our parts. After our rental was through, we packed up again and headed on our way back east. Sometime during this trip, we met up with a couple Estes Park natives in one of the local bars. We never typically hung out with them or anything like that. We just had conversations now and then over drinks and food. One night, these guys were paying their tab and packing up to leave awfully early. They were usually there until the wee hours of the morning. When we questioned them about it, they told us that they were headed to a little get-together with some friends of theirs, and they invited us. Having nothing else to do, we hopped in the car and followed them to the party. The party itself was very low-key, and ultimately inconsequential to this story. However, the important thing about it was that at some point in the night, we were all sitting around the fire and swapping ghost stories. At this point in my life, I wasn't as much of a ham as I was in my younger years, but with a little bit of encouragement, I started on a couple of stories that I remembered telling in my youth. Eventually, I made it to Mr. May's story about the showers. Every time that I had told it after hearing it from Mr. Mays, I spiced it up a little bit. But out of some sort of subconscious respect for my former teacher, I went straight into the version that he told my class in my sophomore year of high school. The group enjoyed my stories for the most part, the showers being the mutual favorite among the partygoers. Steve and I left for the cabin at around 5 in the morning, and he asked me about that story on the drive home. I told him all about Mr. Mays, that class, my love for everything horror-related and whatnot, and he suggested that we try to find a place on our return trip to New York. Initially, I was reluctant, simply because I didn't feel like aimlessly wandering through Nebraska for days, looking for some old farm building that was probably demolished at this point. But a couple of days before we left Colorado, I told Steve that it sounded like fun. We weren't going to be able to do another trip like this for a long time, so I figured we might as well make the best of it. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I thought of it as a little bit of tribute to Mr. Mays, a guy that, in retrospect, helped me realize that I wanted to be a writer. Anyway, we left Colorado and made the long, boring, and barren drive to Broken Bow, Nebraska, or Hell on Earth, as Mr. Mays had put it. We found a motel in town and hung around for a couple of days, venturing out 100 miles or so in any given direction each day after that. I remembered Mr. Mays telling us that it was somewhere outside of Broken Bow, but I don't think he got any more specific than that. We tried asking the townsfolk if they had any information about the showers, but we were usually met with blank stares or eye-rolling when we told them exactly what this place was. The only person who seemed to know anything about it was an older lady that worked at a gas station on the outskirts of town. I don't recall her name, but this woman was just one of those cheerful old people, very helpful and generally interested in what anyone had to say to her. Steve had started talking to her at checkout, and she asked about our license plate, commenting about the fact that we were very far from home. We had nowhere in particular to be, so Steve and I ended up talking to this woman for about 15 minutes, at which point we brought up the hunt for the place known as the Showers. Initially, the name didn't ring any bells with the woman, which made sense, seeing as Mr. Mays had just given it the name after his experience there. But when I began to describe the details that I remembered from his story, the friendly old woman interrupted me. Her tone was not scornful or mean in any way, but she became very terse and deliberate with her words from that point on. "People don't deal with anything relating to that sort of business around here anymore," she told us. "That was all a long time ago." Following her statements, she attempted to be cheerful again, excusing herself to the restroom and wishing us the best on our return trip to New York. Steve and I returned to the car without a word. Both of us were thinking about what the lady had said. Again, she didn't seem to be angry at all. She just didn't want to hear another word about it. We were driving back to the hotel before Steve said something. "I mean, if I had to live in a place associated with an urban legend or something like that, I would totally mess with anyone who asked about it," he said. "I mean, eventually you'd just get tired of people asking about it, and so you'd just try to scare them to get them to shut up, wouldn't you?" I agreed with Steve and kept driving, but the whole experience wasn't sitting right with me. If this was some sort of well-known legend in the area, why did no one else in the town seem to know anything about it? But I managed to shrug it off. Mind you, neither of us was scared of finding the Showers. This little excursion on our road trip was more like a scavenger hunt, a cap-off to an overall relaxing vacation. Steve and I were basically like tourists, hunting for the site at which a famous movie was filmed or something like that. We went into the whole situation with little or no expectations, and a fleeting hope that we'd be able to find this place. We spent another day in Broken Bow before we took our next trip out to try and find the Showers. Nebraska isn't as terrible a place as people make it out to be, but it really isn't all that exciting. We found a bar and spent some time there, and that was just about the extent of our activity on our day off. When we did get back on the road, we decided that we'd attempt to stay off of main roads for as much of the day as we could. I knew there was no way that this place was going to be off the highway, and I remembered some detail about a dirt road in Mr. May's story, so we went looking for those. This was a fairly futile effort. Most of Nebraska is dirt roads. It was 7 in the evening when we came upon a small but thick forest. I use the term lightly, but for Nebraska, this place was like an oasis. The trees were full and thick, shrouding most of its insides in darkness. The sun was setting, and even though we had run into a few of these random crops of trees, we agreed that this one showed more promise than any of the others. There wasn't really a road, but there looked to be a path where a dirt road might have been at some point. So we drove along that. If the car was able to handle the Rocky Mountains, a dirt path in Nebraska would give us no trouble. We moved slowly and carefully along this trail, making sure to clear any fallen trees in the road or rocks that would render the car useless when the sun finished setting. It was pretty dark in this place during the day, but when night came, it was something else entirely. I had an inkling at this point that we had found the right place, but I didn't want to jinx it, so we continued onward. I didn't realize it at the time, but the little bits of light that managed to penetrate the canopy in this miniature forest actually did make it look as if the tree branches were trying to grab the car, just like Mr. Mays had mentioned in the story. I'm still convinced that he made up the part about the animal eyes, though. The most aggressive creature we saw in the woods was a dead rabbit on the side of the trail. It didn't have any obvious signs of death. It just looked like it had simply laid down and never bothered to get up. We drove around in the darkness for quite a while before we found a clearing. We had to move several smaller clusters of branches out of the way but right in front of our exit was a giant, dead monster of a tree. There was no way we were moving one of these, so we got out and turned on the bright headlights in the hopes it would illuminate the area in front of us. There was a feeling of excitement mixed strangely with fear when I saw what lay 50 feet beyond the clearing. There, lit partially by the headlights from the car and a little bit of light from the crescent moon, was what appeared to be an old barn house. It wasn't your typical farmhouse. It was larger than the barns that I had seen in films and didn't have any sort of crest. It basically looked like a small warehouse. I wasn't entirely sure at this point if this was the place we were looking for, but this was definitely the closest we had come. I moved through the brush until I was roughly 20 feet from the entrance, at which point all of the growth seemed to stop. I don't know if the owners had done something to the soil, but the whole structure had a border around it that was clear of any sort of plant life. I approached the entrance to the building, a large sliding door, as Steve came up behind me with 2 flashlights in hand. "So you're just going to run off into that place in the dark?" He laughed. I gave a half-hearted chuckle, and I grabbed one of the lights from his hand. Mine was little, but a pretty bright flashlight. It was the kind that hikers would most likely fasten to their backpacks, just in case they were stranded at night. It worked well enough. I grabbed the metal door with both hands, holding the flashlight with my mouth, and gave it a tug. It moved slightly, creaked a little bit, but there was no way I was going to move this by myself. Steve came up from behind, set his flashlight on the ground, grabbed the door, and said, 1, 2, 3. We pulled at the door with all we could muster. Once we managed to move it a couple of inches, it must have latched back onto the track because it slid very easily, stopping hard with a loud and echoing thud when it was completely open. Steve picked up his flashlight and walked behind me. I'd already moved inside. The inside of the structure was exceptionally bare, almost troublingly so. I wasn't entirely sure how far we were from the nearest home or small town, but there wasn't even the slightest bit of evidence that anyone had been in this building for years. There were no broken beer bottles or empty bags of chips. There weren't even any animal droppings or eager plants that managed to grow here. The room was expansive, larger than your average farm, but not the warehouse-sized monstrosity that I believed Mr. Mays had described in his story. I was sure that it was simply a holding area for farm equipment or something similar at that point. Disappointed, I wandered near the entrance while Steve ventured into the expanse of darkness. As I was running over the details of the story in my mind, something struck me like a sack of bricks. In Mr. May's story, there was a silo near the barn. I ran outside, my eyes adjusting easily because at the very least it was brighter outside. I looked in all directions, running around the perimeter of the building. Surely, if there was ever a silo near this place, there would be some evidence of it somewhere. But despite my hopes, there was nothing but a cluster of thick bushes on one side, brush and dirt everywhere, and the forest that we had come from. I walked back into the building, frustrated and tired. Steve was still excited, eagerly running around the inside of the building. "Even if we could just find a shower head or a pipe," he said, "then we'd know it was true. Just keep looking with me." I didn't want to ruin his excitement. I had told Steve the story several times, but obviously he didn't realize that this just wasn't the place. The building was weird, yeah. It was out of place and oddly pristine, but it wasn't the location of the showers. I let him explore for a little bit before I called him over. "This is probably as close as we're going to get, man," I said. "But this isn't it. Remember the silo?" His face went from excitement to disappointment in an instant, much like a young child who didn't get the presents he wanted on his birthday. I patted him on the shoulder. "This is still pretty cool, though. I mean, we could still tell people that we found it." I was reverting back to my old habits quickly. Steve laughed. "Yeah, man, I guess we could. It is definitely creepy enough. We should get some pictures as proof, you know." I agreed with him. I'm going to go grab the camera real quick. And he bolted out of the building entrance. I was left alone in the building. It was very quiet when I was alone in there. I could hear the faint sound of Steve running through the brush and out to the car, but once he was far enough away, everything was quiet. I remember not even hearing wind or the chirping of crickets as I walked deeper into the dark, flashlight in hand. I was convinced that there had to be something. As I approached the far corner of the room, the sound of my feet scratching against the dirt was interrupted by a soft, hollow thud. I stopped, trying to figure out what it was. I put my foot down hard against the ground and heard it again. I stomped one more time, realizing that the floor that I was standing on was covering something hollow. I walked to the wall of the room, looking carefully at the floor to try to spot any holes or gaps. As far as I'd known, it was solid ground that this thing sat upon, so I was convinced that I had found a hatch or a basement or something. I heard Steve coming back through the brush as I shouted, "Steve, come on over here, it's hot." As I went to say the word hollow, I hopped off a little bit, hoping to recreate the sound so that he'd be able to hear it upon entering the door. The second that my feet made contact with the floor, I felt it give out beneath me. The memory of the fall is fuzzy, but I do recall hearing wood splinter. I remember seeing the light from Steve's flashlight falling away into complete darkness. It wasn't a long fall, but I must have fallen in a terrible position because I know that I lost consciousness for several seconds at least. When I woke up, I was staring at a bright light. For an instant, I had thoughts about approaching the fabled light at the end of the tunnel. I was angry at myself. You died in Nebraska, Jack? Wow, you do know how to fuck up. My self-deprecation in the afterlife was interrupted by what sounded like Steve's voice. "Jesus, Jack! Jack! Can you hear me? Dude, wake up! Please, wake up!" I managed to lift my head up off the floor just enough for him to celebrate. The pain in my head was immense, but it was outweighed by the pain shooting through my knee. I knew I had a concussion, but the pain in my knee was just so much more pressing. I looked around until I found my tiny flashlight, then sat up and reassured Steve. "I'm okay. I just hurt my knee. I bumped my head, too, really hard." "Thank fuck, man. I thought you were dead. Imagine that, though, dying in fucking Nebraska. It'd be awful." His words made me laugh a little bit, but I stopped myself. The slightest shaking hurt my head and made me incredibly dizzy. "I guess a rope," said Steve. "What?" I asked quietly. "Should I go get a rope to get you out of here, or do you see a ladder?" I looked around the walls that sat in front of me. They were smooth cement. There was no way that I was climbing out of here. "Yeah, get the rope," I told him. "It was buried under all of our stuff. I think it might be in my red climbing bag, but I'm not sure." Steve nodded, telling me to hang in there and that he'd be back in a little bit, and then he ran off. The silence that followed was uncomfortable. After the sound of Steve's feet scraping the floor above me faded away, I was only able to hear that buzzing that occurs in total silence intertwined with the pulsing in my head. I pushed myself over to the nearest cement wall and braced myself against it, resting and breathing deep in an attempt to calm myself. The cement was unnaturally cold against my back. It was summer, so I only had a t-shirt on, but it felt like ice even through that. Again, this observation was primarily made after the fact. In the moment, it just felt good to lean against something. I sat there, waiting for Steve in this underground basement, and I began to feel uneasy. I felt like an idiot for falling down here. I felt pain for my injuries as well. That all seemed to fade into one emotion in an instant when I heard what I could only identify as breathing. Somewhere to my left. I convinced myself that it was my injured mind playing tricks on me for a few moments, until my mind decided to rapidly replay Mr. May's story. When I'd first heard it in that classroom years before, I was more impressed than I was scared. But now, sitting in a dark basement in the middle of Nebraska, I felt something that I hadn't felt in a long time. It couldn't even be summed up in the word fear. As I sat there, I felt all-encompassing dread. I pointed my flashlight to my left, the direction from which I thought I heard the sound. The light didn't reach the other wall, it was too far away, but I was comforted to see absolutely nothing there. I breathed deeply for a couple more seconds before I heard another noise in the darkness. It was very quick, and I cannot be sure that it wasn't my own body moving around without my noticing, but I thought I heard a scraping sound not 10 feet in front of me. It sounded like the noise your feet make when you're walking across a dirt-covered floor. Before I could react, I heard the breathing to my left again, closer this time. There was no way this was real. I hadn't seen so much as a spider web in this building, and now I was convincing myself that something next to me was breathing. I was angry at myself for getting so worked up. I told myself that the human brain is constantly hallucinating. I told myself that while in silence or darkness, the brain will make sounds to fill the gap or make you think you see things that aren't there. I channeled my inner skeptic in order to calm myself. It worked. It worked until I saw a flash of something in front of me. I can't be entirely sure what it was, but I heard the accompanying sounds of feet scraping against the floor, and I began to swell with dread. I decided that the best course of action at this point was to turn off my flashlight, assuming that if they couldn't see me, they couldn't get to me, whatever they might be. I turned off my flashlight and was left in complete and total darkness. The bulb of the flashlight faded as it cooled, and I put it into my pocket, simultaneously pushing back against the cold cement wall in an attempt to stand. I managed to get up on my foot, and found that I couldn't stand to put any pressure on my injured knee. I limped to the corner, humming to myself, trying to break the deafening silence. I called for Steve as loud as I could manage, but heard no response. He was probably in the back of the car, still hunting for the rope. There had to be a ladder or something somewhere. I continued to hum, and my heartbeat, which had been beating almost out of my chest, slowed to a manageable rate. I moved along the cement wall, keeping my whole body against it, and the weight off my injured knee. I had traveled what I guessed to be 10 feet when my head made contact with something in front of me. I tumbled to the ground. My concussion must have amplified the pain because it was blinding. I reached both hands to my forehead when I felt something warm and wet with my fingers. I searched for a cut anywhere on my forehead, but couldn't find one. I desperately searched for my flashlight as I sat up and tried to get back against the wall. I grabbed the light in my right hand, bracing against the wall with the other. I turned it on and pointed it into the darkness where I was just laying. The floor was wet, but the dirt had muddled the color of whatever the liquid was. I tried to get my eyes to focus on the puddle, tried to convince myself that it was my blood when I saw another drop fall into the puddle. Words lack the ability to describe the way I felt when I heard the drip noise again, and saw yet another tiny ball of liquid fall into the puddle. I think I knew, even then, exactly what the source was, but I was endlessly trying to convince myself that I was wrong. I lifted the flashlight up and pointed it at the source of the liquid. What stared back at me was a pipe that protruded at least a foot out from the cement wall. The metal was rusted and cracked. Little bits of the liquid began to seep from them. At the end of the pipe was a simple shower head, aimed down towards the ground. You know that feeling when your stomach drops? In this case, I think mine literally did, because I vomited immediately. I got it all over my shoe, but that was the least bit important at the time. I ignored the pain in my knee and shuffled along the wall as fast as I possibly could. I heard noises, but I can't be sure if it was just the sounds of my own movement or something around me. I managed to duck under the next shower head. This one was higher up on the wall and seemed to be leaking the same liquid that the other one was. I felt like I was moving along something infinite. Every now and then, I would have to duck or move under another metal bar, another shower head. They began to pour more profusely, but the liquid was too thick to come out easily. The room began to smell. I remembered immediately the way that Mr. Mays had described it. I grabbed my shirt and put it over my nose, trucking onward, but it didn't stop the smell for an instant. It smelled like vomit. It smelled like shit. It smelled like burnt hair. It smelled like rat. I was still moving against the wall when I fell into some sort of outlet. I hit the dirt ground hard, adrenaline coursing through my veins. The pain still managed to break through, though. My flashlight was still in my hand. I aimed it and examined my surroundings. Sitting in front of me was a doorway. There was a door there, though it looked aged now. It had a nice little design on it, a doorknob and a knocker that looked like a snarling demon. Red paint was peeling from it, flaking off and falling to the ground in front of me. I clumsily rose and bust through the door, narrowly missing a piece of hanging sheet metal in front of me. I was crawling now. There was no way that I could run. The walls and ceiling were lined with metal, the kind that you would see on the roof of a farm. Large pieces of wood seemed to brace the sheets, holding this makeshift tunnel together. I couldn't risk sliding against that and possibly cutting myself on the metal or hitting the wood and causing a cave-in, so I crawled. I pulled myself for what felt like miles, running into walls every now and then because the path seemed to curve like a snake. I had no idea where I was in relation to that hole that I had fallen through, but I told myself that there was an exit at the end of this. Had I not been crawling, I would have surely hurt myself far worse. There were parts of the tunnel in which the ceiling dipped down to maybe 3 feet above the ground. It hadn't caved in because the ceiling still lined it. Someone had built it like this. This again is in hindsight. I didn't care at the time. I kept telling myself there was nothing behind me, but I swore that I heard feet scraping only a few inches behind my own. My jeans would brush against my legs every now and then, making it feel like someone was touching me, and even now, I still can't completely convince myself that someone wasn't. I crawled and crawled until I reached an upslope. With joy, I looked ahead of me. There was a cellar door. The door was made of wood. I knew this because I could see light through them. I couldn't be sure, but I thought it might have been the light from the car's headlights. Besides all of that, I was just so immensely happy to find an exit. I crawled all the way to the door and threw my shoulder into it. It budged, but it didn't open. I began to scream, but my throat seared with pain. The most I could manage was a harsh, crying noise. It sounded like a dying animal. I collapsed in exhaustion and pain, my eyes staring up at the slits of light before me. I was so close to being out of here, I could taste it. It was in that moment of silent defeat that I heard a noise that was, without question, something moving in the tunnel. It sounded like something was being dragged across the floor. It would move, pause for a second, and then move again. I had nothing left in my stomach to throw up, but I began to gag. I gathered myself slightly and tried to steady my hand enough to focus the flashlight into the tunnel. What I saw, I still cannot rationalize. I know what I saw, but I cannot convince myself that it was actually there. I can't stop telling myself that I was hallucinating. I saw a child in a dirty sleeping gown. The gown was stained with something dark and brown, with occasional splashes of a deep red. The child was extremely pale, like the pictures that people might see of a Holocaust victim. I could only make out one eye, brightly reflecting the light of my flashlight. In between huge tufts of long, dirty hair, I reached down beyond the fingertips of the child, which were caked with dirt. The boy, or girl, not entirely sure which, moved toward me with difficulty. He wasn't breathing hard. But it seemed that every movement of every muscle took every ounce of strength the child had. The thing that froze me, though, was the eye. It was only visible because it was reflecting my flashlight, but even in that glint, I could feel anger or deep hatred or something like it. This is the point in which the English language really lacks the right words to explain the situation. I could tell that this child meant me harm. Whether it was a hallucination or not, the thing was getting closer. I started to cry. It was getting closer and closer when I heard a voice from behind me. "Hey, Jack," whispered the voice. It was Steve, I was certain. I tried to talk back, fully intending to say, "Open this up and get me out right now." However, given my current state, I am sure it just sounded like garbled nonsense. I crawled at the door, pushing against it with everything that I had, and finally breaking eye contact with the child. As I did this, the flashlight rolled down the slope, coming to rest somewhere near the child's feet. "What do you see?" the voice asked. "What are you talking about?" I closed my eyes. I remember hearing a reply along the lines of, "Just look at it, tell me what you see." But my own screams of frustration drowned it out. I was mumbling like a maniac when the voice told me, calmly, "Rest for a second, I'll get it." The statement took a second to settle in, at which point I closed my eyes tight. "Steve, just do it, please. Please, just get it open, please," I whimpered. "Just get me out of here." My voice was beginning to get louder. "Steve, goddammit, open the fucking wooden door." I opened my eyes for a split second to see nothing but black hair dangling in front of my face, a small glint of light hidden in the mess of tangles. I slammed my eyes shut and screamed with every ounce of energy I had, "Open the fucking door!" The door behind me gave way and I fell onto the dirt, taking in a breath of fresh air. The eyes were still closed, but the first thing that I did was scramble to find the cellar door and close it. Once I had done that, I took a deep breath and opened my eyes. I saw the barn in front of me, illuminated by the headlights of the car. My head was pulsing with pain. I was covered in dirt and liquids that I didn't even care to know the origin of. My knee was, at the very least, dislocated. But despite all of that, I was out of the tunnel. I took a deep breath, buried my head in my hands, and said, "Steve, why didn't you just fucking open the door?" I waited for a response, but none came. "Steve, seriously," I began. "I was fucking clawing, screaming for my life," I said as I looked behind me. My stomach must have been on the verge of falling out of me at this point because it shifted again. The only thing behind me was the large mass of bushes that I had seen while examining the perimeter of the building. I was angry. "Steve, this is not the fucking time. Come out of the fucking bushes." I was getting ready to stand up when I heard a yell from the front of the building. A flashlight bobbed up and down in the semi-darkness. Steve was running into the open door of the structure, yelling my name and telling me not to worry. I must have lost consciousness at that point. When I woke up, Steve was standing over me, desperately trying to wake me up. His words were almost incoherent, at least to my ears. He helped me to my feet and began to walk me to the car. As we walked away, I saw my flashlight sitting there just outside the cellar door. The light was fading. Steve brought me back to the car and then drove me to the nearest hospital. I fell asleep, but he told me that he drove around for an hour before he found a main road. I don't think I ever told him the whole story. I believe he thinks I was just injured from the fall. He never really asked me about it, and we didn't stay in contact for much longer. It's not like we deliberately parted ways, we just sort of stopped hanging out after that trip and went our separate ways. I've never been able to fully understand what happened that night. There are many things that I can explain away as being hallucinations, but there are still many things that don't make sense. The shower heads were there, and they were leaking something. The door was real. The tunnel was real. Most everything else can be semi-rationalized if I can convince myself I had a very bad concussion. A very, very bad concussion. But the one thing that I couldn't have imagined was that cellar door was locked, and then it suddenly wasn't. I am still as skeptical as I've ever been, but I believe in what happened to me at the showers. I'm not a hermit or a social retard because of this. I drink a lot, but I'm still functional. But I will never return to Nebraska. No one will ever be able to convince me otherwise. I don't watch horror movies either. There's absolutely nothing entertaining about being so desperately scared. That's it, really. There's no typical ending for my story. I was just changed by my experience. Yeah. But there is no way to change anything about it or fight back against it. I can't even convince myself that I wasn't just seeing things. Believe me, I have been trying for years.
Hi, Otis Gyrie here. Thanks for joining me around the digital campfire today. Your support means everything to me. I wanted to take a moment to ask you to support me and help me make storytelling my career by joining the Chilling Tales for Dark Nights members area. There are links in the video description below. If you love what I do, help me make this my full-time job by signing up for any membership of your choice. With your support, I can quit my day job and dedicate my day to putting out more twisted tales more regularly and take more of your requests. With a membership, not only do you get instant access to my archive of 200+ audio stories in HD format, but you'll get them weeks or months before the public does. You'll also get access to the full archive of hundreds of fully produced Chilling Tales for Dark Nights tales, including several narrated by me, and advanced access there as well. In addition to that, you'll get exclusive members-only access to private monthly livestream events and direct access to me and the rest of the team via the Direct Connect and Production Lounge features, where you'll get the opportunity to let your voice be heard and get insider updates. Members will also get the opportunity to earn money by referring friends and family to us. So what are you waiting for? For as little as $6.66 a month with an annual membership, you can help our channels grow and help me make my dream come true. So, thanks again for listening, and please consider giving up a cup of Starbucks or that pack of energy drinks to help this old storyteller live his dream. Visit us today at http://www.chillingtalesfordarknights.com/tour for information and sign up now.
Chilling Tales for Dark Nights.